Hello everyone, welcome back. It's time for the finals map pool showcase. We've got a few rounds remaining here, 2 more to go in terms of map pools. So I'm going to be going over the finals one now. Big step up in difficulty for this one, and I've got the squad with me today. I'm Azer. We've of course got Chiv and Dada. Hello.
Hey everyone. Hope you guys enjoyed those fantastic matches we just had in semifinals.
I guess the show match was kind of like just the prototype for the other matches. Like, I don't know, man. Immediately after seeing the show match, we had a disconnect in the last map, and then we had 2 tiebreakers in the whole round. Like, this week's script was some primo stuff.
We could not defeat Blem. Unbelievable. We've also got 2 more people here on the showcase. We like to bring in a lot of new faces from the pooling team, some of which we've actually seen in said show match. So I'd like to welcome Belladonna, who's been helping a lot with the pooling side of things. Hello.
Hello there.
And we've also got Riot, who's been doing a lot of playtesting, a lot of replays. I'm sure we've seen like Riot play like 25 times already.
Yeah. Hi. I like playing the game.
Yeah, I like watching you play the game.
Alright.
It's pretty entertaining, but yeah, so that's the squad for today. We can get right into it. We got 20 maps to go over as always. So right into No Mod 1, we have 11 Stud, a custom from Tome Dragon. That's an interesting name for a custom here. First time mapping in the World Cup.
No,
That's not true. That's
second time.
In a couple years, anyways.
Oh yeah. He's back. So it's gonna be No More 1 by Tome Dragon. Long-time Korean map. If you guys don't know things, he made the Virgin Code, which was really popular back in the day. But back to make the aim map for this week.
Yeah, really old school aim mapper. Very known for just very solid mechanic maps and very high star rating and very high spacing.
Yeah, I think the last time he mapped for OWC, it was a stream map, I believe, a Zai map. Not like the Zai you know, but like the Toho Zai with a capital X. It's complicated. But now he returns with a more mechanics-centric approach with a No Mod 1 with some pretty big jumps and a couple streams as well. So good all-rounder pick here for all the mechanics players.
This map is mostly jumps actually. There are a few high spacing streams, but this is a very while it's mixed mechanics, it is also just mainly what you would expect from a No Mod 1.
Also, I believe this is a new replayer we have, Ryoshi, aka YMD.
Yeah, this week we're gonna see a couple of new names here from limited players, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's nice to get them to, you know, play a little bit more. So
Yeah. He is not Yama Darkness, which is different player.
Or La Plus
La
One.
Plus Dark. Yeah, La Plus. There's a lot of JP guys that all got the same name.
They all
yeah.
are doing the same VTuber collab, I guess.
Yeah. Some of the nerdier stuff. Number 1, almost 7.9 stars, which is actually pretty close to last year. So you guys already been able to tell probably. OWC definitely has gone even harder than last year. Gonna be looking at around like a 8.1 star grand finals for the scaling. But things have definitely ramped up, especially over the last 2 years. You know, for reference, No More 1 in 2022 was under kids, which was like 7.6 stars, and
Yes.
we're already at almost 9 for finals in 2024.
I think the star rating rework had a little bit to do with it, though. I think
Sure,
so.
yeah.
There's a lot of these maps that seem like they're really high star rating. I think overall, a lot more map types are higher star rating than they were before, right? So
Yeah, and a little bit of commenting on the song. It's a classic. 11 Stud has had a hell of a lot of unranked maps mostly, but you know, nothing really super consistent for tournament gameplay. And finally, we got something for you.
Little 1/3 there, so look out for that if you're a player. Or if you're just playing the map at home. Which I assume the players are also going to be doing.
I don't think they'll be playing from not home. I would hope not.
I mean, wasn't there that German guy who played in like a train station?
But
Or like on the
that is
side of the
true.
road?
And UK did play their qualifiers from land, so you know, you never know.
Great commentary, Dada.
Oh, thanks, Wix. Anyway.
We've seen it a couple times though, like people not playing from home, people playing from different setups and stuff. I think Rapha's played around at another player's house.
Oh, I think Miles Niceweb's house.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That is crazy. Alright. That's number 1. Thank you to Tomei Dragon for the map. Glad to have you back.
Yeah, super nice and clean. Honestly, really enjoyable if you like this genre of map. But we can move on here to Nomad 2. We've got the return of so many familiar names for this one. They've taken the actually a Mania World Cup original that I really, really like. The song is so insanely good, so we had to steal it. And now we've got a standard version of it. We've got some insane slider alt mapping here from Flake, like 300 BPM swing map here. This goes crazy. Insanely hard to time. On the easier side though, I think you'd say.
Yes.
Depends on the type of player you are. But yeah, this is a lot of time. Like it's kind of like an act test. A lot of control on the sliders here. A little bit of reading as well. Kind of dense.
I think that this sort of map we'll see a lot of good combos on, but actually maintaining accuracy on this type of pick is very tough. Even if the lower OD, I think that like having a lot of the sliders be so out there and having to come back for the swing, like that's really tough to keep slider ends on.
A lot of people were still saying should turn up the volume. I think we're working on it, but we'll see what we can do.
I think the map's easy because it's 6 stars.
True.
Star rating is a very good signifier of difficulty, I assure you. Most of our playtesters who got 90% on this would like to argue otherwise, but I assure you it's a good signifier of difficulty.
To be fair, this map was a lot more demon at one point.
And it was only 0.10 stars higher.
I think it's really hard to map like this and actually have it playable. Like, it is so fast.
For sure.
Yeah,
Adding a bunch of sliders in there, like, I think it's very, very difficult to make this playable. So, Flake did a really good job at this, I think. I don't think many mappers could pull this off.
I think the volume went up. Hopefully it's a little fixed now. But yeah, this map, I think Henry's making it look kind of easy. Like, this map is really hard to play. Especially if you're not comfortable with this swing skill set, which has been decently prevalent throughout this year's OWC. I think we did it in, would you say Valda's swing?
Yeah?
Yeah. Pretty similar to last round, actually, yeah. Now you mention it.
Yeah, and I don't know if we've done any swing after. We had swing plans, but it hasn't been for a while.
So yeah, replays by this guy named Henry.
I don't think I've seen anybody get like above a 96 before this replay, by the way, on this. Like, this plays very, very, very good.
Yeah.
He makes it look so easy.
Oh yeah, no, Henry is probably... You're gonna see his name a lot this round.
So he
Let's just say
locked
that.
in, finally.
Yeah.
But there's gonna be seeing some of the more skill cap playtesters really come in on this pool, and especially for Grand later as well.
Also, just a funny coincidence, we have a partial Moth map before, now we have a Flake map. The two, like, kind of alt staples of OWC, just back to back at the same pool.
Yeah, the mainstays. Yeah, this being a Mania World Cup original, I guess this is playing out here. There's also the whole design team that worked on that map as well for that tournament. So we had Nafi edit the starboard a little bit for standard to change the mapper names and stuff like that. So thank you to Nafi for that. And on the topic of originals, we can move on to the next one here. I think, you know, everybody's really enjoyed a lot of the harder music genres that we brought in before. So, you know, save your projects, bring in the noise for some hardcore.
You are tasked with the most covert assignment to date. The time has come to pull the threads on the tapestry woven at the peak. Proceed with unwavering resolve. The future has been written by your hand.
Well, the noise is here. It has been brought in. Thank you to Lusumi. An amazing hardcore song here. Very, very noisy. I really, really like this one. This may be my favorite original. Thank you to Mamilia for the illustration in the background as well. To Venerable Nyanta for the graphics design. Uses a little bit of inspiration from some like ASCII art for this one. Really, really like this one. To Sakura for the video and design coordination in general. To Hihi and Funny. I'm so glad we finally have a collab from these people just because of the name for the map. And to Yip for the replay.
S-rank, by the way.
4-digit
S-rank on this
Canadian
is
player.
crazy.
4-digit Canadian player S-rank. But yeah, it's going to be the tech map for the Nomad pool. Got a lot of crazy slider control. And yeah, we'll see how it does in match.
Indeed. Hee funny collab. Everyone that asked for your volume to be turned up, I think, is regretting that choice.
So
I think
funny.
this is
That
a,
was so funny.
this is a very loud song.
I could not think of a better song for that to happen on. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
it just from super quiet to super loud in 2 maps. That was crazy.
Really
Perfect.
apologize
Turn
for
it up.
that.
More louder. All right, we can move on now to one more Nomad map. Nomad 5 here. We've got a map by Jellium, Bountive Madness. We've got a little bit of a stamina pick with some good old Demon King metal. This one is your shred pick.
Yeah. 8-star stamina map for the pool. Tapping players rejoice. Been brought out of Hard Rock jail. And this map is even harder on the tapping and much harder on the flow.
Oh, this map never stops. Even when it stops, it doesn't.
I cannot believe we're back to soft going.
Nomad 5 is back. Just had to kill Nomad 2 for it.
Hey.
Let's have some
What's your opinion on this one?
thoughts. Let's have our thoughts from our resident speed player, Ryan.
Yeah, where's Riot at?
I think the map's easy. We could make it like
Oh, okay.
20 to be honest.
Oh, it's easy. Wait, where's your replay? Wait, it's easy, but we had to get 9-rec to replay?
Interesting.
Nineveh?
easy.
I keep saying 9-rec, my bad.
I call him 9 Eric.
9 Eric, okay.
Is it Nineric? I think.
It is an error, yes.
Oh, we don't say things properly around here.
Oh, 9 Eric then.
Yeah, it is not launch. Like, I think Nineveh just renamed himself to Eric for the replay.
Yeah, yeah.
If launch could do this, he might be faker now. But yeah,
This is
demonic stamina.
yeah, demonic stamina with lots of complex flow elements as well. I should talk about the mapper here, Jellium. You might recognize him from some of community tournaments as stamina picks as well. With a little bit of like a spiritual collab from Azer as well, from to like just change up a couple of the streams. I think ended up being quite a challenging pick as well as just in general, just a pretty good stamina pick all around. I think it fit the pool quite nicely.
Yeah.
Also, just a banger song. Shout outs to, I believe, Vermasium
Yeah, Vermasium
Or-
recommended it.
recommending the song. Yeah.
There is another map of this song by Corrupt, but ended up going with the custom instead. And yeah, shout out to Jellium. We talked a lot about how it's awesome to have like old tournament, like OWC players make maps, and Jellium has been a long-time 5K player, and or 5-digit I believe as well, but has recently focused a lot on mapping, so it's awesome to see him get a shout here as well.
Vermasium also did the hit sounding for this. Forgot to
Oh yeah,
mention.
he did.
I was
hit
I was
sounding.
about
Not
to-
only the song, but yes,
Yeah.
also did the hit sounding.
Um,
I think Vermasium is really good at this style of metal hit sounding. A lot of very tiny details that he's able to find and implement. So if you're a metal nerd, really fun to play.
yeah, really big shout out. Good timing to talk about both Vermasium and Midori-John have carried so many maps and hit sounding for OWC this year.
They freed
Shout out
me
to
from
them.
jail.
Freed Azer and Nada from jail.
Oh my god.
I've never been so happy to have less work.
Definitely, yeah.
No more 12 maps to hit sound.
They have put some serious effort into hit sounding this
for
year,
sure.
and if you have the time, please take a look at the work they've done for both all future customs and previous customs, because they really like polish up a map with hit sounding.
Yeah. And yeah, this map never ends. This solo section is so hard. I think Nineveh was talking about to me is like this is a mouse drift map. So good luck to Chikoni and other mouse speed players that I can't think of off the top of my head right now, but
Is
this map does not stop.
I think there's a decent amount of like flow stops in here that I think allow you to like reset your mouse a little bit. Like stacked enough patterns, I think.
There are, but you need to know where they are so you can actually do it.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
I feel like mouse players that are playing at this level should have that skill. No, I don't know. I'm not able to play mouse on 8 stars, but
Well, as someone who mainly plays mouse flow aim, there are a lot of parts in this map that just kind of don't end, and so you really never have a chance to reset your drive.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the replay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Ninrek is gonna ever get stamina capped on this, so if anything's hard for him, it's probably the aim. But yeah.
okay, banger time.
Either one?
Where's my favorite tech mapper? He's here. We've got Altai. He's back with Dynasty of Extinction. And this is, I don't know how to describe this. Is this a clip farm map almost? Like, it's so much fun. This is actually so much fun. This is peak.
Yeah.
If you hit certain seconds on this, you are going to Twitter immediately, or Blue Sky.
Like, your experience playing this, you'll see what I mean, but you hit the first 30 seconds and you just feel so good. It's amazing. This is like an ego buff map.
It really is.
Just look at these patterns.
It's DJ Meg.
Oh, yes.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome back. But yeah, it's all control, alt tech, 4 hit and 1 here.
All aim control in my pool.
Oh, that is not
Just
how
wait,
that works.
just wait, just wait.
Just wait till the DT4 hits. I'm already predicting the chat. It's gonna be SK pool until Hard Rock 3, and then it's gonna be a USA pool.
It's actually an Australia pool now.
So cool.
Oh yeah, it's not an Australia pool. I forgot. They're the mechanics team this year.
It's a United Kingdom pool, actually. Sorry to break your heart.
True, my glorious leader, honorable leader,
That
Blend.
match it's gonna be hard to top
Blood.
that match. Probably the best match of the tournament so far. But
Yeah,
yeah,
we hit
Altai,
some bangers.
for sure. Altai's back, and he's really delivering. I think last year, people still remember that he made the grand finals no mod 4, but definitely switching it up this time.
Yeah, so remember how I said you would be seeing Enry a lot this showcase? Yeah, this replay is insane.
Wait, how do you see?
How the
How do you
fudge?
7.8 stars.
How the fudge do you see this one?
Oh, you stopped yourself.
I did twice.
That's rare.
That's like
Almost as
character
if it was
development.
deliberate.
Yeah,
Inspirational.
yeah. On one hand, it's awesome to have Enry for the replays. On the other hand, I want to imagine that if Enry played for Philippines, they probably would have went crazy far this year. Like even like probably would have made it to finals. What we're seeing
Yeah,
would have changed.
like
a lot
how
of
do you
things.
guys see that?
It's
I
so
don't know how he
peak.
did that.
It's
It's really
so
short,
peak.
so like even though it's really hard, you only need to go God mode for like 2 minutes. So yeah,
Only.
Yeah, it's relatively easy actually. Compared to the rest of the pool, I think. Anyways, it's pretty comfortable. I think if you're able to play this. But we can move on now to Hidden 2. Dada, I want to talk about this one
Oh
if you'd
man.
like to.
This map had me in the mines for the last like week. Just looking for a hidden 2 and then getting one essentially tossed to me on a silver platter, but it needed some changes. But here's Lunatic Eye's Invisible Full Moon by Yoke Spy. Curiously replayed by Ethan Tricks V1. I wonder who that is.
Who is Ethan Tricks V1?
He evolved. Oh dear.
He devolved.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, this map is all reading and aim at 6.9 stars.
Yeah,
And,
you guys wanted.
yeah.
It's confusing. I think a
Yeah.
lot of this map's, even slow parts, the emphasis is on confusion. So a lot of overlaps kind of they work similarly, but in like they go different ways, or they like overlap different rhythms on top of each other, and then the KI hits and it's just
And then
like
the aim.
big aim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is an existing map that got reworked a little bit for this.
Yes. Yes.
Don't say. Oh, do you want to talk about where it was made?
Randy Senpai's Aim Cup
Randy
4 or
Senpai's
Aim Event
Aim
4, I believe.
Yeah.
Good friend. But yeah.
Older
wanted to
WC
be-
player. Let's just
For sure.
Oh, this is pretty short too. It's only 2 minutes.
yes.
I feel like this is another one of those you only have to go God mode for 2 minutes kind of maps because this is kind of demon.
This can mess you up for sure. Even though we nerfed some of the aim sections, I think what we introduced into the map in terms of just the overall like increased reading / confusion at the start of like the slow parts and like a couple of the chaos as well, I think will still cap a lot of people.
For sure. We're hitting to be banned every match again?
Maybe.
I was like talking about it, I was like, does it even matter what we put in like ET speed and like hidden, like people are just gonna ban it every single match?
I think there's other maps in finals for people to ban.
I think that starts to matter a lot in grands though. It's just so specific. Like no matter what's
If
there.
you're making the grand final speed map, like I'm sorry, bro. We'll see you in Australia, maybe.
We could put like the dumbest like 9-star thing there, and it's just gonna be banned regardless, right? So.
Sure. Cast is not mentioned. Yo, that's some lore on the character.
That's what I've been trying to imply.
I don't know. I don't play Toho, so
Anyway,
I'm not a knower. I'm a knower of the next thing coming up here. I'm starting to sound like a little bit of like a broken record because I'm doing this a lot, but there's one more music genre that we haven't really had in OWC yet. So despite its growing presence in Osu Standard and all the ranked maps, lots of ranked maps have started popping up with this music genre. So we tagged in some of the best to bring us the OS World Cup anthem.
You are tasked with the most covert assignment to date. The time has come to pull the threads on the tapestry woven at the peak. Proceed with unwavering resolve. The future has been written by your hand.
Coming to you live from LAN events and featured artist listings around the world. Bringing you the hottest mix for the OS World Cup 2024. Give it up for the latest OS original, Bypass 2!
of the tournament, W in smoke.
You silly Billy.
You silly Billy.
Oh
You
my
silly Billy. W in smoke. Thank you. So many caster appearances in that one. That was kind of nice. Thank you to Koryase for the illustration on this. Lots of hidden references. I think those are always nice to see. Thank you to Polytetrol as well for the graphics design, to Sakura for the video and design coordination as always, to Wafer for mapping, Wafer OWC, to Enri for the replay, and as well as some of the extra people that are featured on the song as well. Thank you to Jade and Rain who've done some parts, and I guess I'm featured on here as well for adding all the caster stuff and all the caster curses at the end. We've also got a lot of appearances from a lot of different casters in here. Lots of hidden references in this one, so a little bit of a love letter, I think, to a lot of OWC moments, I think, that are really iconic.
Yeah, we got some Tiebreaker finally in OWC. Thank you again to everyone who made this project happen. And yeah, the missed sounds are going to be pretty funny when they play, but I'm excited to see this one play the match for sure.
Also, basically, it's a fun game to play if you can spot all the references and where they come from. I think it's a very fun kind of like learning experience if you're new to the OS community to just check out some previous moments.
Yeah, for sure.
Good to move on. It's time for more peak. Ranked map this time, though. We've got Roots by Seros. Recently a ranked map that kind of like shook us as soon as it appeared. This is just, random ass 10 out of 10 map spawned in, and it's so perfect. So you've got your Hard Rock one here. Very like a versatile map. It doesn't really focus into any given skill set in general. There are different parts that do different things. Overall, though, a lot of aim on this one.
For sure. It's a lot of like the aim. Sorry, it's not like that large, like the wide angle. It's kind of pretty like minuscule aim, but similar to the Melon Boy map from last week. It's a lot of like condensed aim.
So,
Aim stamina, almost.
Aim stamina maybe, perhaps an alt map for some, but Chillier Fair is single tapping this, so you can too, maybe.
I believe it's just 240 BPM.
Yes.
Only.
Yeah,
Also,
there's
yes.
not really, there's no speed in this, but yeah, there is a bit of a tapping strain, like a single tap strain, very similar to that Nomad one that we had last week.
Indeed, if you're wondering, Malashevsky is number one of this with an HDHRFC.
Yeah, it probably has like 200s, maybe one.
Keeping in trend with bangers this week, by the way. This song is amazing.
Alright, here comes the section.
Yeah, I think everything up to this point, even on Hard Rock, pretty easy. This is probably the first real spot I think that you can miss. The aim on this, pretty hard.
We had Demon Ult, now you have Demon Aim. Splendid.
Oh.
But I really like. I wanna go back to this point of this being like so versatile. We were trying to figure out like what skill set does this map have, and it like checks almost every single box that exists. It's got so much at different parts. It's linear, it's flow, it's snap. It's got all aim types. It's got a tiny little bit of tapping, I guess, with the stamina section. Maybe even some reading in some parts as well. So.
Yeah, as someone who likes to categorize maps, I had trouble even finding like proper categories to put this map in.
Yeah, it's something with non-stop pooling is it really enables us to pool these types of like multi-skill set hybrid maps because we don't have to worry about like really it confining to a slot. In previous times, you'd have your hidden 3, hard rock 3, free mod 3, where the slot definition would be filler. Like you would just put whatever you thought would work for the pool. Now it's kind of like we can just do that wherever we want, and gives us a lot more freedom in making the pools more exciting than just seeing the same skill set but harder every week. But yeah, also going to be the first non-custom of the pool. I have a couple more to come. Obviously, still the DT pool going to be what people are looking forward to. But yeah, that's Roots.
Considering Hidden True is like kind of a half custom, yeah, I guess.
Oh yeah, I kind of forgot. It's like, yeah.
I think something you'll notice is that it gets a lot harder to use existing maps when they have to be 8 stars. So lots of customs. Moving on to, guess what? It's a custom. Another, stable name here in the US World Cup. We've got a Mordred map mapping some very flowy precision. This one is also mega peak. It is so much fun to play this one. Not really my skill set, but this has probably been the map I've played the most this round personally. It's just a blast.
The return of Mordred. I've been here for a while, and once again in the Hard Rock pool, but this time a little bit more precision focused, with a lot of flow, a lot of kind of like big kind of slider to slider jumps as well in some parts. This map is very tough.
Yeah, this map used to be in Fremont, I think, and they got moved to Hard Rock for
No,
No,
it started
it was
in Hard Rock. There was a consideration of it
Hard
going.
Rock, yeah.
Fremont.
Oh, wait, I'm thinking of a map last week, I think. My bad.
Yeah, think of the easier map actually.
But that just moved down. Yeah.
Oh,
This is just gonna
yeah.
be some 8-star precision flowing. I'm surprised the SR is this hot.
The star rating is scary on this.
I'm
Yeah.
not. It's a space stream map. Eventually.
Yeah, it's really not that hard.
Yeah,
No, it
it's
is.
going to be.
Oh, it is?
Oh, now Riot is saying something's hard.
It's not speed. Oh, map is impossible now.
Yeah, the circle's all tiny.
It's true.
I think this is pretty hard to like score. Like getting an actual combo in this can be difficult on some sections, but like the map is extremely playable for the star rating, even at this CS. I don't know. It's so very well structured and organized that it's one of those maps that feels like it kind of plays itself a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I think your
It's
reading
not
is
too difficult.
Your reading is very simplified in this map. Not only because of the AR, but also because of the patterns just kind of like intuitively kind of lead you to the other to the next circle. So like if you don't have to worry about your reading much, that means that you can just focus on the aim and flowing through the streams and like focusing on the slider heads that come next. It's pretty. It's
okay, you miss now.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
I was gonna say it's
that's
deceptively easy, and now it's not.
This part is just so hard in the flow. That
And
4-note
aim.
quad is so difficult as well.
Easier. Do you think he's gonna hit the slider this time?
The Lincoln Park.
Oh, I don't know. There's a funny slider in here that is apparently very divisive. Some people in this call have hit it every single time. Some people not in this call have not hit it once, or maybe once.
Lincoln Park.
Nope.
Um,
Sorry, Chili.
But yeah, that's the precision map for the Hard Rock pool. Got some precision flow. Awesome skill set.
It's a really good one. Big fan of this one. I think maps tend to get very chaotic and disorganized as well. The higher you push star rating. So the fact that Mordred's able to map like 8.16 stars and have it be, a very, very clean,
Dude.
structured map, actually a very, very hard thing to do. So thank you to Mordred for
Ego
that.
gave up.
Eagle gave up. Oh my god.
Oh, really?
Ego gave up on a map.
That's crazy. We can move on though while while that's happening. Hard Rock 3. It's a Mazarin map.
The
Ooh.
Tournament Classic. Who doesn't love Ainane, bro? It's a Mazarin Corsairs 2022 Nomad 2 on Hard Rock this time. Mazarin is back to Ainane.
hope y'all like flow aim.
Hope you guys all like flow aim.
Yeah, we instead of putting the stamina map in the Hard Rock pool, we put the Nomad 2 in the Hard Rock pool. Don't kill us.
This is
No
really
skip
hard.
Sundays. By the
Yeah,
way,
this
no
is-
skip Sundays.
No skip Sunday.
This map is so awesome. This guy needs to come back to the game, mapping wise.
Also, before you say Chillier's washed, all three Hard Rock replays by Chillier, and also, actually, I'll wait until next map to
Yeah.
talk about this one.
Wait until the next map, because
Yeah,
he has a very
I'm gonna need some. I'm gonna need a snap check on something very soon.
yeah.
Might be seeing some records being broken.
I wish Mazin came back to kill Faker again.
In League, might we mention specifically?
That's some deep lore.
Those
I
who
mean,
know.
we did meet T1 Faker yesterday in OQ.
That is true.
Yeah, some really control-heavy streams. These these really require a lot of precision, despite it not being super high CS. Like, you cannot go either too fast or too slow on these. There's not really much room to make up for any mistakes, as shown there.
Yeah, at least it's OD10, so it's in Hard Rock, right? So, Note Lock, while it is an issue still, it's not, like, exactly the biggest issue. Like, you can hop back on stream sometimes.
Yeah, the biggest issue is surviving.
But they're playing no-fill, silly.
Gulp.
Don't say gulp.
This song goes crazy.
This is a
It
step
does.
map if you think about it.
Oh, this guy saying it's a stamina up? You're cooked, guys. You're
If
cooked.
you think about it, you know? Like, just think about it.
Is this stamina for you?
No, but just think about
You just
it.
love talk. You just love talk. Just baiting.
Rank 1
Right.
hitter.
Riot might be like, yeah, cost 5, but match cost 5 as well. Two-way player.
You're going to be seeing some wiggles in this, and might I add, they are cheesable. I do not think they're impossible, but they are definitely additive to the difficulty that this map has already.
They're cheesable? Not easily cheesable, but they are cheesable.
Not easily cheesable, but they are cheesable.
Oh, jump map.
Whoa. Soft Link instead.
Oh, tech map.
I don't
hard
wanna...
slider. It's a hard slider. It's a hard slider. It is
It's a hard slider, guys. It's nothing else,
It is
especially
nothing
not on
else.
Hard Rock.
It is nothing else.
It's a peach.
On to DT1. Got another classic for some people. It's Hold Your Color by Professional Box.
Hold your color. Oh my
Real
god.
ones remember this map.
Pendulum. Oh my god.
Wait,
Yeah, it's
Fire got
classic
this replay?
DMB consistency.
Yeah, replay by Fire Rage.
Yeah, Fire Rage. Let's go, Fire Rage.
That
Okay.
was crazy.
Okay.
Noted speed player, Fire Rage.
He just did this entire map.
So I could be
Replay
wrong.
who?
I believe Fire Rage now has the showcase PP record. Maybe?
Is that so?
8.31 stars. And yeah, Fiery FC. The
Yeah,
8.3
Fiery,
stars speed map.
famous single tapper.
True. Famous... Everything here. Famous tablet player.
Yeah, famous tab player, famous speed player. You know,
I mean, if Fire can play this on a speed map, right? Surely.
True. Yeah, gonna be kind of leaning into that archetype you guys have seen so much in this tournament, this aim and burst DT1, which we've done a lot actually. This has just been a slot in itself. You got Fallen Angel, you had Ignite, which is pretty similar. Sprinter and the first DT1, not so much. But yeah, kind of really leaning into it now.
can we get a real number on the PP values?
Probably.
I don't have it on top of my head. I think it's around 800. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's 800.
It's
800
probably
or 900, somewhere there.
it's low 800. It's not 900.
I think it's
I know
low 800. Yeah.
Yeah,
Still kind of insane.
858 PP according to our good friend Dio.
That might be with hidden.
no,
No,
it is without.
No, it's not. Wait, is this also? Wait, this is the best DTAC on the leaderboards, and it's V2. I think.
Fiery's
Wow,
an actor.
Fiery,
It's crazy.
wow.
Fire's
He went
insane.
hard.
Hello.
Wow.
Yeah.
Should we,
Okay, now Fire typed in chat. Okay, well. It is a Chillia replay. We were hyping him up. He's back. I don't know how he did this, by the way.
Too.
Oh,
Yeah,
let me
it would
see,
be a top
organizer.
player,
Pull
and he
out
just did it for
858 PP for a random showcase. Pretty
Yeah.
good.
We would have still got it.
And this is after being MIA from the game for like, I think a week or two. So
Tier
you
2
know.
player, by the way.
Conyo Cup tier 2. Yeah, I don't even know. Dude, I did not know he could play this. I'm not gonna lie, straight up.
Yeah, DNB is Chillier's bread and butter, so I'm not too surprised.
What? First picked him in the show match, and then he benched himself for half the maps. So.
Dude, when Chile dropped this replay, he was so like nonchalant about it. He was just like, okay, got the replay. It's done. Didn't say anything.
I thought he's gonna send me like a 400k. Oh, it's
Yeah.
actually just net.
Oh, 800 FC. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's best ETAC. Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the map. You guys, it's a vintage map. Kobox, actually talked about it. He was really happy to see this being pulled, and awesome that we could use more vintage maps in this tournament. People remember this map from either Matthew or Ryuke. Both these guys have had great plays on this map. But yeah.
Really, like the DT pool, along with the Hard Rock pool, is like the kind of perfect spot to put in some of these older maps to kind of like modernize them a little bit, as well as just make their difficulty kind of up to today's standards.
Yeah.
And this is just another like good kind of way to do that. A good choice, I think.
For sure. And thank you so much for the replay. That's DT1.
We've had a lot of fan service DT1s, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Can move on now. Custom this time for DT2. Oh, sorry, it's 1100s. I thought it was 800s. Vegetable juice.
86%!
I've got a custom by Lucid here.
Speaking of modernizing old songs,
Here's the finger control pick of the pool at 250 BPM, 8.2 stars. In the chat, it's vegetable juice. Wait, it's not, it's Popipo, but sorry.
I mean, basically.
Basically.
out of nowhere.
So,
Yeah.
if Ethan Tricks V1 was pulling that act on Hidden 2, is this really an upgrade?
Oh, he got a better score on this one than even.
Oh, the score is
V1 did.
higher.
Yeah,
Okay.
upgrade to combo gaming.
They're like opposites. V2 gets combo, V1 gets hack, you know?
I think they both get combo.
V2 has evolved to learn that act doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lucian's
this,
actually proven to me that sorry, go for it.
yeah, no, this, according to Ethan Tricks himself, this is not cheese. There's no offset issues here. He is just tier something I can't say on stream. Tapping.
Ass.
Yeah.
Okay, bro, like
Alright.
Jeez.
Okay. Alright.
really? Yeah, no, I think like Lucent went from Kuro to this. This guy might pick the song that gets stuck in your head every single year, but this is another one.
Ethan is so funny to watch.
Yes.
Alright, there's on a scale of 1 to 10 for the speed meter, where are we feeling?
Yeah, 5, you know? It's
Yeah.
speedy, but it's not
5,
that speedy if you think about it.
if it's a 5 in Riot scale, that means that any non-tapping players, you're boned. Like, hang it up. You're not playing this map. Except
Yeah,
Ethan
The
Tricks,
spread, at the
apparently.
start. The spread at the start is harder than the rest of the map, in my opinion.
Okay, Curtis.
How?
Every
Every time,
showcase.
every
Every
week,
showcase.
every week.
Alright, but that's
Curtis did
DT2.
nothing wrong.
Thank you to Lucent for the map and Ethan for the replay. On to DT3.
DT3 Blue Knight. What is this one?
Classic. Some speed.
Fan service, DT pool, SMH.
This
This
guy got
is a-
400s?
That's gonna be Blue Knight. 300 BPM first.
Another 300 BPM map, yeah.
Speed has gotten to the point. Oh, we gotta start pulling some crazy stuff.
This one's a banger.
This map's impossible, by the way. Just letting you out there.
This is coming from our
the
speed player.
speed guy is
Riot.
telling me it's impossible.
You're always right catching a bunch of strays too, man. I'm glad you're here. Everyone's
If
just
you're, a
blaming
speed
you.
player, if you're a speed player, you need to know that like you're an op. You're an op. The op of the map poolers. Like
I'm an imp player, actually.
that's true actually. You're a teammate. Yeah, Tokito, also going to be a long-time mapper for people who are familiar. Well, everyone is, but...
When is this map from? 2012?
Oh, he's literally here.
Oh,
Yeah,
just
it
in
is.
the chat.
That's so
It literally is. What the hell?
Yeah, no. Boston.
This is 2012, I think, right?
Pop up.
2011? 2012? Also 2012.
One of those years. One of them.
Let's see. It is 2011.
That'll do it. Not too high of an aim difficulty on this. Kind of demon tapping difficulty, though. And, it is lower OD than some of the other tapping picks, but it is still very hard to act if you are gate kept by this BPM.
Honestly, like, all the other DT picks thus far have had some form of, like, aim, or at least, like, spacing. Blue Knight, almost all of Blue Knight is just, like, a little line of circles. Like, there's really not much aim, it's very, like, small spacing, but, like, the tapping itself and, like, actually executing the patterns is really deep.
99.5.
This act is
This is
insane.
crazy.
I'm in awe. Like, actually.
Yeah, that's not normally.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Alright, that's DT3.
400. Oh my god.
That is a crazy play. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, one
You
more
wanna talk
map
about
in
DT4?
the...
You wanna talk about DT4?
Let's do it. Shut up.
Let's talk about
DT4.
Oh. Hype pooling. Oh.
Yep.
Oh, the DT video.
Flag train. Got a little bit of a gimmick map in DT. Some aim control to, you know, saturate this heavy tapping pool. So yeah, the one guy in the comments that said, bring back my hype pooling. Hope you're satisfied.
When did that ever leave?
Yeah, like,
We're always
the whole
hype
DT
pulling.
pool is
Hype
hype
pooling never left.
Welcome to OWC 2024. But yes, it's leg train. So yeah, this map pretty much has almost no tapping difficulty. This is like the only part actually, but it's just triples on 220, and the rest is you guys already know and love. Just the repetition kind of gimmick aim control.
If you didn't know this, I don't think anybody doesn't know this anymore, but this is mapped to the video, essentially.
No, you have to know this map. I do not think there's a single player in this chat who doesn't know this map. I would be very surprised.
Wait, I've never seen this map.
Okay, you just like strolling for fun.
Well, rank 1 Rage Vader in the commentator booth.
No, that's... sure.
That's true. I'm
Thank
like,
you to
That's kind
everyone.
of true.
Thank you to everyone who said I don't, smiley face.
I think this map is mostly don't slider break for the most part, or that,
oh, it's
or
bad.
that miss.
Yeah, I mean, this map is mostly like don't miss.
Yeah, I
It
think
is don't
most
miss.
maps. I think most maps in the floor don't miss actually. To win, yeah.
Worked for Ethan. Wait, isn't this song like... This song is last year, right?
No.
No,
It's been a while.
This
It's
is
been a
2020,
while.
Azer. This is 2020.
2020!
Oh
It's
my!
been 4
Oh
years,
man,
Azer.
it's forgotten
Oh, no.
about the time.
Oh, I'm
It's
self-reporting
already
so
getting
hard.
that bad.
Submitted
It's already that
2020,
bad.
ranked 2021. So,
It's already the dementia's already hit.
That wasn't last year?
Oh my
well,
god!
listen, I understand the pandemic was a time like it was a time singularity. Like you couldn't really like tell.
Like you just solidified Unk status. Like, I hope you know. It's over for
Oh,
you.
that was already done several times. I got no say in that one.
That looks pretty fun with the video on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you should play it.
Everyone will play with
in match.
back on him. That's okay.
Bonus
All right.
points if you do.
Yeah, it's Leg Train. Thank you to Chilia for another replay. This guy is on fire this showcase and onto Fremont
Yeah.
1, which I think he also did.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Fremont won another ranked map here.
How did he get this though?
Hey, that's
800k
really
on an 8-star.
This is also insane. This map was originally in Hidden, and it started being really fun with Hard Rock. So we weren't sure if it was playable. Apparently it is. Thanks, Chilliard. So, here's a Hard Rock replay for Fremont 1. This one goes really insane as well.
So, it's obligatory whenever we have a Hard Rock replay in free mod. The actual map stats for this are AR9, OD9, I believe, and CS4.
It is not by I don't know. But is he banned actually?
He is banned, yes.
He's banned. Okay.
Oops.
Awesome.
Map by deleted user.
Not by deleted user.
Oh, it's fun to.
There's not really good Hard Rock scores on this leaderboard, though. There's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
two,
one
and then
is easy, actually.
one of them
One
being
is easy
Chillier,
hidden.
so...
This is 8 stars, so yeah, there are none.
It is like genuinely easier with Hard Rock than Hidden though.
Maybe. Depends on the player.
For most players, I believe.
Some of you might recognize this background to a older map of the same source.
There's a
I
level?
assume. Yeah. Reused for this map, which is pretty cool. Pretty standard overall. The only thing that's kind of different about this map to most, I guess, aim-heavy maps is that it's AR9 at 230 BPM.
Stylistically, this map does a lot of really cool things with its slider shapes and stuff. The curves. You don't really get to see it too much on Hard Rock since like the AR is higher, and I guess the map like visually changes a lot. But it's got a very unique kind of modern take on like an older style of mapping. It's actually kind of interesting.
Kind of these Bezier sliders that are...
Also, yeah, it's kind of like old style sliders before you had 3-point kind of mechanics in OSU.
Yeah.
3-point curves. Also, there is like a jump scare like speed section, which is like one stream, but like if you're not ready for it, it can catch you off guard because it kind of does come out of nowhere. So look out for that. I believe it's in a bit.
It's pretty soon, yeah. Is that even hittable on... Okay, surely it is, because Chilly's combo is higher than this. Unless it's later than we think.
I'm convinced Chillier is OP after the showcase.
Absolutely.
Oh, we still got it in him, bro. It's been a while.
Someone asked if this would be considered awkward aim. What do you guys think? I personally think kinda.
It's pretty
On Hard Rock,
yeah.
no.
On
But-
Hidden, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
even
No one
with
had hidden
Hard
yet.
Rock,
Yeah. I would say, like, awkward aim is definitely a difficult part, but especially on normal and hidden, so the density on AR9 that really gets you on these wide angles. So, it's gonna be super tricky for players.
Wait, it's
Hard
here,
Rock,
right?
obviously, it's the pure aim map.
yes, it's here.
Oh,
Oh, okay, that really does not look that bad on Hard Rock.
It doesn't look that bad, but
Yeah.
it does
Look
come
like
out of
it.
nowhere. You don't expect
With
it to,
the
like,
map
be
density,
that hard.
normally, without Hard Rock, that part is really, really, really difficult. You can expect a lot of... Oh, man.
It's heartbreaking.
You can expect a lot of misses on that strip part, I think. Definitely a big spike in density. But not for the Hard Rock player, I think. That looks like a very normal pattern, honestly.
apparently this is also a 800 PP choke from Chillier, which
He's the best.
just kind of normal, I think.
He just doing those for fun now.
CSR. Let's see what's coming up next. Oh,
Average map length in this pool is 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Oh. Something just happened to your mic. You just left the room.
Yours.
yeah, you just left the
Oh,
room.
Or-
What
Just went to
happened?
the bathroom.
Okay, that is crazy. My bad.
Well, there's another familiar name we're missing this World Cup. It's been here for I don't know how many years, but let's pull it up. We've got Lollipop, Sprinkles. It's the KTG Star map. In finals this time though, it's not grands. What?
Yeah, find the other Grand's jail. But he's here with a bit of map this year. Speed map for some. Aim map for others.
This map is gonna be. It's gonna look a little bit easy because obviously you don't know like the jank these players are having to go through when tapping this. Like, there's so much tricky stuff and so much cheese.
These streams are 1/7, by the way.
The like big bursts.
Some parts of the map are 1/7. That no longer that. It changes a lot. You need to learn a lot of the rhythm in this. Pretty much every single snap type used all the way up to 112, I think, even for some sliders. So really tricky rhythm on this.
Wow, that part is still jank.
I think this map's like 8 stars with hard rock, and then it's like 20 stars with hidden.
I love this. It's like the chorus of the song. It's like you get a break. The easiest part of the map here. It worked hard enough.
Yeah, and then like there's a jump scare pattern right after.
Oh, and also just because of all the rhythm wasn't hard enough, you also get a lot of like kind of flavored double taps for fun. Those are 112, I believe.
Hope Bancho doesn't eat them like they did last time we tried using double taps in OWC. Can only hope.
I think this map is also largely a reference to one of KTG's other maps from the same artist, which I forgot the name of the top of my head. Maybe one of you know?
No.
No, too bad. Moving on. Time for some anti-mod. Corsair's 2020 map here by LMT. This was in Grands, I believe. We've got Silvery with some pretty insane map stats on this one. CS6 no mod and AR 7.5. This is demon.
Yeah, the anti-mod pick for the pool. Some more reading and precision. So if you're a reading player, you have just this and hidden too as your main picks this week. And for precision players, you have this, you have hard rock 2. I guess you kind of have free mod 2 as well if you take hard rock, but good luck.
Real fiery rage, by the way.
No, this is
we gotta clarify this.
No, this one's actually Fire Rage, and this replay is like older than I don't know. It's older than a year, I think.
Don't listen to anybody saying this is easy on hidden.
It's true. It's easy.
He's doing wise.
Riot, you get like 80k on this one.
No, I got 70k.
Okay.
A lot of the difficulty honestly for both mods, the way these streams are shaped and the aim control they require between them. Like obviously outside the precision part of this for hard rock is obviously hard, but like some of the like micro aim needed for inside all of the stream patterns, probably where you're likely to miss, I think, on this, no matter what mod you're running.
Yeah. I think this is a priority no mod for anyone who can actually play it. Like,
oh yeah, you're tanking.
Is it 8 stars of hard rock? Anybody know off the top of their head?
I don't think so.
Likely. I cannot see how this is.
It's 7.8 of hard rock at least, so.
I don't think hyper precision gets buffed that hard.
It doesn't. Sadly. Let's push an agenda, guys.
Zudi play this on Hidden Hard Rock. Really excited.
We messed up. I just thought of this crazy opportunity that we did not capitalize on. In Corsair's 2020, this was the last free mod right before, sorry, maybe it was 2021. I got my years wrong apparently. Sorry. It was the map shown before Palace of Melancholia.
Oh really?
So this should have been the last free mod, I think. This will throwback. We messed up.
I think the last free mod is gonna be something special before the original. Spoilers, original tiebreaker. Ooh.
Oh, who could have guessed that one?
Oh my days. That's okay. We saw the prediction.
Yeah, the prediction. Actually, the tiebreaker is Furiosa Melodia, guys. Hope you guys enjoy.
That'd be crazy.
Custom period.
That would actually be crazy.
I mean, that would have been a quarterfinals tiebreaker.
That'd been round of 16 tiebreaker. Like,
Round of
Loki.
16 tiebreaker.
So let's just remake it next year.
Yeah, we got Illumitoris to map it again.
Yeah.
And we need like USA China grands again.
Oh, bring back China. Just like
Oh,
we did in the
China's back.
showcase.
It's
Seeing
very
some,
relaxing. It looks so relaxing when you actually like, watch someone play it. But you have to like pay so much attention to every single
It's just a
object.
calming map after what's happened in this pool.
Yeah.
It's a relaxing map.
It's funny because like a lot of the calming songs have to have like CS 6 or 5 to like really be like a
Yeah.
tough kind of challenge.
3-1-4?
Yep, 3-1-4.
The calm is over. It's time for the guy to show up.
Hope you like lasagna.
Monday Mania by Local Hero. Got CS 2.6 map here. Pretty insane mechanics map. A little bit of burst as well on this. 258 BPM. Not really speedy though, but it's there.
Does
Yeah,
anybody,
there
else,
was actually some foreshadowing of Undertale.
does anybody else hate Mondays?
There's gonna be CS2 mechanics on 7.8 stars. Actually, Loki, yeah, it's not gonna be that bad for the players this time because it doesn't change the CS that much. But mechanically, it's still very hard.
Garfield666 says this is a good background.
Very fitting username.
This is an unreal username actually. You're like made to be here today. What the fuck?
Beetlejuice.
We found the happiest person in this chat.
A little bit of a reading trap in some of the patterns in here as well. Not too much, but a lot of the stacks and stuff, or a lot of the bursts can change. And those sliders are so slow, by the way. Like, if you don't know they're there, I think you might actually just try to be tempted to go too fast, but yeah, it still keeps you on your toes. It's not really a reading map, but like air 9.5, some of the distance
Yeah.
and everything is like very intentionally misleading. So
Here, 9.5 with this BPM with this circle size makes the screen very cluttered a lot of the time, and this is not really a reading map, but it's very jump scary. That is like even a way we can describe it, because a lot of the times you just get like a weird slider change, or like just slow slidered, or like a big jump coming out of like basically nowhere like that. So having something like this in the pool keeps the players on their toes, I think, and also allows us to explore a little bit of big circle like mechanics that really is a cool archetype of map that isn't really explored much.
probably the most tapping heavy part of the song here, I think. Very straining.
Yeah, overall this map is pretty... The tapping is a very underlooked part of this map. You notice the low CS, you notice the cross-screen jumps, but the tapping is what really gets you.
I think this is a toss-up map in most matchups. Like, it's gonna
Yeah.
be no, like, guaranteed winner for this, and the front side is kind of funny at the end. But yeah, thank you.
It's very fitting. Like, a lot of this map has elements that are just there to troll you, I think. Like, a lot of the slowest V, a lot of, like, the reading traps and stuff. It's just... It's not mean, but, like, it fits the vibe. I really like it. Local Hero did a really good job.
Yeah, it fits the source material.
Yeah.
It really does.
Alright. Tiebreaker time.
Yes! Tiebreaker time. You've all enjoyed every single one we've released so far. I mean, it's not much of a secret at this point, I think. They're pretty much all originals, but yeah, I think by now also something's pretty obvious. There's kind of a lack of a specific type of map. So, time to bring out some amazing artists who've done many contributions over so many years across many different games. And it's also time to introduce you to a new featured artist. It's time to let them fight and bring the monsters out.
You are tasked with the most covert assignment to date. The time has come to pull the threads on the tapestry woven at the peak. Proceed with unwavering resolve future has been written by your hand.
That was Kaiju by Cry.exe and Enemy. And that's also the introduction to the featured artist listing for Cry.exe. You've now got 7 tracks available on the listing to play and enjoy. They've also done some work, in the past as well. I think they've both had a collab for stuff like the Roundtable, so it's good to have them in the OWC as well. Shoutouts to Cry and Sakura for the graphics design for the background here. Sakura as well for the video and design coordination. Hopefully by now I think people are aware of how much Sakura does for for the World Cup. I have to say this guy's name many times. We've got the storyboard from Melon Boy, thank you as well. We've got hit sounds from Vermasium, and this amazing map here by 3-person collab here with Nainami, Otwinkle, and Erusia, which could also be known as Arishi previously as well. So yeah, and Riot for the replay as well. Thank you.
No problem.
How'd you feel about this map, Riot?
Oh, this map is hard, alright? It's hard. Like 20 stars.
Tapping Tech. It's here finally. It took a couple rounds. People were wondering where it was. It's here.
Tapping and tech? So you mean both South Korea and USA are boned on this?
Yeah,
Wow.
so who's gonna win? Oh, it's a toss-up, and that's what keeps it exciting, Yeah, no, shoutouts to, again, the double Taiwanese and Hong Kong mapper trio. These guys have been dominating the tiebreaker scene in Corsairs at the big tournaments as well, if you guys haven't been familiar. And thank you to Vermasium again for the hit sounds. He spent over 50 hours on this map alone. I think he said there was something about 300 sample sets and a crazy amount of work put into him alone. Some people noticed the Kisani, I believe, which was also part of it. But yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, pretty happy with this one. It's a really cool project. I mean, I've known these two artists for many years as well from different games and stuff. So it's nice to see they've wanted to have like a peak project, I think, for this. So it's nice to be able to give them the platform to do it. They worked really hard on this one. So hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the poll, and hopefully we'll get some good matches, just as good as we had this week for next week. So if once again, if you have any complaints or any suggestions, just pop them into our Mapple feedback or our DMs, and yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, he said the boring part for me this time. God bless. But yeah, this has been the Finals Mapple Showcase. We'll see you guys all this weekend.
Yeah, the matches next week gonna be pretty tough. Only 6 teams left now, so make sure you tune in to every single one of them. They're all gonna be really close, I think. Lots of really good teams, lots of unresolved storylines, and a great time all around. So we'll see you soon. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Hello, everybody! Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024. Today, we are very close to capping off our first day at this finals stage here in this tournament. The last couple matches we've had have been pretty solid despite the scorelines, so I hope you guys have had a little bit of fun in the last few matches, but now the real fun begins here. Our finals All-Stars show match with the finals pool, All-Stars Red and All-Stars Blue, with some really stacked teams. We're going to be able to see some of the best players in the game who are not in the US World Cup show what they can really do in a pool like this. I'm Sad Shiba, and I am joined by a legend, our glorious leader, our wise and noble, the guide to the UK's incredible run, the wonderful Blem.
That was a long intro for what just happened. Hello, team. How is it going? We have 16 incredible players. Some of them that didn't get a chance to show what they were made of, and some of them that, you know, pushed quite hard, put their teams on a pedestal, and did what they could in the bracket stage. We've got Lusperi, Arnold, Sigi, Xylus, Rafis, Kamenshik, Mustache, and Saiku on the red side. Tamashik, Raikoho, Nathan Ram, Arj, Suntan, Def, Scylla, and Carlos Flo for All Stars Blue. I think that's can I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players here that didn't actually get a chance to participate in the bracket stage, Shiba?
So from what I remember, Sigi, Def, and Carlos Flo did not participate in bracket stage. Everybody else here did.
What about Arj?
Arj as well, yes.
What about Saiku?
Wait, New Zealand didn't qualify. You're right.
Didn't.
I don't know why. I think
are you testing my counting ability? Look, I get it. You can count to 3 because of the amount of points UK just won. I can count past that because we just lost 7, okay?
Listen, I can't lie. My 2023 memory, clashes with my 2024 memory. And I'm looking back at, some of the 2023 qualifiers. I look at Arj, I look at Psyche, yeah, they qualified, yeah. Yeah, they qualified. I don't know.
Yeah, they're a good player. Yeah.
No. And went up to rank 75.
I see.
He halved his rank from CSR. That's
Good grief.
crazy.
Yeah, okay. Well, we get to see what he does on non-farm maps. This No Mod 2 is killer. I don't know if you were watching, Shiba, but
I was watching, yes.
I don't think anyone 400k for Nathan Ram, 300 for Thomas Sheik.
Yeah, and these guys are playing for fun. There's no significant bragging. There's no significant stakes outside of bragging rights. I'd say everyone's here just having good fun. Let's Parry getting a B rank, and I think hitting a few fail points in the map too. I think he just barely missed out on failing midway and then fell towards the end. But in fairness, man, the ending is so crazy. Oh, number one pick next. 11 Stud. This is one of my favorite songs ever. I discovered this when, granted, this is when I was still like a zoomer and not into the tournament scene as much. But I saw White Cat get a solo score with another difficulty on Hidden. And I don't know, man. Ever since I heard this song, I was hooked. I was hooked, bro.
It is catchy.
It's so good.
It is catchy. You know, all of these Touhou melodies, you can really tell just how much of an impact that has had on culture in general.
Yeah.
You can hear music and you can hear the same melody somewhere else and think, wait, this is recognizable. It fires off a little deja vu in your brain, and then suddenly, oh, it's Touhou. You go back to like 1927 and play Touhou 6 for the first time, and oh, there it is.
I mean, I think Zun made such a ginormous impact when composing all of these songs initially, you know, making them completely copyright free, allowing anyone to use the melodies or use the songs to make their own covers, and it's done a big thing for so many artists in created careers that I think we would be quite sad to not see come to fruition had it not been that way, right? I mean, A Dust Rain is like another really good example. They're a really cool metal band that can do a myriad of things. You can have kind of your typical rock like this one, or you can go into some really heavy metal. Misery Song is a really famous song from A Dust Rain that's also really good. A Dust Rain is just fire, man.
Okay, here we go. No mod 1 time.
No mod 1 gavel time.
No mod 1 in chat.
No mod 1 alert.
Don't do that anymore.
Alarm.
Feels like a lost art.
So as somebody, as a Bowman, as somebody who literally played like an hour a bit ago, what was your thought process into going into No Mod 1? Because from my perspective as an analyst, granted, there's only so much I know as a player. I learned that a lot for the last few weeks. From a caster perspective, it seemed like this was a coin flip from both of your sides. What was your mindset going into this one?
Absolutely not. So they have been avoiding, or Germany have been avoiding mechanics, and we saw it as a weakness. We saw Hidden as a weakness because they have just been shying away from it. They don't want to play it. So No Mod 1, we had Mahmoud, we had Akolibed, we had myself, we had Rudge. Now, unfortunately, not to my knowledge, because he was playing well in warm-up, Mahmoud has a hand injury now because he was pushing so hard to get a 900. That's why after Free Mod 4, you didn't see him a single time. We just took him completely out because he was injured. Akolibed today had no filters on his tablet somehow, or something was up. Something bad was happening to his tablet, and it felt like he was playing on glass, which was why he wasn't performing as well as we thought he would. So it's just a perfect storm of horrible issues that we had.
Yeah. I mean, even then, even through those issues, though, it seemed like towards the very end, you guys managed to try and pull through and win 3 maps in a row. So potential was always there, man.
That's why we went back into Free Mod 4, right? Because we beat them on mechanics, we beat them on aim, but today it just was not our day.
Yeah. Looking at this map, though, right now we're playing right now, Raikaho and Lesperi, both they're seeing the first key high. Those jumps, those long chains, they are so spaced, man. And you would usually consider No Mod 1's an closely, maps. Yeah, like, you usually think these maps to be quite scary and quite inconsistent. Usually these maps you wouldn't want to pick into purely because of the nature that you could literally miss on anything. But
single point difference.
They're owning this right now.
Shout that out. 277518, 277517. I saw that.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
So another key eye time. Again, eyes on Raiko and Lesperi. The scoreline from like both sides is also really close, so it really does seem to be hinging on these. Look at these jumps,
guys. It just gets worse.
It's fully cross map, and it gets harder from here as well. It's constant cross-stream 1-2s, and it's just so unforgiving, bro. You've got Kamenchik admirably, same with Nathan Ram and Arj. They're all hitting that second key eye time. But Lesperi and Raiko, dude, they love this. How are they doing so well, dude? 99.83 act. Granted, it's aim, it's not mod 1, but still admirable accuracy to have only dropped 100. And how hard is this guitar solo? Because I don't remember. Is this guitar solo typical?
It's not horrible. The streams are not as spaced as the No More 2 from last week, but it feels that way because you have to slow your cursor down and control it so much.
Yeah.
After all of this screen-wide jumps, you now have to be really precise with moving the cursor. The 1/3s get
there's
Sperry,
the
but
Sperry.
not Raikoho.
1/3 triple Sperry, classic. Aim player hates 1/3.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
oh, hits it all.
Yeah, they're so easy to use on. It's such a switch up, and it only happens once in the song.
Raikoho, dude, absolute legend. I think people look to Raikoho as one of the strongest players in the game, period, to not really get the limelight he deserves sometimes. And I think this show match is gonna help people really solidify how great Raikoho can be. He's set some of the best scores in the game, period. He was the second ever full combo on Tokido's Yomi Yori, from what I remember. He was the second ever player
Stop talking about him, he's missed now.
Another crazy map, he's missed. I mean, my curse is done, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyway, Nathan Ram, hello, hitting the ending.
Wait,
as well.
the big jumps now. You just spoke about him right before the big jumps. What do you want from this, Shiba?
Nathan Ram, no way!
Oh
my
he
gosh!
gets them anyway!
Jesus, those triangles are ridiculous, dude.
800k from Raikoho, 757. They're the aim team. They're absolutely the aim team. On the other side, 300k from Sigi, 400 from Kamen Sheik. It's Lesperi that is carrying them, and Mustache, who took 6 months off to go play Taiko, coming back for the Osu World Cup, de-rusting, slotting right back into the Polish team. Like,
he has played very well for the Polish team as well, you know.
It's like riding a bike, you know? It's like riding a bike.
Literally.
If you stop for 6 months, you get back on it, and a little de-rust, a little, fell over once. There we go. Now I'm just able to cycle 25 mile an hour on the main road.
Did anyone hear that phone alarm?
Yeah, I heard it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to alert PTSD. It's a reminder to walk my dog, but I've already confirmed with family that that's handled, so it's okay. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. If you want to go walk your dog, I've got this.
No.
Hold down the fort.
I'm doing this.
Actually,
that's fine.
Get your dog on.
Oh my god! If only my dog knew how to yap. He's a quiet boy. He's a quiet boy.
Okay. You're the
he only barks or makes any kind of noise at like 4 a.m. when I'm about to go to bed after my degen schedule, and I have to like go downstairs and tell him to zip it. Like, stop yapping! Stop yapping at 4 a.m. to foxes that don't exist. Because yeah, in my area we have loads of foxes like roam around during the night, and my dog somehow his name is Monty, Black Labrador, cute little guy.
Aww.
Yeah, Monty likes to like look through the door windows because our doors have like glass through them, so he can see through outside, and he sees
someone in chat walk your dog and commentate at the same time. Come on. You've got a phone. You've got a hotspot.
Walking the dog. I can't do that. I'd be in a public area. I can't do that. Oh my gosh, imagine. I'd look like a streamer. I'd look like an IRL streamer.
I'd look like a streamer. What are you trying to say about that, Shiba? You want to offend me? Because you keep talking and you'll continue.
Like an IRL streamer. You know what I mean? Like imagine like some random like, in fairness, there are like regular people that I bump into while walking my dog. Imagine if they just saw me talking the way I do now compared to how I speak when I'm just having a conversation with them.
You could successfully get people excited about Osu in real life. What if, look, me and you, okay, we're going to go storm London. We'll take a fold-up table. We'll put our casting desk in the streets of London somewhere, and we'll just start yapping. And then everyone will gather around us. The crowd will form. We'll get chased off by police for not having a busking license. It'll be great.
Oh, I'd love to break the law with you, Bubble Man. I'd love to break the law with you. That'd be actually kind of chill. Dude, chat would come watch us. You hear that?
Exactly.
They'd come watch us.
Exactly. It would be the best. Look, we had the IRL Japan cast earlier today for Australia. It's the IRL London cast, me and you.
And this time we'll like step it up. We'll literally do it in public.
Yeah.
do grand finals in public at 3 a.m. Try not to get stabbed while casting. Imagine.
That is London, though. To be fair.
That is London.
Not even wrong.
That is London. Oh.
You got a license for this host cast?
You ever got a commentary license on you, have you? Do you have a commentary license? I'll have you beheaded!
No, that's medieval.
That's your average. average British London cop when you don't have a streaming license.
What do we got? Blue Knight. Sorry,
Anyway,
we got a
300
little bit
BPM
sidetracked there. I'm sad they banned this against us. This was like a three-way map for us.
I was thinking like, brother, Germany's tapping roster is good, but not not as good as they used to be. People, from what I saw, looking at predictions and looking at other people's assumptions, a lot of people thought that Germany's speed roster were actually stronger, and I feel like that's just based off of a habit that people think of when they look back at the German teams in like 2021, 2022 and think, yeah, they're still as good.
I reckon they were just scared of Malteser.
That too.
Which on this map, I would be.
I think the German players, though, like, from what I knew, struggled with the ceiling on this 300 BPM. DT2 and DT1 were 100% doable, I'd say, but DT3 seems just a little bit too far, you know? I think back in the day, maybe, but...
Def is in, by the way. Def is in. We got Sigi and Def repping the did not qualify scene. We got Kamen Sheik, Raikoho. We got Nathan Ram, Thomas Sheik, Rafis, and Arnold we see in the lobby. Dropped out relatively early as a player for Peru.
Dude, in fairness, Peru qualifying to the OWC was really unexpected.
And taking what, 3 points off France?
Yeah.
Was it 2 or 3?
I think it was 2. I think it was 2. But that's kind of granted. France have their own things with consistency and stuff, but
okay, Kamen Sheik, 500
France is kind of crazy.
Oh my god, 350.
Is anyone hacking this? No one's hacking this except for Rafis. Oh my god, Rafis. Dude, he's still got it, dude. Rafis is like... It feels like his ceiling just never disappears. Like
you say this with me in the call.
Crazy.
Hold on.
Hey. We saw what
he's only a month older than me.
Hey. I saw what you could... I've seen what you can do. I don't have to doubt you.
You saw what Rafis could do last week. He like FC. He got the highest PP play of the round.
In fact, I did see what Rafis could do on Jashin, to be fair.
This is true also.
It's 300 BPM though, Dan. It's 300 BPM.
Look, come on. Like, we got two 300Ks in the lobby. It's the speed team. The red team of the speed team.
Yeah.
Be afraid.
And this act from Rafis is insane though. Like, look compared to everyone else. Thomas Sheik is the only one who can even get close, and it's not even that big of a margin. It's like a near whole 4%. Rafis is gapping everyone on act.
Well, let me go back on this.
Like, he's not even winning.
Xylus on their team as well. Did Jay oversleep?
Oh wait, yeah. Where's Xylus actually?
Where's Xylus? Is he just completely overslept?
Is 300 too fast for Xylus? Surely not. No.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Where's Jay? Where's Jay? Is it too early for him? What time would it be in Canada? Can someone tell us in chat?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
I know for Dio, it's like when I was with Dio, he's in Canada, and it was like 8 a.m. I think 8 a.m. 9 a.m. So maybe that.
Ralph is A rank. Ralph is 96%.
Oh my god, he did it! Let's go. 2 C ranks. C for cinema. Definitely. Good job, guys.
The stretching there.
But they tied it out. You know what I was thinking, Dan? Even though both of these teams have really good rosters, I was kind of looking at All Stars Blue and thinking, like, they got a lot more really potent all-rounders. So I was thinking this to be a pretty good All Stars Blue map. Don't you?
It looks on paper that way, but you do need the peak for something like this. You look at the finals pool, and it's a lot of peaky maps. By which I mean, if you have a player who can pop off on this style of map, you kind of need to put them in. And they getting near FC or an FC is going to be double, maybe triple the score of anyone else who is an all-rounder who can kind of play the map. Because, like, 300k is your general average score for missing every 200 or 300 combo, maybe getting one big combo in the middle. You know, you can play the map, but you can't FC the map. Whereas a specialist on a pool like this, on No Mod 2, on DT3, someone who can play the top end of the mechanical skill needed to score well on a map like this, you send them in, they get 800k, and that's triple the score of an all-rounder. Easily.
Literally.
Immediately.
Yeah. Anyway,
interesting.
The cat bopping meme. I knew this song from a cat meme on Twitter before the song. I think most people do. You know, the cute little boppy bop cat. You know?
This has been a song in this game for like 12 years? 13 years?
Dan, I'll have you know, for
Osu
Osu,
set rank.
for Osu standards, I might be old, but for your standards, I'm still like an infant baby. Like
Yeah.
I started looking at the game in 2017 and started following the game properly in like 2018.
I know these memes from Nico Video from 2010. Come on,
God.
keep up. This is an interesting pick though. This is definitely an Arnold map. Rafis can do well on this. Kamenshi could do well on this.
Yeah,
And
everyone
where
from
is
All-Stars Red.
Silas?
Everyone from All Stars Red could do well on this. Where is Silas? Where is he?
Where has he gone?
Is he just bench? Is he sleeping? Where did he
I
go?
wouldn't blame him. Anyway, Suntan, Tomashik, Def on the other team, looking good for them. This is AR8, right? This is
yeah.
260 question mark BPM.
It is. Hold on, I'll correct that for you right now.
no,
It's 252. 252.
Yeah. I couldn't do
Mapped by Lucent. AR 9.7.
Shout out to Lucent, by the way. He does so many cool things for this game. Has everyone done their Ostal today on OC Music Quiz?
Yeah, guys.
I haven't, so no
quiz. OC Music Quiz. I was playing that with
everyone. Pushed your Ostal scores.
Chat. If you want,
let me do that right now.
If you want with me and Dan, if you want with Dan was playing. If you want with me, if you want with me before the show match, I was watch partying with Spazza and Dio. I'm sure you know who they both are. I don't need to introduce those two. But between the matches, between the first match between Oz, Russia, and UK, Germany, we were doing GeoGuessr with Dio, and then after this one between UK match and show match, we were playing OS Music Quiz, and Spazza initially went from like 2012 to 2017. I entered everything, and then he went 2015 to 2020 or 2018, something like that. And then, guys, I activated. I knew so many songs.
Oh no!
I was popping off.
I can't post links.
GG.
Oops. Oh dear, my bad.
Anyway, here we are into this next map, DT2. This is picked by All Stars Blue, despite this being a pretty crazy lineup for All Stars Red, to be honest. Rafis, Kamenchik, Arnold, and Sigi, with Suntan, Tomashik, Def, and Raikaho. I mean, I think the only person I wouldn't have expected to play this would probably be Suntan, but that's not saying much because Suntan is too versatile not to be competent on this anyway.
I agree. He's got the tapping, he's got the aim, he's got the old map.
Although he's one of the less expected players to be on here, it doesn't really change the fact that he's probably still going to be okay on this. So yeah, this is some pretty crazy thing control. Site overload. We had the exact same thing in Spazza's
I'm so sorry, Lucent. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, Lucent.
But you make things that are too cool. Like, what do you expect to happen? Okay, that's a full reset, apart from Arnold, who, look, Lucent makes so many old-style maps. He made Kuru Kuru last year for the Hidden Four, and it won Map of the Year. It won Community Choice.
Map of the Year.
He makes so many interesting concept maps, and also revisits these old songs that no one has mapped in 10, 15 years, and just gives them the modern makeover in an old map style. It goes incredibly hard, every single time.
Yeah, it's really hard for mappers to be able to capture that old style while still making it modern enough to the degree where it isn't inaccessible to everyone. That's a magical thing that not many mappers have, and Lucent's one of those guys that can really pull it off.
Old mapping is difficult to make mechanically intensive while still keeping the, the general je ne sais quoi of old mapping. And here we have Rafis with 500 combo, and he hasn't missed. This is the hard part. I said it specifically because it was the hard part. He's comboed through it. No.
Rafis? Hello?
Yes. I mean, sorry.
Yo, Rafis, dude, he's gaining. He actually might be able to see the sending. Is this like a... When did he miss? Was it like midway through or like in the third of the way through?
Is on an exact half score.
This AC is so high.
97% on this. Great.
Rafis is him.
Strikes again. 400k across the board for the speed team. Tomashik trying to match it as well as Def. They cannot quite keep up. But yeah, you know what they say, Unk still got it.
This 97-year-old Polish OWC player still knows how to set his scores the old-fashioned way. Man. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That score from Raffis is actually like
to make an Unk team.
It's a really that is generally like a really high score for the general tournament standard. Okay, before we get into this, let's compare the scores from the matches that we've had so far.
Please don't look at my score.
Scrowell matched Raffis, and Chaconi got an FC between Russia and Australia, with Emrek as well matching the score that Raffis set. Keep that in mind. Emrek matched Raffis, or should we say Raffis matched Emrek, which is crazy when you think about it, considering Emrek is try-harding his butt off because he wants to damn win this World Cup, and Raffis is just chilling and matching his score.
Yeah, that was a really good match then that he got picked in. The only match he got picked in. The one time he got played.
And then on
the one time he got played.
Yeah. So sorry, Dan. I think I can see another one actually. Germany versus United Kingdom.
No, that didn't happen.
That was picked as well.
It didn't.
Wow. So Malteser gets the match Raffis, and then you have Whitecat on FC. I did not expect Whitecat to FC that, by the way. That was crazy. Okinamo and Krilla all getting scores that are similar to that degree. Raffis is matching some of the best 20 players in the game. So good on him, bro. And he's doing this for fun. That's the crazier thing.
Okay, let's
anyway.
No Mod 4. My favorite song in the pool.
Yeah. Anyway, Data Eraser. So, first and foremost, OS Original from Lucimi. Listen, this song makes me headbang like crazy. I love this song. Data Eraser. It is a crazy slide attack map, and for good reason. It was mapped by two. It was a collab between. Hold on, let me just make sure. Handsome, also known as Hehe, and Funny. Hehe Funny, nice combo. I like that.
Funny Hehe.
And yeah, it is a crazy slider tech control map. Again, custom song by Lucimi. It is a banger, one of 3 banger OS originals. No, 4 if you exclude exclusive to this tournament. We have another one from 4K MWC as well in No Mod 3. But this was one of 3 OWC 2024 OS originals, and you can already see it's pretty disgusting.
Let's get this out of the way though. It's generally considered by the players who were still left in the tournament to actually be easier than last round's No Mod 4. And we get it, it's okay, because it's an original and it had to be released this round. It was contractually obligated to be released this round. It's still difficult. And there are still only like 2 FCs? Question mark? No, I don't think there's any FCs.
Brother, look at these patterns, dude. I guess you can kind of just match in difficulty this compared to the last one. I feel like difficulty-wise it matches because this one is just so much more high in the intensity, and some of these sliders just feel impossible to hit.
So this is much easier to aim mechanically, and the general gimmick patterning doesn't keep up in the same way as last round's did. I can't remember what it was called, but we were expecting higher scores on this. This sort of score, 500 combo on 2 teams, and then combos matched on either side. Watch the buzz sliders here, though. They claim 2. Carmen Sheik and Lasperry. That's the first choke point of the map, really. There's going to be a couple that follow up. Scylla, Arch, and Nathan Ram now as well. They all go because of the buzz sliders.
Skilla misses.
Raffis.
Def Raffis?
Oh, Raffis.
No shot. No way. Dude, he can do everything. Look at Def as well, though. Def is also doing really good. Still holding on to his full combo.
Okay, here's the second point. The square. They get through it. Both combos last through it. And now there's a third pattern. It's broken down into 3 note cuts.
Def.
They both hit
Def.
it. It's Raffis has missed before it.
Def.
No showing.
Def. Guys, what did I say, man? This might be one of, if not the best player that didn't qualify in the OS World Cup, and this is why. Look at what this guy is doing, dude. He's missed, but come on. He's gapped the whole lobby, it feels like. This is disgusting.
Oh yeah, that point is on the board because Def made it.
Literally.
Go their way.
Jesus, Def.
That's 600k. 450 followed up by Raffis, 4 misses, 2 misses on Def. And then a general equal performance from everyone else, 300k across the board.
Vietnam represent for Def.
Yeah.
Man. This guy is one of the probably. Unless I'm missing somebody, this guy I think is by far the strongest player in Vietnam, and he's representing his country good. I know Emrek is also Vietnamese, right? So cool to have that little synchronization as well.
Yeah, the
Little-
running
little
joke is that it's an it's an Emrek multi-account. It's not. No, it's not. Just like
Do you think Emmerich would consistently hit what Def just hit? Let's actually look
no,
at the MP
sorry,
and
I'll be
see-
honest. Yes.
Yes, yeah, it is Emmerich. I forgot.
Come on.
He Oh my god, wait, he actually almost did match Def's score.
Come on, Shiva.
So Def got what, 633k? Emmerich got 613 with a 1 miss. So actually, yeah, you know what? Emmerich could do this. Yeah. He is
like
the best
big
player on the
circle?
planet, if not of all time, so yeah.
I like big circles.
I also like big circles. Are you sure you like big circles?
Yes. Yes.
Really? Okay. Here's what I was thinking was that with Frame 1-4, what
Okay.
made you... I would have thought for you guys, for the UK team, we're going back to the UK-Germany match.
Okay, yeah.
I would have thought this map would have probably been a lot more accessible for you guys for a Hard Rock overmod. What made you not do that?
Just general accessibility on the bigger circle. It's fine not overmodding it because, you know, you either get a million points or you get a million points because you drop accuracy.
Okay.
Like, it's chill.
Okay. Yeah, that's valid.
But then we had an injured player and a player with a wonky tablet, so
Yeah,
we just couldn't access it.
Just a tragic tale of
It wasn't
events
accessible
coincided.
for us today. It should have
Yeah.
been 2-1 to us off the first 3 picks, but whatever.
Yeah.
We send those. Happens on the day.
Just to make sure I'm not wrong on this, this
Okay.
is also, yes, this is a custom map by Local Hero as well. Local Hero,
Really enjoyable map.
really
like it a
good
lot.
mapper and makes some really good maps too. I think Local Hero, I think is quite well known for making some crazy map custom bangers. I think his most popular maps were from Corsace. I think it was Corsace Closed. He made a really famous map, but I might be wrong on that. I need someone to correct me. Regardless of what tournament it is, if a Local Hero makes a custom, most of the time he is gonna make a banger. And this one isn't an exception. This one's awesome.
Let's check who's prepped this as well, because look, it's a show match. Everyone's here to have fun, but everyone needs to know about the slow sliders.
Oh yeah.
Have you caught anyone missing on them, Shiva?
Not from what I saw, no. I wasn't
okay.
looking from like an analytical standpoint. I was just yelling and praying for you
Yeah,
guys to
fair,
win.
fair. Watch the middle section. Just before
Okay.
the breakdown. You know it in the Megalovania.
Yeah.
Watch that section around about a third to halfway in, and there are 2 slow sliders that you need to be aware of in
Okay.
both endings of the motif.
Okay. One thing that I have to mention here, guys, is that Dio said this to me and it's resonated with me so much. Garfield, you can see Garfield in the background, right? It's like Sans Garfield. Don't know why he's Sans, but it's Garfield. So, you know how everyone says that Garfield hates Mondays, right?
Yeah.
You know what Dio taught me?
I've seen this. Go on.
Garfield hates Mondays not because people have to go to work or anything, because Garfield is essentially a cat neat. He doesn't actually have to do anything. He just chills. The reason why he hates Mondays is because after being home for the whole weekend, his owner is not around. And that's why. It's because he misses his owner. Not because Mondays suck or because he doesn't get lasagna. It's because he misses his owner. Because he loves his owner. Isn't that wholesome, Chungus, chat? Isn't that just so wholesome, Chungus?
Anyway, Def missing on a 400 combo. It's just Cam and Sheik holding.
Just ignored completely what I was talking about.
400k and pushing hit both jump sections so far. It's all eyes on him right now. Suntan holding down the fort on hidden, and you know the overmod you said about Hard Rock? Yeah, it's on blue team Shiba. They are overmodding it. It's possible.
Tomashik kid.
There's the slow slider.
Oh, I see them. Oh my god. That's really messed up actually. That destroys your pacing. Hey, yo, Raiko Hard Rock? He's hitting some of these jumps, dude. This is crazy from Raiko.
There's the second one. Everyone aware of it this time.
Oh.
Big jump hit and
Raiko!
Raiko combos through it. So does Suntan though on hidden. So the modded players.
Oh, this is so cool to see. Tomashik, unfortunately missed out on the hidden Hard Rock. I believe he actually hit the jumps just after missing. That's still kind of impressive. I mean, Raiko, he's one of the best Hard Rock tournament players on the planet, man. I will not stop glazing Raiko. He's one of my personal favorite players. For a good reason, man. The guy's crazy. Suntan, although like, kind of crazy. Would you say this map is quite dense, considering the size of the circles and the approach rate? Or do you think that's a deceptive feature that isn't really as difficult as it seems?
It feels deceptively dense. It's kind of like the hard rock is AR10 comfort, right? Because it doesn't change the size of the circles very much. If Dio was here, he'd pull up his whole like spreadsheet that he made about differences in circle size and what it actually means for the difference in the size of the circles percentage-wise, based on how much area is shown on the screen and how much it has changed the circle size. But it is basically AR10 comfort. We got Raiko on hard rock, miss on slider.
Oh no!
Santan hits the ending.
Let's go Santan though. Holds that ending. Nicely done. Was that a slider break? I assume it's like a slider break. Was it earlier on? Reverse stroke slider break or something? But
probably. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
More than likely. 800k is really good on this.
Nicely done from Santan. Raiko as well. I mean, dude, this score is really, really good. So, you know, some of these patterns are genuinely no joke. I feel like the small circle size makes some people assume that this map is easy, but it isn't, dude. Compensates for how sharp and difficult some of these jumps are.
Look, you are right though. It is dense. It's AR 9.5, CS 2.6. So that is a lot of circle that's on your screen.
Now, listen. So far, Bubbleman, I have not gotten to see Hidden 3. And totally not because I'm biased, but me and some other casters may or may not be featured in that song. How surreal would it be to see that happen while I'm casting a show match? That would be kind of awesome.
Oh, look at me, I'm Shiba. I have samples in Daryako song.
Look
at me, I'm famous. I'm in music. You're gonna go start your music career. You're gonna like.
Oh, I was listening.
Have you ever done karaoke?
Okay, do you wanna know one thing? My voice is not as good as it used to be, unfortunately. But when I was 12 years old. No one will ever see it, but when I was 12 years old, I actually did a talent show at my school, and I sung a song on my own. I got second to a group of boys who parodied "I Threw It on the Ground."
Oh, right. Well, I suppose it was LOL that era.
Yeah, it wasn't that point.
You can't complain about that. But
I felt like I deserved that one.
Belted King.
Yeah, but when I was 12, I was actually a really good singer, and I sung a lot for my house music competitions.
Look, next Epic Clan, we're all involved in the karaoke straight after the tournament finishes. Okay?
I mean, if my voice isn't dead, I hope so. It depends on what Valorant matches I'll have. Oh, I don't even know if I'm in there, though, to be fair. I don't know if I'm in the Valorant thing for Epic Clan yet, but if I do get in, then I mean, I hope I'm in a good enough hero to be able to do karaoke, because one of my biggest regrets at last Epic was not spending enough time with the Osu guys. As much as I tried to. I just wish I spent more time. But yeah, anyway.
Pivot back.
Side topic, moving on. We are here in No Mod 5, and I think it's very obvious now that Xylus is Honkshu Mimimi right now. He is Amimir.
Good grief. Actually, would he even be in for this? You've got Saiku, Hamanchik, Rafis, and Arnold.
I would
definitely... Would you put Rafis in over?
I mean,
like, sit back, take a think about this one, actually, because
maybe... Oh god, you're right, actually. Jesus, what? Wait, yeah, this tapping from All Stars Res is actually disgusting. I didn't look too deep into it, but now, like, actually, wait, yeah, Xylus actually wouldn't need to play.
They are cooking.
Yeah, this is actually kind of cooked. Anyway, a thing on this map, Bound to Madness, No Mod 5, custom map by Jellium, AR 9.8 CS4. Don't let that deceive you, though. It's 230 BPM of Deathstream hell. And I have to ask you, Dan, because I'm sure you know what's coming. What made you guys ban this No Mod 5 against Germany?
We don't have a fourth.
You don't have a fourth player.
We just don't have a fourth player.
Yeah.
You want Mahmood with an injured tapping hand to belt out 230 BPM streams?
Yeah,
it's not happening.
Definitely not.
No.
So what was the four-man roster going to be then? Assuming
it was going to be Rudge, and Rudge was going to drop a 30k, and the chat was going to spam Rudge, Kek W.
Okay. So would you say Rudge to a degree on the higher stamina would struggle, but on stuff like for example.
Oh, if this didn't have the if the streams weren't as long as they were, he would have been fine.
Okay, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, didn't he like FC image material last week?
And like directly after our match, he FC. What was it before? I can't remember. But he FC time freeze too.
He FC time freeze too.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
That was a
So
thing.
it's purely just because these streams are too long.
Oh,
People
I'm
just
so sorry,
collapse.
Rudge. I'm so sorry. If you're listening to this, if you're watching this, I did not do this. Okay. This was the chat that decided it. They're acting on their own.
Guys, don't be mean to Rudge.
Be nice.
He's a gem. Don't be mean to Rudge. Rudge is a gem. Guys, I demand it. As the caster, I demand you guys to type Rudge Heart right now. Do it immediately.
What are we talking about? Kamen Sheik,
Anyway, yeah.
150k. This
There
is
we go.
a
Oh, look
brutal
at you
map.
guys.
This is-
See, you guys are so good to me. You guys are so kind. I love you guys. I love chat. Even if you bully me sometimes for cursing people, I love you guys.
This is a disgusting map.
This map is really messed up. Yeah, it is disgusting.
This is kind of the score that you were going to see from us, by the way. I am so sorry for pointing this out, Arj, but this was kind of what we were going to do on it, so that's why we
Rudge?
banned it.
Oh, Arj.
Oh, Rudge!
Oh no, it sounded like Rudge for a second. Arj. Oh. Oh man. Hey, Raiko though?
Okay,
Raffis,
Raiko
though?
and
Wait,
Suntan
Raffis, though?
and Tomashi. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait, what is this? What is this from Raffis? Dude! Brother! This isn't an actual match. Poland are not in OWC anymore, Raffis. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, look
It's
at them
fine.
go off. But
You don't
actually,
have
Raffis,
you don't have to play
Tomashi-
scare tactics anymore. This is crazy.
It's disgusting.
Oh, okay,
Tomashi
he's
finally misses. He's out of stamina. Or like, wait, what? Wait, what happened there? His
Raffis,
first-
Raffis underaims like the start of the stream, but then SS is the rest of it. Like, bro.
Yeah,
that's
I was
actually
looking at
unlucky, bro.
Tomashi and his cursor just stopped moving.
Oh my god, this map is disgusting!
Yes, this is no mod 5.
What the hell?
It's
Just
probably
for
like
reference,
900 as well if UFC it.
guys, just for reference, I am a caster, but I haven't looked too in depth into the pool. I've looked at the pool briefly, but I have not looked in depth because my match is tomorrow, so I haven't prepped fully just yet. But dude,
Yeah, you don't need to explain yourself. It's okay. This is your prep.
This is disgusting, man. What the heck? Okay, are we? Okay, I remember we were talking about this yesterday privately, but I remember us talking about how South Korea might actually have a competent team for this.
I could
Are
see
you
it.
sure?
I could see
No.
it. I could see it. I could see
This
it.
because I know people were saying like skin. I know you were saying like it's like Skin Thief. This does not feel like Skin Thief.
No, I said the stamina is like Skin Thief.
Ah, okay.
I said the stamina is like Skin Thief.
The streams are definitely not.
There are more
But-
of them, right?
Yeah.
But no stream in this map is as long as the stream at the end of Skin Thief.
Nice
Two
D rank
A,
Arch.
few A ranks on the board.
Nice D rank Arch. Nice D rank. You know, it's fine. You were my goat. Your keyboard just wasn't working. You didn't have rapid trigger. It's fine. Didn't have rapid trigger. That's why he got D rank, guys. Arch Heart. Yeah,
Fine,
yes.
Key 2 wasn't working.
Dynamo.
This
chat's crazy. Absolute Dynamo. Oh my god.
Talking about Dynamo, I haven't eaten yet.
The Russian player that didn't end up making it to the OWC team. Dynamo. Dash Din, dash Inama.
Who put me in the booth with this guy? Get me out.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes! Hold your color. Let's go.
There we go.
Pendulum in OWC.
So, I think this map is the biggest candidate for future matchups where we're going to be seeing a PP record potentially.
I
think
could see it.
Australia did not play this today against Russia, but I would not be surprised if they picked us into Germany. And this has potential to be probably an OWC PP record map. Hasn't been done just yet, but it doesn't change the fact that this is an absolute classic.
I could
Absolute
see
classic.
this or No Mod 5, in honesty. And No Mod
Yeah.
5 is less of an option just because it is much harder to actually combo that. This is relatively easy, actually.
I mean, a secret
It's
box.
just a D&D map with 2 streams.
Yeah, a secret box, man. He exists. A secret box could probably do some crazy
I
magic
mean,
on that
you
number
could
5.
mention a lot of
Australian
players for No Mod 5.
Yeah,
I could see it.
yeah. Hold your color. This is such a banger. It's such a good
Okay,
song.
AR 9.2. We've got AR 9.2 OD9 map in DT1 now. And this is still pretty comfy by today's standards. I remember years and years ago that
Yeah.
people were getting upset at Grand Finals having 9.2 in it. And now we're in World Cup finals, which is actually a step down from a lot of community tournaments, because if you think about it, the community tournaments just have the 16 best players, kind of like what we've got here, the 16 incredible players in teams, regardless of nationality. And we've got it in finals, like Aeon 9.2, DT, and people are comfortable on it, which is crazy.
Yeah.
2024 is a year, man. 2024 is a year.
I think that's like part of what makes the US World Cup so good, because it has that great balance where, although it's nationally locked, it's country locked, it doesn't actually change the fact that the better country teams are a collection of the best players on the planet.
Yeah.
Which still makes it so cool, and you can still see some of the best gameplay out there. Like, it's not one of those things where like every country has like 2 great players and the rest are kind of bad. Like, the game is that big now, you know what I mean? The game is that big, there are that many good players that the US World Cup, even in like early level teams, they have collections of some of the best players in the tournament scene. It's so cool. And with All-Stars coming in too, it's great to see. And although it sadly, it's never going to match the likes of Corsace, the likes of Perennial in terms of star rating and difficulty. But
you just got history with this team.
The hype and the history and the how do I say it? The hype factor in OWC is absolutely unmatched in any tournament. There is no feasible way you can match what OWC has done.
Who is the lowest rank in the lobby right now? It's Sigi, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Just sit back and think for a second about just how much rank he would gain if he got a good score on this in this lobby.
Dude.
Everyone, it's Hold Your Colour. Cheer for your favorite farmer in the lobby. The big stream hits. That's the first of 2. Everyone combos through it. Arnold dropping directly afterwards.
Who do you think is your biggest candidate to set a super high score now that we've already seen some early misses?
I can see Raikaho.
I see Raikaho and Thomas Sheik to be the most likely players on this.
Pretty low accuracies. We are right in the intro. Accuracies do drop based on 100 count hit, and that big stream, you can see many accuracy drops on that from players who can maybe barely stamina it. 261 BPM, nothing to sniff at. But we get into the D&B rhythms, build your accuracy back up.
Yeah, you've got... This is such a classic style. You're going to be seeing a lot of these bursts constantly be hitting you. There's no significant stamina in terms of the tapping and the speed, but the speed is still there, right? And this one really is consistency based. It's aim based. It's control based. The spacing on some of the bursts are quite high and does require quite a bit of amount of aim, similar to like United, for example. I say this aim style is a lot more comfortable, but the bursts are quite similar and remind me quite a bit of United mapping.
Oh my! Now that you say that, it really does actually. It's similar D&B style to United.
Yeah.
No. Oh right!
Oh no! There's no full combos left! No so much PP record!
You cannot S-rank this. No.
Please don't do this. Guys, I have good news. Okay, off topic to the match. Xylus has awoken. I've just seen him transferred to the tournament server. He will be here soon.
Anyway, what were we doing?
Anyway, we weren't talking about Raikaho S-rank, so don't worry about that. We weren't talking about that. Dude, I actually like... Dude, how do I
because you cast so many matches. You fire enough shots, one of them's going to hit the moon.
Guys, how did I do that? Did you see that? Like, I actually confidently, jokingly cursed, and that actually got him. Isn't that crazy? That's so crazy. That is so crazy. It's a shame that I don't see any, like, significantly high acts. I mean, granted, like, no one's significantly tryharding, but 97, I'd say, for some of these players is a little bit of a low rank. Would you say, Dan?
It depends on how hard you prep this, and it depends on how mind-blocked you are on it after trying to farm it.
True. Some of these players have probably played it quite a lot. Raffers is leading the lobby, though, but it's not really enough.
That was a confident 500k.
The rest of All Stars Blue just kind of excelling. Raiko's early combo was crazy.
From Thomas Sheik.
LOL in smoke!
Knowing, like, the entire lobby probably had every right to FC that and didn't.
Oh boy.
Okay, 500k, 600k from Raikaho, near 500k from Kamen Sheik, and near 500k from Def as well. 95% accuracy.
Yeah, I think
really
most impressive
tell.
scores.
You can tell just how much of an effect losing combo has on a score, because look, Raikaho had double the combo of both Kamen Sheik, Def, and yet only had 200k extra score.
Yeah. I know that V2 already tries to accommodate accuracy more, but do you feel like Score V2 should take a similar approach to the CSR change in Score V1? Maybe configure it slightly differently, but do you think that it would be better for tournaments? Because me personally, I don't think it should.
I also don't think it should, but I think the laser scoring is in a good place now. If anyone watched COE, it's in a great place.
I definitely agree. I think the only thing that I would probably say with laser scoring is that scores generally seem a little too inflated. It seems like people
it's just
get
what
higher
you're used
scores
to.
a little too often. But outside of
it's
that,
just because of what you're used to.
Yeah.
You're used to seeing a 300k average. When you start seeing like a 500, 600k average, it's weird. It's not right, because Score V2 has existed since 2015 World Cup.
Yeah.
It's been almost 10 years of Score V2. So, yeah, you're just not used to it. It's fine.
Yeah. So, any particular maps here outside of the obvious hidden three that you would
the
want to see
last
picked?
map I want to see is I do actually want to see Light Train. Hidden 3. You're getting your wish. You're getting your wish.
Thomas Sheik listened. Ask and you shall receive. Hidden 3. Now, okay, listen. Regardless of how you feel about Dario Core, I think this song... okay, this is what the exception of not me being biased with the casters. I actually really like this song.
You're gonna
really
blend into
like
the music.
sounds. I really like the rhythms. I love the old like 16-bit video game sounds in this song. I think it's awesome. And adding on top of that, the fact that there's so many cool casters and cool moments in the game on top of this, it's like an awesome tribute to Osu and OWC. It is an absolute banger. And guys, you see that name in the top left corner? Xylus is in! Bring Xylus back in!
I need a louder alarm space. Full stop.
He is here.
If only that had happened last week.
Xylus is here, bro.
We're about to fight for our lives.
I actually feel like Xylus would love this type of map. I feel like he's actually one of the candidates to get the best score on this.
Yeah, I can see this.
The other player who would probably set the best score on this is on the complete other side. Skiller
Skiller's in the lobby.
Skiller would do crazy on this as well.
I think, Shiba, can I let you in on my crash out that I had over this map? Because
God,
it is.
I know you guys didn't like it.
Oh man,
it's the map. It's the map.
It's infuriating. I have no other words. It's.
I mean, now that you guys are out of the tournament, we can talk about it. We had a couple players on the team that had really good scores. Like Listia had an FC on this. Oh no! She slider broke on the end.
We can leave that in the past now. We're out of the tournament.
Anyway, so to put it simply, although I couldn't account for it in my public pick'ems and my predictions, UK did not like this map. Contrary to...
I'm not oversleeping 2:22 p.m.
on paper.
That might be the best Twitch chat message I have seen. Full stop.
Wait. I'm not.
You have won the internet today, good sir. Sorry.
A variation has won the ultimate award. Twitch chat off the stream. Anyway, getting into the map. So not only is this a banger song by Pastu, but it is also a map from Wafer, who really made it clear that the test with this one was flow aim / reading. The hidden with some of the patterns on these flow aim sections is just disgusting. It's so
the hidden
hard.
readings is so difficult.
You can see the twists and turns. With no mod, this isn't that bad. But you slap hidden on top, those weird twists and turns and spacing changes make this map so hard.
I did have the insider information, like, it was going to be a no mod map, and then it got moved to free mod,
Oh my God.
and then it got moved to hidden. So it found its place in hidden after getting moved through the pool quite a lot. What makes this difficult is when you play Osu, right? Everything is so well set out. It's so nice. It's so generalizable. It's recognizable. These patterns you see in other maps, they're translatable into the patterns that you see pretty much everywhere. This is chaos, like manifest. This is I don't know.
Yeah.
What's Steph doing?
Yeah, what is Steph doing actually? Arge as well? Xylus miss? Arnold has 300 combo?
What is he doing? Is
All
All
Stars Blue?
teleported out of his screen?
Dude, what are these, dude? The sliders deliberately make the patterns afterwards harder. Dev has given up. He's tired of this map. He's missing everything.
Also, the sliders, the bus sliders in this map, correlate to miss sounds that are in the song.
True.
And are they are made to be impossible to hit. I'm sorry, but why would you put that in a map pool? Why would you put that? Sorry, no. Anyway, Mustache is holding the fort down. Scylla,
Anyway, Skilla.
the Swedish hidden phenom, doing what he does best. 400k on this is disgusting, but look how close it is. It's actually, the 3v2 is mattering.
Oh, what? What was that four-way miss? Is it flipping now? Oh, there's not enough.
It was an 8-way miss because the slider is made to make you miss, Shiva.
You hear that? You hear that, guy? You hear that? W in smoke! I'll never get over that.
This map is made to make you drop combo. And it did. Everyone dropped combo.
2 D ranks, 1 C
Death
rank.
didn't play the last half of the map and still outscored Suntan. Hold on. What?
Toxic!
How did this guy do that?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man, yeah, I mean, I think it's not been mentioned too much, but this is probably one of the hardest maps in the pool. Just straight up, it's absurd.
It is very hard to FC.
Would have
with
worked.
how much an FC matters to your score in tournament, it is diabolical that this found its way into a map pool.
Yeah, I mean, Grand Finals would have been good with this one. Grand Finals would have been fine for this in terms of difficulty.
Oh, people would have complained. It's an RNG pick in Grand Finals.
Oh, you think so?
Many people being mad about it.
I see, I see.
At least
Yeah,
it happened now.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what it is, just real quick. I'm so honored to have had my casting and other people's casting be a part of an OS original. I never thought that would happen.
It's pretty cool.
I heard the song like from like a genuine heart moment. Like, I cannot believe I managed to do so well last year, good enough to have my calls be in a song. I don't believe that. Like, how surreal and awesome is that? I don't know. It felt crazy.
It's a
like,
really nice celebration.
Yeah.
The entire way through, honestly, I've just been calling this tournament a celebration because it is. It's a yearly celebration of all of the communities coming together, playing their heart out, practicing their heart out, putting everything that they have on the table on display, and showing it to the world and saying, yeah, this is Osu. This is what we have as a community that we share. We love this game. We're passionate about this game. And look, these guys didn't quite get to do it as much as they may have wanted to. They're back in All-Stars. It really is All-Stars.
They're here because they freaking love the game. That's one thing too, right? They're here because they still enjoy playing regardless. And that's a cool thing. Yeah. TLDR, like, everyone's here because we heckin' love Osu, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go get your Feel Strong man in chat.
And look, Carlos Flow in for All-Stars Blue.
Oh, Carlos Flow, yes!
Didn't quite make it into the tournament, but really played his heart out for his team.
Yeah.
Deserves to be on this All-Stars roster, as does everyone else. Look, we've got Sigi, Def, Carlos Flo, who didn't make it into the tournament. The only person here who made it past top 12 is Xylus, and that was still only top 8.
Yeah. Yeah, Carlos Flo, I think, like, without a doubt, the best player in Colombia. It was another scenario similar to Def's, where these two players were just so far ahead of the development in their own countries. And these players alone are proof that their countries can still make it really far.
What do you reckon, Shiva, right? To an All-Stars team being entered in the OSU World Cup, a countryless team.
What would be the ultimate All-Stars roster?
No, I mean, what do you think about a countryless team being entered in OWC? Like, the top 31 qualify instead of the top 32, and then 32nd team is made up of all of the players who didn't qualify from, like, the top 8 performers in qualifiers.
That would actually be a really interesting thing to think about, because I assume you mean, like, the best players out of the collective players there.
Yeah.
That would be a really strong team. A really strong team. Easily top 6, I think.
That'd be really interesting.
Yeah, because immediately you think, right? You think Def, Carlos Flo, Sigi immediately are 3 players that are like, holy crap, that's a crazy trio. But you've got more. You've got Arj.
Yeah, Arj isn't in the lobby.
Yeah, you've got Arj. You've got a few more as well that we haven't thought of just yet. I know maybe 1 or 2 players from Uruguay. One of the players from Argentina could be really good on this one. Like, yeah, a countryless team formed from the best players of the teams that didn't qualify would have actually been crazy. I don't think for competitive integrity reasons it would be allowed, but in terms of like how interesting and how cool it would be, in terms of how interesting it would be, God, it would be so cool.
It's a nice little thought experiment.
I actually, maybe we should actually talk about that, what kind of roster we could actually have after the show match and
that could be a nice conversation. It's a cool thought experiment, isn't it? It's a cool little Also, Xylus still no help, by the way.
Yeah. Poor Xylus, he just woke up. And he's now forced to play the finals map for.
Xylus really does not have any help on his team. Come on, guys, step it up. You're leaving this guy behind.
Real quick, some information about this map. This is an OS original, but not from the OS World Cup 2024. This is from the 4-key Mania World Cup 2024. And you can tell from how swingy it is. Mania love their swing. And this one is very much like that. Dear Night, My Beloved, Kambocha with Aitsuki Nakaru, which is an awesome duo. I mean, that is a crazy music duo. I would have loved to have these guys in this tournament as their own original, because they would make some fire music together. But yeah, mapped by Flake to work in this OS World Cup as a custom map, and he killed it again. This is a crazy difficult but crazy fun swing map from what I know. I've heard a lot of positive praise from the players from what I remember.
Eva, we're going into the ending with a 3-way FC. Carlos Flo's now dropped. It's Rafis and Kamenshik for All Stars Red, carrying it home.
Kamenshik? Ah, I speak his name and he misses. Rafis? Is this a reverse stroke? It is. Oh my god. Oh my god, Rafis.
Is it?
Rafis!
No, it's not a reverse choke.
Rafis!
I hate to burst that bubble, but it's an actual... But it's a close on reverse choke. But 93% means he gets 770k. Still a good score.
Oh my word. Let's go, Rafis.
We got 632 from Kamenshik, 595 from Carlos Flo. His first
Nice
map
score.
of the match popping off. Sigi putting up as well a huge combo. Better act to 94%.
Putting their countries on the map, man.
Scylla with 95%.
One miss
He is
as well,
back in the
by
lobby.
the way. One miss, one slider break, probably? That's not bad.
Oh, okay. Look, it's a best of 3 now, Shiva. Both teams have 1 pick left. We've got Hard Rock 2 on the board. What I really want to see after this, Hidden 2.
Wait, is it? Wait, hold on.
What I really want to see after this is Hidden 2.
I see a lot more maps available than I think would be available if this was best of 3.
There was no bans.
Ah, right.
There was no bans.
Yeah, that would make sense because it is a show match.
That's just more fun that way.
I mean, surely the last pick has to be Lang Train. There's no way we don't see Lang Train.
Okay.
Surely. We'll have to see, regardless. This position, Hard Rock 2. Again, I need to just quickly verify if it's a custom or not.
Hard Rock 2, I think, is a custom from Mordred.
Yes.
This is a disgusting map.
Dude, it is. It's gross. It's gross. Tell us about it, Dan. You played this.
Okay, so it's 7. Right, you see star rating 6.95. You see CS5, and what that should start ringing in your head is alarm bells, because a 7-star map on CS5 with Hard Rock added. It's 8.2 stars, I think. And the mechanical difficulty, the flow aim difficulty, the snap change of direction, you have to be so precise. And I like to say Small Circles is a reading skill set as much as it is a precision skill set. Because you have to read so much detail into these patterns to get correct angles, correct flow aim speeds, to get correct aim across your screen. Like, you have to utilize the mechanics in such a precise way, but to have that precision, you need to be able to read it incredibly well.
Yeah.
And I've got 3 minutes of this to deal with.
3 minutes, man. I think on top of that as well, like, this map jump scares you with some of the space flow patterns. Like, sometimes it's pretty tame for the player's standards, and then just suddenly out of nowhere, it hits you with a really harsh space pattern. It's just gross, man. It's a difficult map. Mordred Slade, in case you guys forgot, he was the man alongside somebody. Wait, I'm gonna verify this before I make a fool of myself and say something incorrect. But give me 2 seconds. Map pools, please.
Anyway, while this guy's being a nerd, Lasperi, Saiku, Mustache, and Rafis in for All Stars Red. Def, Arj, Carlos Flow, and Scylla in for Blue. So this is the non-qualifier team, the non-qualifier roster. I hate to bring that up so much, but it's true. Like, these guys get their chance to shine. So watch closely, see what these guys can do. Follow them in some community tournaments where you can.
Yeah, so this was a collaboration primarily led by Mordred, but also co-mapped by Lucen and Handsome.
Oh wow!
So Lucen was the leading man who made Vanitas from last year. That's what I was talking about. Sorry, those 3 people were the ones who made Vanitas with Mordred to lead the charge. This guy knows how to make some of the best kinds of maps that not only hit you difficulty with the flow aim, but also just with aim generally. And although this is a very different kind of map to Vanitas, it's still, you know, credit where credit is due. Mordred really knows how to make crazy good maps, and this one is no exception. Doesn't change the fact that it's brutal though. Just like that there. You see that space stream there? That's disgusting, man.
Wiggles up and down. It's the only one in the map that actually does that sort of thing. Puts a lot of emphasis on that rhythmic part in the music. And there's a huge lead out for All Stars Red right now. Rafis leading the charge, 240k, followed up closely by Mustache with 200. You think of this as 3 minutes long, but it's actually quite short. There's a longish break here. There's a nice little slow section as well to get your eye back in afterwards.
I don't know about you, but I would never want a break on precision, like, as a player.
Yeah?
I'm bad, granted, but, like, dude, on a precision map, breaks are, it's so scary. So scary. But hey, seems easy for everyone. No misses.
Yeah, you get your eye back in. It's very well done.
Nicely paced.
There's no mechanical difficulty here. Gets you ready for the step up in difficulty that comes later.
Yeah, it is quite brutal. Oh my god, dude, that's true. I forgot about that one. Oh my god,
Watch this triangle. Everyone hits it.
Oh, yo, Mustache, Psycho. Okay, Mustache, Death. I wasn't even looking at Death's combo. He's helped the whole thing.
Okay, pop off, Death. Okay, maybe not.
He missed. My bad for cussing him that. But
it is the hardest part of the map. The rhythm switch up that happens here is like nothing else in the map.
He hit the hardest part of the map. I mean, man, Death, dude, cut it out. Jesus, man.
Oh, and no combos held into the ending, which means the score lead is going to be stagnant moving through this unless there's a huge chain miss coming from anyone.
Mustache has leading combo
the red
too.
team.
Mustache with leading combo as well. I mean, as far as I know, neither of these teams have significantly held back on their picks. This is actually like a really close match. You know, granted, they're not trying too hard. It's not too deep. But as far as I know, no one's
look,
into their picks intentionally.
Barring any disconnects from red team in the next map, they're on match point. They are poised to take this match 7-5. They have a chance to break point, but they gotta take it.
I'm sure Leo FLT will watch this match and think, I want this to be a fair match where every team deserves each map that they win. I know that for a fact. I trust Leo FLT. I know Leo FLT will be fine. Now, I'm sure everyone is typing what I think is they're typing. We want to see Lag Train, but they've not picked Lag Train. It's free mod 2.
It's free mod 2. Okay, KTG Star.
Custom by KTG Star. Chat is livid.
I am glad that we get to see this, though. This is a good pick.
I agree.
Very interesting map. 7.5 stars, and yet again, it's CS5, and someone has to take Hard Rock on it. And it's AR9, someone has to take Hidden on it. Might not be the CS5 AR8 that you're thinking of, but it is very anti-mod, combined with the patterns, the rhythms that you're hearing right now. Those are 1/7 snap. Just want to let you know. There are 4 of them in the map. And they have a circle underneath the last circle of the 1/7 pattern. So if you over-tap it, you lose your combo. It's gone. What do you think about this one, Shiva? You've not seen the pool, right?
A member of my family walked into the room, so I didn't actually hear mostly what you were saying. I haven't fully prepped this map, but I know that it's a little, how do I say it? Like, it's very much control. It's rhythmic control, with kind of a signature aim style that's reminiscent to KTG Star. But considering that it's CS5 AR9, it's a little different to what you'd usually expect. It's you still see remnants of KTG's classic style in this, but it's a very unique map. You still have a lot of those doubles. You still have a lot of polyrhythmic sections, from what I remember. But I don't know too much outside of that.
So this switches between 1/8, 1/6, and 1/4 snap quite often. It says 133 BPM, and yeah, it's 133 BPM with the KCG stir, triangles, doubles, snap doubles. But it is very intuitive. You can read it quite easily. Watch out, though. I mentioned again, but I mentioned earlier, but I'll mention again for you. There are 1/7 patterns in this. There's 1/7 snap. There's 8 notes of them, and then 1 underneath the end of the final circle, which if you over-tap it, if you play it like it's 1/8, you will miss.
Oh, what? That's gross.
Yep.
Oh my god. Jeez.
Because if you over-tap that 1/7, you tap too early on the next circle and you missed it. It's kind of like getting rapid triggered on a stacked note.
All right, so this map is sneaky. It's sneaky.
It happens twice. I feel like the other 2 1/7s are you heard them right there.
Yeah.
Here we go. What do we got?
Here
Silas,
we go.
Hamon Arnold, Lesperi against Suntan, Tomas Sheik, Nathan Ram, and Scylla.
So, guys, there's a rule in the US World Cup with free mods where you are only allowed to run hidden hard rock or hidden hard rock. But we are Showmatch, and guys, we like fun. We do like fun, and that's why we have allowed Lesperi to run easy. The only time you will see easy in this match, on this map. So savor it, enjoy. Lesperi's kind of a freak on easy, so have fun. Might be a little harder on easy though. This is kind of insane.
It's incredibly hard on easy. You gotta read the beat snap. You gotta read the snap aim. You gotta read the different snap devices. There's the 7th. Xylus misses both of them, but comboed by both members of his team apart from Lesperi. Yeah, this is
Oh, just poor Lesperi. Lesperi.
When people call it easy mod, right? You're only meant to put it on 3-star maps because it does make them easy. It obviously makes the circles bigger. You have more time to react to the notes. So when you're a beginning player, you think, this makes things easy.
This is how All Stars Blue get TV. Put Lesperi on easy. They hyped him up just for this.
Kamashik is comboing through this. There's 470 combo for him.
Hidden hard rock on Xylus as well.
Oh, but misses the 1/3.
Oh, no.
It's just Nathan Ram now in the lobby with a combo. 95% as well on this is pretty good.
Is that a full combo for Nathan Ram? Or is it reverse choke?
Right now, it is, I think, a full combo.
Damn, bro. Nathan Ram. 95.84 accuracy as well. The only time this map has been played so far is between Australia and Russia, where Australia, notably Emrek, actually set 921,000 score with 908 combo and 97 ac with no mod. Kind of insane.
It's very just right.
I
couldn't get that.
Can somebody who's good at reading smoke translate that, please?
Is Nathan FCing this? He FC'd it.
Wait, no.
96%.
No. Oh my god.
871 combo.
Nathan Ram!
That's a near FC. I think it was a miss really early on as he was settling into the map.
It was. Oh my god, that's a crazy
score.
reverse choke.
Look, even if Lesbury hadn't gone easy, it would have been a Herculean effort to actually pull that back for his team. That's a C rank for Xylus, 2 B ranks for Kalmanchik and Arnold, and that near FC A rank from Nathan Ram, 832k.
Guys,
that was a huge score.
We did
and
not
it is tiebreaker.
We did not have to drag people out of the lobby this time for the show match, guys. We didn't have to drag anyone out. We actually have a show match.
Last show match.
Oh, yeah.
Out of the lobby.
Yeah, last show match was like completely legit, actually. Like, everyone just disconnected.
Yeah.
No disconnects to get tiebreaker. You know, it was just legit. That was it. Anyway, Kaiju. Showcasing this absolutely berserk tiebreaker. It's called Kaiju because it's a goddamn monster. Yeah. And that's not an understatement. This map is messed up on so many levels and difficulty. But it doesn't change the fact that NMY and Cry EXE absolutely cooked with this song, and ROC also cooked with the map. This is an OS original, and it's amazing. It's such a good song.
Shiba.
Yes.
4 minutes in, the map stops for a second, steps up 20 BPM. And do you know what I discovered about the ending?
What did you discover?
The top right of your screen does not have a single circle in it.
Oh.
So,
interesting.
This has been rigged for the left-handed players. I don't make the rule.
Competitive integrity breached. OWC unbadged.
I don't make the rules. It doesn't have a single circle in the top right of the screen. If you go in, if you highlight the slow slider onwards to the end, there is not a single circle in the exact top right, nor is there any anywhere near it. Go look it up for yourself, guys. Go look it up for yourself.
OWC is unbadged. It's over. All this for nothing.
Do you know what? It didn't even matter because White Cat and Emrek are both left-handed. So both teams have one left-handed player on their roster.
I just noticed Cry is actually in the chat. One of the people who made this song. Hello, Cry. Great job for making the song alongside NMY. You cooked, really. King Chef. Good shit, man.
It goes hard. It really does. I enjoyed playing it when I was practicing it. It's a shame I didn't get to play it in the match.
Yeah, it's really, really good. Everyone gets some hearts for Cry. At Cry.heart. Spam ping him with your love. If NMY was in here too, we'd definitely do the same.
Okay, I think everyone has gotten into the lobby. We can see the top 4 players of each team, but I think they've just flooded the lobby with everyone just to let them play. So we'll just take it as whoever wins the lobby wins the match, right?
Yeah.
Good luck, teams. Have fun. Xylus, EP Bo BP Boy in with Cam and Sheik, Arnold and Rafis. And then on the other side, Suntan, Raikoho, Nathan Ram, and Scylla. And Suntan taken Hidden Hard Rock on this. It is a choice. Is a choice to be sure.
Do you yeah. A bloody terrible one. Brother, do you know how hard this map is? Have you played the map, Suntan? Have you seen this?
Does he need to? Watch him rip an FC now, off cooldown.
Like, Suntan is him, but like, I wouldn't even dare Emrek to play this with him. I wouldn't even dare Malice to play this with Hidden Hard Rock. I mean, hey, maybe just for fun.
You know, Shiva, I wouldn't even dare Auto to play this with Hidden Hard Rock.
This might be the Korean tank method from last year. He's gonna int, and the rest of his team just get an FC. But yeah, if I was to have a favorite for this to set the best score, it would definitely be probably Raikaho, Nathan Ram, and probably Rafis.
We'll see. We'll see. It's a long map, Eba.
Because there's a lot to go down here.
You can't make any predictions about this one. It's so volatile.
Yeah.
The spacing on these streams, they wind around in ways that you're not ready for if you haven't played the map already. Scylla with the hidden choice mod as well is interesting going into Tiebreaker. That's a much kinder choice mod, I think is the way to describe it. The hidden hard rock. Hidden only.
You know,
it's on these streams though.
It's a signature thing for Scylla. Into the big raw slider.
Anyway.
Nobody misses the raw slider. But yeah, this is a pretty signature thing for a player like Scylla. You see a lot of really strong hidden players who prefer it go into this. You would, for example, you know, Okinamo, Malashevsky, Zudineta. They all like running his
There's the big point. It flames Kamenchik and Nathan Ram. Scylla following up straight afterwards. Dude, and here's the winding streams. Look at this.
What? These streams are disgusting.
They change pace at... They follow the song, but they change pace at seemingly random times if you're not listening closely.
I mean, brother,
almost through them by Nathan Ram.
If this is finals, what on earth is grand finals gonna be?
Oh, be ready, Sheba. Be ready.
It's absurd, dude. But dude, listen, we're getting into my favorite part of the song. My personal favorite bit of the song is right here, with the drop into the little rabbit as well. This part is awesome. And you can see it works with the map also really well. The sliders really hit the jumps. If you hit this whole bit, you have aura. And Nathan Ram and Rafis are hitting it for the most part. Kamenchik as well. Any of them going to be missing on these sliders? Because these are really crazy. Okay, there's Nathan Ram. Jeez, come on, man. Rafis hits everything. Kamenchik hits everything. And then they both double miss. I can't speak anymore. I have some dark magic. It's over. I made the whole All-Stars Red Team collapse.
300 combo on him. It's a slowdown section here for a minute or so. And build a little bit of free combos. 57k in the lead. So the hidden hard rock on Suntan not making much of an impact, in all honesty. A little bit of a drum and bass. Arm and break section to try and test your aim. Right? Oh, it does miss. It's a cut stream in the top left.
Bro, these
you know what I mean?
sections are so
it's the top left and not the top right. Okay, there's the last circle. The last ever circle to appear in the top right of your screen. I lied.
Oh, you lied more. You lied a bit more there. There's another one there. There's more there as well. Dan, are you sure this is exclusively for left-handers?
Nah, watch from
Stop trying.
Here onwards.
Oh, Nathan Ram, you almost missed on the slow slide. Did you see that? Oh my god. Okay, so Kamenchik and Xylus with the next leading combos here.
I did also the exact top right too.
Oh my gosh!
For what it's worth.
Missed. Here we go into the epic ending, the final main bit. Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, here's the step up, the BPM change. The hardest patterns start to hit, and again, when I went back and looked at this, this is a full 0.4 star rating. This is what makes the star rating of this section. 220 BPM, ending flourish, big streams hit, big jumps hit. Lord. Nathan Ram clearing them all, 260k and climbing.
What the heck? Nathan Ram, hello? Dude, he's comboing this section. What is this? Nathan Ram, this hack is high. Okay, he missed, but dude, this hack is crazy. He hasn't even missed. It was a slider break. He hasn't even missed. He hasn't even missed that. They're all slider breaks. Hello? This is insane.
Pop off King. He's going to get 300k, which is huge for a tiebreaker like this.
Yeah, it is. I think this map reminds me, it's a more mechanically intensive version of like King Atlantis in terms of like comparisons. It reminds me a lot of King Atlantis in terms of its like flow and the way the sliders are done.
Okay, the stamina component of the ending here is really peaking. Finally, Nathan Ram caught out by it. He has done far more than enough for his team, though.
Oh yeah. Ending speed.
Oh,
bit
watch
here
this.
just towards the
Shiba,
very
you'll
end.
love this.
Here we go. Oh! Oh man. Bus sliders? Anyone gonna miss on bus sliders? Slide stream? Oh my god, everyone misses.
Who thought that pattern was a good idea? But actually, like, who put that at the end of the map? You want to decide a map in the ending of the pattern? Like, you get 60 notes, you miss all of them, you mistab them? Like, the tiebreaker is going to go to one way or the other based on who misses that and Chain misses it. Like, you cannot at all justify that in my eyes. Like, it does not make sense.
He's crashing out! He's crashing out.
Anyway, Nathan Ram hit it.
Oh man, this score from Nathan Ram is genuinely insane though. That is a really good score.
That's huge. 328 on a tiebreaker like this. 8.2 stars.
He gaps the next highest score in Skiller by, oh my god, like 60k?
Was that
600k
ranks and a C rank beating 4 B ranks? I think it was, right?
Yeah.
What a
I'm
show,
pretty
though.
sure.
What a show. I want to see the match
Yeah.
call. Where's the MP link?
I mean, it's that's
What
GG.
are our match costs looking like? That's a 2.3 match cost for Nathan Ram. And 2.1 for Rafis. If anyone's not aware, by the way, match cost directly translates into like rating points based on how well you did in the lobby.
So when we talk match cost, we're talking about exactly like it's like a pointing system for how well individual players did. It's like a way of
2.3 for
comparing.
Nathan Ram, 2.1 for Rafis. Incredibly strong performances in this show match. 5 tops for Rafis, 3 for Nathan Ram, 3 top scores.
I think that crazy.
What a show, Shiba.
I think that crazy tiebreaker alone was enough to bump Nathan Ram that high.
Yeah,
Like,
I'd
bro,
agree.
mind
That was
the-
a heck of
mind
a
the
performance
gap.
from tiebreaker.
Like actually mind the gap. Oh my gosh.
Are we doing DT4 for fun?
Oh, wait.
Is that what I'm hearing? Are we playing DT4 anyway? Can production confirm? Production? DT4? Oh, they're doing that.
Is this
Guys,
happening?
you ask, you receive.
Guys, it's not done yet. Don't leave. Lag train, it's coming.
You ask and you receive.
Yeah.
But don't assume this is going to work for either the South Korea USA match or the Australia Germany match. You ask and you receive within limits.
Yeah, within limits. Yeah, it's a show match. You know, we can show stuff. Look, we're back. It's not over.
You want a show? We'll put on a show.
All Stars Blue may have won the match, but the real showcase map is gonna be Lag Train.
Oh, look, All Stars Blue may have won the match, but there is still like an unfilled square that is on the overlay right now.
Yep.
I think we need to put another light up on the board.
8-8 draw cinema, literally. Oh my gosh. Alrighty.
What would a show be if it didn't end in a an establishment rigged draw with promises of a round 2? You have to pay another $200 for on pay-per-view, and it still turns into a draw again.
I wonder if there is a way. I do not know how much I can ask of our streamer Trusk, but isn't there a way you could get the scoreboard in full screen combining with all of the clients?
What?
Isn't that a possibility? Like to have the full storyboard on its own in one whole screen to fill all of the clients instead of it being like each client has the storyboard each?
No, that's not possible.
Is that not a possibility?
No. I get what you mean, but it's not possible.
Yeah. I see. Damn. Hopeful. But it's fine. I'm sure we're gonna have the storyboard at least on one player.
Yeah, someone gets the storyboard. You can see how well the map syncs up to it. But
Yeah.
we get DT Lag Train.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most iconic maps in this pool. If not the most iconic map in this pool. Oh, let's see. Let me just double check. Any more maps that could be more iconic? Hold Your Color, Blue Knight.
Yeah, maybe Hold Your Color, maybe Blue Knight, but I don't think like recency bias tells me Lag Train.
Yeah. I think I agree. I mean, nothing tops Hidden. Nothing tops the originals that we have, but this is still.
Here we go.
Still crazy.
Colors flows in Suntan, Scylla, and Tomas Sheik up against Silas, Lesperi, Rafis, and Sigi on AR-10, CS5, 7.8 stars, 220 BPM. It's Lag Train, baby.
Guys, all of the fake fans have left.
Watch this.
We went from 3.6 to 3.1. You guys were here to see Lag Train. You are the real ones, guys. You are the real ones. Remember that.
Stop trying to social climb Twitch chat, Shiva. Come on.
I've already done my job. I've made them do anything with this so much. I've already social climbed. I'm already at the top of the ladder. Chat is ours.
Raph has crashed?
Oh no! No, I bought it. I'm getting back in. No.
He hates the Zoomer iconic maps.
Oh,
go take him back to Scarlet Rose.
Scarlet Rose, man.
Where's Rainbow Dash when you need it?
Oh my god, imagine.
Isn't Rainbow Dash DT on the like V2 endgame score?
Wait, how hard is Rainbow Dash? Could that be a grand finals map?
No, I don't think so.
Wait, hold on, let me look at the star rating.
It would be the easiest map in the pool if it went into grand finals. Anywhere. Even on hidden.
Oh yeah, it's 7.1. It's too low SR.
That'd be like saying, wow, Airman is a great No Mod 1 in semi-finals.
No, Airman is so much easier.
Clueless.
You can't compare Airman to Rainbow Dash, dude.
But it literally the same map.
Same mappers, but Rainbow Dash is way harder. Way harder.
Yeah.
Airman is stupid easy.
Okay, something is cursed. Something. Look, you guys ask and you receive, but you might have to wait a moment for it. This is a test of your patience, okay? Can you sit still for long enough?
Guys, remember, the real ones stay. The real ones stay. You wanna type I was here, right? You wanna type that, right? And you best stay put.
Raikoho switching team?
Oh, he's betrayed! The double cross! Oh. Maybe it's oh, I think they're downloading with video. Oh, I was thinking a storyboard. Oh, that's cool. Even our players are going to be playing
I do not know what was going on with Rafis. Okay, Raikoho is back. It was the double cross. He went over for information. Have you ever played this map with without the circles, Shiba? It's a really interesting experience with the storyboard on and no circles, just the approach circles.
I haven't. I mean, I've looked at the storyboard on its own. Like, I played it through like autoplay, and I've also played. So I played Apollo's difficulty of the song.
Okay.
With DT, with the storyboard on for fun. So I've seen the storyboard, and I've played with storyboard on, just not this difficulty because it's way too hard for me.
Okay, you should.
Reminder,
you should
I'm
give this a
60K.
go. If you give this a go.
Oh my god, has Dio added Dinamo emote? Wait. Oh my god, it works! No way!
This happened like 10 minutes ago. How behind are you?
Dinamo! Oh my god.
No, there's no Dinamo in the lobby here.
Oh, here we go. Are we gonna see storyboard?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Please? Please?
His Raffis crashed again. Oh no, he's in.
Oh no, no storyboard. Ah, it's fine. Everyone has a storyboard.
You can imagine it. Okay.
Yeah. You can just
look at the circles and imagine they're anime girls.
Yeah.
This was, I feel, a lot of people's introduction to Inabakamori.
Oh yeah, this and Lost Umbrella were the ones that introduced me to Inabakamori. I've discovered more songs from them now that I'm a much bigger fan of. Doesn't change that these songs are bangers, but
yeah,
there are other songs that I like more thanks to these ones.
Tomoshi giving Red Team a head start or what?
Yeah, probably. Double crossing was
BM. You already won.
I mean, the rest of the All Stars Blue are looking pretty good.
Now it's going to be real interesting to see how people play on this because this has been left well alone in the map pool because people think it's easy. People think this is an 8-way map.
I mean, a lot of people are missing right now. In fact,
yeah, everyone's
missed.
So RNG.
And on top of that, the AK is a little bit of a struggle for the teams here too. Got to keep in mind, guys, like we pulled in some of the best players who have been knocked out the Oswald Cup, the best players collectively, right? So These guys are good. These guys are no joke, and I think this map is making a little bit of a tell. This might be a bit more of a challenge than we thought. Are you sure people have banned this because it's too easy, or maybe vice versa?
No, people have been avoiding it because it's such a toss-up map.
Yeah, I agree. That's the big thing about it, because some of these jumps can be hit by most players, but
see, yeah, it's the
question
jumps
is
that
on
can be
whether
hit.
they will.
The slider heads more than that, and those triples in the bottom left of your screen that happen every repeat. And the up-down pattern, everyone hitting it with combo. Raikoho holding off Rafis and Sigi as much as he can. But watch
Pop
this
off,
square.
King.
Watch the square, Shiba.
Pop off, King. Hit the square. Is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? Oh, it's back. Oh my god, that's so brutal. Raikoho! He got it! Same with
But so
Sigi.
did Rafis and Sigi.
And Sigi. Oh my, and Rafis and Sigi.
Oh no,
my God.
Rafis is down.
Oh, ending?
Ah, but
Raikoho's
Raikoho.
down. It's just Sigi. It's flipped. Go Sigi. Hit the ending. Oh my god, this is so much harder. What is this? Sigi.
Clearing
I
everyone in
missed the end.
style.
Yo, cleared the lobby. Does he outscore Raikoho as well? He does. Damn, Sigi. Nice score.
97% accurate, or 95% accuracy. Raikoho nearing 96. It was a spin to win at the end between the two, but when all is said and done, the scoreline, Shiba, is 7-7.
7-7. We
7-7.
We're gonna run Kaiju once again, guys. We're gonna run Kaiju again. Oh, Leo just typed something in Osentanel that I will not read out, and I don't forgive him.
Were you listening to anything I just said, Shiba?
It's 7-7.
Brother, I just said this a minute ago.
Yeah, I know, but like I didn't.
I said it was 7-2. Open your ears, man.
I didn't think you meant it that way. I thought you were also naive to it.
You think anything I do is not on purpose?
Dan, I'm a zoomer. I didn't think you had the culture to understand it.
You ignore my master plan that has been unfolding over the weeks, and you think anything I do is not on purpose?
Oh man.
Good game, guys. What a great match. I enjoyed that so much. Thank you so much for the fun, Shiba.
Yes, it's been a lot of fun. I'm glad we got to do a fun epic show match. Hey, does this mean technically? Oh wait, actually no, it wouldn't make sense.
What were you about to say?
I was gonna follow what Mango said in internal chat.
What, that we lost Germany on purpose?
Yes, you get to
well, like I had any control over that. Come on.
Oh man. Regardless.
Good games, guys. We got Korea, USA 9 hours from now, 3 o'clock UTC.
Guys.
And then tomorrow, 12:30, Australia versus Germany.
If you're Giga Chad like me, guys, if you're going to be Giga Chad like me, you're going to be staying up till 3/4 a.m. to watch the SK USA match, and then wake up for 12:30 UTC for Aus Germany.
You know what? I wasn't going to be doing that if we were still in, but we're not in anymore.
Hey,
so
you're not in, so screw it. It's time
I'll see you in 9 hours.
It's time to destroy our sleep schedule and enjoy this next map coming up. This time, guys, the stakes are real. South Korea and USA coming up next at 3 UTC. This obviously is another candidate to be match of the tournament. Whoever takes this is guaranteed the top seed in the grand finals throne. And I'm sure you guys wouldn't want to miss it regardless. So go look forward to that one. Get your snacks, get your drinks ready. But until then, I've been Sad Shiva, joined by our glorious leader, Blem, also known as Bubble Man.
Thank you very much.
It's been an absolute blast. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for having so much fun with us. And we'll see you guys soon for South Korea versus USA.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome into the Oswald Cup Finals weekend. We're going to be kicking it off with a lower bracket matchup between none other than your number 2 seed Australia up against number 4 in Russia. I am Mavs, joining you here as an Australian caster live from Japan, and currently sitting right next to me in the exact same room is going to be Vordy here for the IRL cast. How you doing, man? Welcome in.
Good, thank you, Mavs. Yeah, this is a very unusual circumstance, but I mean, OWC comes around once a year. It just hurts. It just hurts to miss these awesome matches while we're on vacation. So obviously we wanted to cast one of these at least while we're in Japan. But yeah, banger matchup here, Australia versus Russia. Two super good teams. Both teams having some pretty big overlaps in their skill sets. Obviously, both teams liking to pick into double time. I think the hard rock pool is going to be great for both of these teams for sure. But I'm pretty excited, man. I'm pretty excited to get to do this one live with you, man.
Yeah, we saw a pretty valiant performance, I'd say, from the Australians last week up against the United States, and they barely went down here to the lower bracket, barely missing out on that tiebreaker against the United States, and here to face up against Russia, who, like you said, have some pretty similar skill sets. Really liking things like your hard rock and your double time and just your mechanics in general. And also similar weaknesses in things like those hiddens. So, going to be an interesting match to see how it plays out in terms of picks and bans. But a tough one for Russia, I would say. Just in the sense that there are the similar strengths and Australia is likely going to be favored on paper on those similar maps. So we'll have to see if Russia can find any breakpoints there or perhaps pick into something a little bit unconventional.
Yeah, I mean, obviously up against the United States, right? Australia's tactic was just pick every single double time. That was all of their, one picks was the entire DT pool. USA picking into their strengths, Australia's weaknesses, things like precision, things like reading, things like gimmick. I think Russia is going to be weaker on those skill sets, and they're going to have maybe even a tougher time breakpointing on the double time. If you look at the semifinals, you obviously have DT4, where Australia got number 1. Russia getting number 2, but still like a 500k margin in between them. Australia pretty handedly beating out Russia on the DT1 in comparison. Russia, though, winning out, I believe, on one of the DTs, yeah, DT2. But bans are already coming in. We have Russia banning out the No Mod 5, which I believe
is stamina.
Yeah. So not entirely confident in their ability to play tapping. Also banning out the DT1, so Russia really respecting Australia's ability to play, DT mechanics, despite Russia also being good at it. Australia, though, respecting Russia on precision and that free mod 3 slot, which I think was a head-to-head Russia one last weekend.
Yeah, it's a sort of an anti-mod map, so also, I guess, possibly targeting more of that kind of hard rock angle there from the Russians. But yeah, a lot of respect shown from the Russians, I would say, here, actually banning out things like your 230 BPM tapping and your DT1 against Australia, which Russia, one of the few teams in the tournament that probably would never have to ban these types of skill sets. I think perhaps the only two teams being possibly better than them on paper than them would be the USA and Australia.
Yeah.
So actually taking it away, not opting to take the risk as if you do take that risk as Russia and you end up losing on those DTs, well, then you've got so many more maps open for Australia to take from you. But going to be getting the first pick in here from Russia, and they're going to be opting early on for that free mod 2, and they're going to be kicking it off with some aim control on that CS5 AR9. So early short map as well to kick things off. But yeah, actually going to be going for more of the sort of techie, awkward style of maps, it seems, for their pick strategy.
Yeah, so Russia not going to opt into picking double time, which I think is the correct decision. I think up against a team like Australia, you want to pick into things that aren't their comfort zone, and this is certainly one of them. Free mod map as well, so it's really going to put pressure on, especially the hard rock player for a map like this. It's CS5 AR9. AR9 hidden with the density of this map is still going to be really tough, but I would say it's special punishment for the hard rock player. I don't know if Australia is going to have a really comfy player for the hard rock on this one. Russia might. I think last week they had a free mod 3 Welter playing it, Chaconi playing it, having a pretty good time getting 600k. In comparison, Sayo playing the hard rock for that slot getting like 200k less. So maybe they're targeting the hard rock. Could just be targeting the overall comfort on alt as well.
Yeah, but obviously going to be a few other maps in this pool sharing a similar type of skill set. Something like this, some aim control, a bit of finger control in here, some awkward rhythms as well. So perhaps something Russia can start to lean into for a strategy if this does end up working out. But rosters getting settled into the lobby, and Russia look ready to go already. And have Dasuk, Chaconi, and Skrull, 3 of their very, very strong players so far in this OWC, joined by Markram, also exceptional player. But Australia going to have their 2 big heavy hitters sitting in the lobby as well, Amrek Secret Box, and joined by Zintex, another heavy hitter for the Australians, and O/, someone who doesn't get a lot of screen time for the Australians in this OWC so far, just with how strong their core is, but O/ stepping in for some of these techie, more rhythm-oriented maps and coming in here for the first one.
Yeah, I assume from what we're going to see probably Markram on the hidden, Chaconi on the hard rock. Could honestly see Box or O/ on the hidden. I expect Box, but O/ also a pretty comfortable hidden player. And it's going to be Zintex on the hard rock. And yeah, so it's O/ on the hidden. It's pretty rare to see Box not take the hidden, but I think O/ is also super comfy. And for a map like this, it's AR9, 133, plays like 266. It's a rare case where Box might feel better on the no mod, and I think putting your best, most consistent players on the no mod is the go-to at the finals level stage.
Yeah, absolutely. A map like this on this sort of BPM can be really awkward on hidden on that AR9, but you can see early on having a couple breaks come out, Box and O/ finding drops for Australia, Chaconi having the only drop for here for Russia, and there goes Zintex as well, so early lead for Russia out of the gates here.
That is what you want to see if you're a Russia fan into their first pick. Markram and Skrull still holding. Markle, though, dropping on the hidden, unsurprising. Skrull now on the no mod. And Chaconi on the hard rock. I mean, the hard rocks are always a scary combo to hold. It's likely going to be Emrek or Skrull to take it the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. But we got Emrek still holding onto this FC for the Australians. So the 1v1 here with Skrull up against Emrek. Lead not really in favor of anyone right now. Combos are pretty even. I think Australia with a very slight combo lead. But a little bit under half of the map remaining here. All on these FCs here with Emrek and Skrull for their respective countries. Dasuk matching a secret box, and other combos not really much to speak of, so it's going to be about a 5k difference, and these FCs are big, and there goes Skrull. He's down 1/3 of the map remaining now. Emrek with the only FC, going to be doing what he does best early on in this match, looking like he will carry this one for the Aussies if he can continue to hold this combo, and he's just cleaning up this map so far.
And I mean, it's not even just Emrek, you have Box right behind him on the no mod as well. About to reach 600 combo, nobody on Russia even close. A rough situation on at the end of their first pick, and it does look like by the end of this, Australia's going to be taking this one out pretty confidently. Emrek looking for that full combo.
Yeah,
and he gets
looking
it.
like
there
he
it
gets
is.
it. There it is from Emrek. Only FC in the lobby, Box with a beautiful reverse stroke, I believe, or at least 700 combo, still huge, so massive scores out from those two players for Australia. O/ and Zintex struggling a little bit harder, but I mean, Russia just didn't have those high scores to contest with Box and Emrek. Skrull trying his best, the 600k, but not quite enough to contest with Emrek's unanswered FC.
Yeah. I think it was just those no mods, man. Like, obviously the modded players on Australia had a hard time. I think putting O/ on the hidden, despite Box maybe being able to put up a better hidden score, just doesn't matter if that, goes from like 300 to 400k. You want those consistent no mods, and that's what made the difference. Australia wasting no time immediately, picking the double time too. It's going to be the finger control, kind of burst heavy map. I believe it plays at like 255 BPM. Now this is a skill set that both of these teams are great at. Obviously Russia is no slouch to tapping at all, but this is Australia's comfort zone. They are afraid of no one when it comes to speed, when it comes to tapping, and they've proven to be able to win those maps against pretty much anybody if they feel like it.
Yeah, so Australia, they are going to be opting for that. Is that DT2?
Yeah.
Yeah, be opting for that DT2 early on. So, I mean, yeah, coming out with the Russia bans makes sense here to go instantly into this, tapping and finger control, I guess you could call this one, the DT2 here. So, very speedy, a lot of bursts, and not particularly easy to cheese either. So, something that is going to lend Australia a helping hand or two, because they are probably going to be favored on this almost every single time in terms of accuracy. So if they can get, you know, if they can get just some decently large combos, doesn't even have to be on all their players here, they're probably going to end up with some really high scores, probably just off their accuracies in general. They're going to get really good acc on a map like this. And Russia as well, they're going to be no slouch on this type of thing. Have Ice Shark and Welter stepping in for them. Going to be really good on a map like this. Like I said before, probably the only two teams that could confidently contest them on something like this would probably be teams like Australia and USA. We'll see what they can do. Absolutely break-pointable for the Russians, and I think those early bans, like I said before, were probably just to be safe. You know, the likely case that they do lose these maps against Australia, they don't want to just get, you know, DT abused back to back to back to back, so we'll see what they can do, but a breakpoint is absolutely possible here for Russia.
And for this slot in particular, this double time too, it was the one DT that Russia beat Australia on the head-to-head in. But, you know, harder pool. I think notably Ciccone was the star player for Russia last weekend, getting 4th overall in the performance score. Nobody on Australia beating his performance score, but we'll see if the rest of the team can keep up, especially at this difficulty.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's bancho breaks from a lot of these players early on.
Okay, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
A little bit of bancho, I think. Or, yeah.
I think maybe an abort.
Oh, possibly.
I believe Box having some mouse problems, but should be solved in a moment.
Okay, so quick abort out here from the Aussies, but very early on, so will not make any sort of difference in the map. But yeah, I mean, this will be really big for Russia if they can manage to get a breakpoint on something like this, because even though they have banned out some of this tapping and like something like this DT1 as well, so early on, they will have other good picks to go for in the rest of this match. And then after that, Australia probably still going to pick it, but, you know, they're going to be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more wary going into things like these DTs. But we'll see here as we finally get into this C2 now. All players settling into the lobby here, and we'll see very early on who's going to be feeling most comfortable.
I'd wager to say this would be a bigger breakpoint for Russia than the opposite case for Australia on the pretty much because Australia will want to pick into double time 3 after this, maybe Hard Rock 3 to stream Hard Rock, maybe DT4. So if they do lose this breakpoint, it is very, very, very big for Russia, and they've proven they can do it. So it's up to Australia to get this one. Welter gonna break early on, so does Ice Shark. Traded though by Atkins and Box. So 2-2 right now.
Yeah, 2 FCs to 2 very early on, but map also isn't particularly long, already about a quarter of the way through.
Scroll.
Oh, Scroll as well. So it's just Ciccone here for Russia, and it's just the 1 FC here for Australia as well. Just Emmerich holding on, so 1 FC to 1, the two big DT players for both of these teams, holding the Seoul FCs here. Ciccone being very, very formidable on this skill set, as well as Emmerich all tournament. So, going to be seeing what they can do here for their countries, holding onto these FCs, and either of them do have the opportunity here to solo carry something like this, if they can FC.
Yeah, already halfway into the map recoveries, still building. Atkins, Box, Zintex all dropping. All the recoveries gone for Australia. It's Scroll, though, to back up Ciccone at least somewhat. But Emmerich breaks.
Emmerich is gone.
And with that, that gives Ciccone the opportunity to solo carry Breakpoint as double time 2 if he holds.
Yeah, Ciccone holding on. Been doing so well for Russia on these DTs all tourney. Continuing to carry on this trend, it seems. Holding onto the Seoul FC, they will take the lead by about 80k so far. And a quarter of the map remaining, Ciccone gonna be able to do this for Russia, and that lead gets further and further away. Scroll there as well with the recovery combo. No one on Australia even above Scroll's combo. And Ciccone's got the FC, so it looks like Russia are going to be taking an early breakpoint on the double time off the back of this FC from Ciccone. Masterful stuff from him.
And I mean, we talked about this. If this happened, and it just did, Australia's going to be a lot more wary into picking into the rest of the tapping maps. Since the first one already went relatively badly for them. I think the entire team potentially underperforming. Emmerich obviously having that unfortunate cider break, but Ciccone with a huge FC, a really nice backing score from Scroll as well. Just the thing they needed after that early breakpoint lost.
Yeah, that's huge. 1-1. And firing right back with a breakpoint of their own. And not the worst for Australia, considering they did breakpoint the first map. but definitely not a good start considering Australia's pick strategy is likely going to revolve around these DTs and these tapping maps in general. But it doesn't mean they can't win the next one. It seemed like it was a pretty bad run from the Australians, granted. Had a few struggles there on some of the combos. I think probably local scores looking a lot better for them, but Russia take it away anyway. It's a consistency in the match that matters, and Ciccone was there to be the most consistent one, as he has looked almost all tournament on these DTs. Looks like probably, I mean, I have the stat for it, but looking like at least probably the top 3 best DT performers this tournament, I would say. In general, overall, out of every player, has looked like insanely good on these. So
you might be. Oh, yeah, I think
I might have been roboting.
Might have been roboting for a second.
But we are good. So yeah, Ciccone has looked fantastic on these double times, and pulls out a nice FC.
Yeah, a much needed one for Russia that pretty much evens out the game state early on. Now Australia, I mean, if they don't want to go back into tapping, I think hidden is probably their best option. Given Russia's qualifier hidden scores, they have picked some hidden against some teams. I think Russia picked the hidden 3 last weekend. But if they don't want to go into double time, I think that's the other pool they should look into. But they might not be phased by the DT2 loss and go into double time 3 DT4 anyway. But it's going to be Russia first to pick the No Mod 4.
Yeah, No Mod 4 to come out here from Russia. So gonna carry on the pick strategy from the start of the match, not changing things up just yet. They go for that aim control-y rhythm type finger control map on that 3 mod 3, and then they still lose it, but they're gonna stick with their guns here and go straight into the tech map. 200 BPM tech here, very, very brutal. Slider tech map, a lot of brutal aim control as well, and kind of just a bit of everything. You've got some funny space patterns in here as well, and just some really, really savage slider tech sections. So gonna be quite hard for a lot of these players to hold combo, let alone act something like this, but you will see very quickly who the tech gods are in a lobby like this on a map this difficult.
And it's always rough too, because although Scorpio 2 does lend itself to accuracy more than Scorpio 1 ever has, it's still the case where when these sliders get really, really crazy, combo is still king. So you could be a fantastic slider aim player, but it simply doesn't matter if you break on combo. Now, I do believe Russia and Australia both have their fair share of pretty confident tech players. I think notably it's Scrowell on the side of Russia who might be the most comfortable on a map like this. But obviously Australia with like players like Mrek Box, I think O Slash might be in for this as well. Should be able to contend pretty handily.
Yeah, I think a player like Scroll, yeah, like you said, probably going to be very comfortable on something like this. Going to have someone like Sayo stepping in for Australia, which is great to see. Someone who doesn't step in for too many minutes for the Australians, but coming in for the tech, No Mod 4 here. And someone who's very, very good at tech as well. You got a player like O Slash as well who could possibly step in for something like this. But getting to these later stages, I'm gonna have Sayo stepping in for it instead.
Yeah, I think Sayo is also pretty good on tech. Any of those players could all be in for it depending on the comfort level. But with Australia and Russia both taking a break point back, I wouldn't be surprised if the exchange just keeps on going. I feel like this is a thing we see in really close matchups where teams just break point each other constantly, as it's just so close on a lot of these. But Ciccone with an early break shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, Ciccone, early break, like you said. Secret Box as well with an early break, but a couple other plays for Russia too. Funny drops, well touch scroll, go down to Souk, the lone FC, but this is very early days in this map. Box finding another miss. Still the double FC impact here for the Australians. So just the one for Russia. But early days, although this map is fairly short, 2 minutes 20 seconds long, so might end up mattering in the grand scheme of things. You can see some of this brutal slide attack coming in already early on in the map, and players struggling to hold combo, but there is still Mrek and Zintex holding on strong. There goes Mrek, and Dasuk actually finding a miss in there as well that I missed. So it's just Welter and Ciccone here to build up these recoveries. Zintex actually the lone FC in the lobby right now. Not the player you would expect, but is kind of going crazy on this.
I mean, yeah, Zintex has been popping off on a lot of these Australian matches. I think a player who's definitely part of the core roster, but wouldn't be the player you'd expect to be the carry in a lot of these picks. But he's doing it on a Nomad 4 of all things on a tech map, hitting that big stream of the acceleration at the end. And now Australia with a pretty big combo on both Box and Zintex, but Russia not too far behind. Chaconi, Welter, Dasuk, Scroll all recovered, and Zintex breaking is going to give a big opening to Russia in the last third of this one.
Yeah, and it's Zintex is down, so Secret Box now with the huge combo for the Australians. Welter and Scroll are there for Russia, but this cushion for Australia might be enough. There goes Scroll, he's down. That's a big combo for Russia, so it's just Welter versus Box now, but Emrek has a completely unanswered combo, and this lead for Australia is going to build further and further into the final quarter of this map, and I think it might already be too late, but there goes Box's combo. Welter with the 1200, Emrek is there to fend him off. I don't know if there's time for Welter here. I don't think there will be. Emrek is going to have to miss now. Welter doing all that he can, but I don't think there's going to be time. Emrek, unfortunately for the Russians, is there to make the next breakpoint of the match happen. And that's going to be 3 for 3 on breakpoints so far in this match.
I mean, at this point, let's just keep going. Let's go 12 for 12 until TB at this point. That's going to be a very low score S rank from Dasuk. Getting 450k, Box as well getting 630k with that S rank. Welter 730k, but unfortunately the overall team score from Australia just a bit more comfortable. And that's just the nature of tech maps like this, man. It's so short, it's so diff spiky, it's so volatile that really any team can win it. And unfortunately for Russia, today it was Australia. And surprisingly, I mean, maybe not surprisingly actually, Australia not at all phased by the loss on DT2. Maybe felt they just had a bad run, going right into Double Time 3, the 300 BPM speed map. And like I mentioned before, in the head-to-heads, Russia did only win against Australia on the Double Time 2. Now, Russia, I don't believe, played the Double Time 3, so they could be secretly insane at this. But Australia likely, once again, the favorite on the skill set, but anything could happen when a team like Russia is also so good at the skill set.
Yeah, an interesting thing to note for this slot as well this week is this is a really, really old map. So, mapped in 2011, actually. So, going to have a lot of funny sort of linear and grid style patterns. But yeah, going to be possibly something that is worth taking into consideration on something like this. You're going to have the players that are better at these older styled maps might be stepping it up on something like this. I'm not too familiar in this lobby specifically on who's going to be really good at these sort of old styles. I think most of these players are more new gen, so maybe not something that's really going to matter in the grand scheme of things, but I think most of these players are probably going to be able to handle this sort of old style mapping, but it is something worth noting.
At the very least, for a lot of old style tapping maps, you do often get the AR8 debuff. Luckily though, this is AR9, so it shouldn't be too bad. Some of the patterns themselves might be a little bit unusual, but the density itself shouldn't be horrible at 10.3. Yeah,
you would think the density on something like this should be relatively okay, just because of that 10.3, like you said. Going to be really brutal on the stamina though as well. That 300 BPM speed, you'd think something like this is just raw speed, but because of the repeated short bursts in something like this, stamina can start to take a little bit of a toll on you, although two of the best DT teams in the tournament should be able to manage the burn, but we'll have to see here as we load into the map. Here we go. Are we going to get 4 for 4 breakpoints here, or will Australia finally convert a pick?
Yeah, and I mean, for Australia, they do want to win this one because the other skill sets they're going to get will essentially fall in this range, right? Double Time 4, Hard Rock 3, likely to be some other options they want. And if it's anything like the last map we saw, we're going to see a lot lower scores than we saw on the semifinals weekend.
Yeah, for sure. You would expect much lower scores, probably in the finals weekend here. But here we are, early on in the map, and no one finding any struggles. We've got 8 FCs still intact here in the early stages of the map. Not really picking up just yet, but it will be here very shortly.
Another relatively short map, especially when you consider the intro wasn't all too bad. iShark though and Chaconi as well as Atkins all breaking lots of trades. I believe Emrek, that was a Bancho miss with Box, and Zintex both going to break. It's now just Emrek already. Meanwhile, Russia does have Scrowell and Welter.
Yeah, so hold on a second here. Russia may be in for another chance at a breakpoint. Scroll goes down though. So just Welter here holding onto this FC up against Emrek. There goes Box, and Welter's down too. Emrek, only FC in the lobby. iShark finds another miss. Russia with a small lead halfway through the map here, but Emrek, he's going to see the score at the break, and if someone's immune to nerves, it is going to be this guy. On something like this, even in OWC, probably will not phase someone like Emrek too much, but doesn't mean he can't find a funny miss somewhere. Lead is going to flicker over to Australia here quite quickly, and if Emrek can hold this for a little bit longer, it should be enough to finally convert a pick here for someone in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all mostly resting on the back of Emrek, a man with almost every accolade to obtain, as you said, is likely the least to get nervous. Just needs to hold on a little bit longer, but unfortunately with that break, that maybe gives Russia a chance, however, with iShark and Welter both dropping. It's now just Chaconi again. Atkins, though, not too far behind, should be able to hold the lead for Australia for long enough, assuming he doesn't break.
Holding on, Atkins. Chaconi's right there. But I don't think there's going to be time here for Russia. Unfortunately, Chaconi, with the miss early on in the map, wasn't going to be enough. Would have been if it was an FC, but not quite enough. Atkins holding the line at the ending there. 140k lead there for the Australians. Finally, the point gets converted. And now Australia are in a good spot. Considering how many breakpoints we've been seeing this match, if Australia managed to get another breakpoint here, it's going to be a pretty tough lead for the Russians to try and catch up to.
Yeah, for sure. And big confidence boost for Australia. It is shocking to see how big the score gaps are compared to semifinals. I mean, semifinals we saw several 4 million score lines on the double times. We saw lots of 3 million score lines, but here we are already getting into the low 2 mils. So players having a lot of struggles with the skill gap.
Yeah, and I mean that's only going to continue as we move into grand finals week. Obviously, these maps are getting so hard. Honestly, either last year or the year before, where the maps just kind
And obviously, don't be phased by the No Mod 2 slot. Obviously, it's not a flowing stream map. It is an alt map.
Yeah, gonna have a lot of snappy ult and something like this. A little bit of finger control to kick things off, and some tough aim control as well. But yeah, gonna get kind of progressive difficulty Box as well. Actually getting the lowest misses in the lobby. Emmerich and Box 5 and 3, and no one else was even close.
Box with the best accuracy as well, but you're going to see the score difference. The second highest was Box at like 450k, and then Emmerich at number 1 with a bit over 700. So huge K performance from Emmerich. Exactly what Australia needs in And what's funny is, I was about to say, yeah, I think for Russia, the best path is hard rock. Not necessarily because Australia is at all bad at it. I think against most teams, Australia would be picking hard rocks after the double time.
Yeah.
But Australia's going to beat them to it. They're going to pick the hard rock one. It's a little bit of it's a BPM that's in between single tap comfort for some of the faster players and alt. It's 120, plays like 240. So a lot of the players for Australia will be comfortable playing this regardless of the tapping. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a good chance for Russia. All right, they should be pretty good on a hard rock one like this. Both teams have popped off on aim in the tournament so far, and also haven't had a good time in the aim in the tournament thus far. But if I think there was ever a chance for Russia to get a breakpoint back and keep this match close, it would be here.
Yeah, here I was thinking it was Russia's pick, but yeah, Australia's pick anyway. They are going to dip into that hard rock, which was going to be, I think, also a decent angle for Russia. So, you know, like you were saying, I think fairly good chance they could breakpoint something like this. Already breakpointed a favoured Australian skill set on that DT2. So hard rock 1, honestly, this one's pretty up in the air. I'm going to be honest, I don't think... Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a pick particularly where it's like Australia feels like, oh yeah, we're definitely going to win this. This is going to be who's feeling the least nervous, because when you have slots like this where you've got just, you know, a lot of aim on like a hard rock pick, especially with small circles, it's going to be, you know, there's not particularly a skill set in general that's being super tested on that high end. So you're going to have more so just your raw mechanics on, you know, these difficult 7-star maps. They're starting to get harder, but there's not really anyone in this lobby that's going to struggle on the skill ceiling on a map like this.
Yeah, it's not going to be ceiling, it's going to be most just the consistency, right? This is a kind of map you could FC on site at raid and then get like 400k in match because you're a bit nervous and you miss like 3 times on the aim. But, I mean, other than the aim itself, does have some 1/3s, and if there's anything that is easy to break on, it is hard rock 1/3s. That is a devious thing to put in a hard rock 1. A pretty brutal ending as well, so if the map does get close by the end, that could be the difference maker. Getting to it though, we have the core 4-man roster for Australia, as expected. Russia as well running, I think, their main 4 they've been running on most of these maps. And, I mean, Russia really wants this one. Australia, though, has a chance to put themselves up 5-1, which would be a pretty dominant position.
Yeah, I think Russia pretty much needs this if they want a way back into this match. It doesn't mean a 5-1 lead isn't, you know, it doesn't mean it's impossible for Russia, but that's really grim. A 5-1 lead is extremely hard to come back from, especially when you're not even favoured on the remaining picks in the match. So, yeah, I think Russia, if you're rooting for a close match here, you really want them to get this break point and then try and consolidate it with some sort of pick of their own. But early on, Scroll going to find that break for Russia. Australia going to find 2 breaks of their own on Zintex and Atkins. So it's going to be the 2 hard hitters for Australia holding on Box and Emmerich. But there goes Chikoni, probably the hardest hitter for Russia, finding a drop, Welter and Desut to hold. So 2 FCs to 2 here in the early stages.
You can see a lot of these angles are pretty awkward. Normally the AR-10 on Hard Rock does kind of cancel out some of the awkward elements on aim, but you still definitely feel it at this BPM and at this just difficulty and consistency. Relatively even though, like combos are basically dead even. Slight score lead to Russia, maybe based off accuracy. But it's going to come down to who drops next.
Yeah, no one's dropping in this dip spike section. And now we get these funny back and forth and weird flow patterns as well. Into slight bursts in between. And there goes Chikone, there goes Welter, two of Russia's players. But all of Australia is holding. And Welter was one of the FCs as well for Russia. So that's huge for the Aussies. As Emrek and a secret box continue to hit all of these triangle aim patterns. Going crazy on everything. They're both hitting it, man. That's how all the Australians get through it. Scroll as well for Russia to hit, but all of the Aussies, Dasuk dropping that FC. I didn't quite catch that one as well on that section. But all of the Aussies getting through that is going to surely guarantee this pick.
That is unreal that every single player on Australia, both FCs and the recoveries, made it through that entire section. 3 players on the side of Russia losing their combos. Atkins does drop, so does Syntax. That's some big combos gone, but still the 2 FCs. It's still Box and Emrek double FCing right now. Scrowell is the only thing really giving Russia even a slight chance at taking this back, but right now it just seems as long as Box or Emrek hold, they'll take this, and Box on phenomenal accuracy as well.
Yeah, one of these FCs had to hold for Russia, unfortunately, for there to be a chance. Scroll's got a big recovery, but it just doesn't matter with this double FC. Crazy stuff from these 2 hard hitters on Australia. Emrek finds the miss, but there goes Scroll to trade it. And now it's just a secret box here to hopefully close out the sole FC of the lobby. Chikone doing his best, but no, a cursed box. He falls on this ending section. This map just seems to get harder and harder. Chikone misses too. Dasuk, the only one to combo the ending of this map, it seems. Box unhappy with himself, missing right at the end, but it's not gonna matter. Australia gonna win that one quite handedly, about 500k in it, and I mean a phenomenal performance from everyone on Australia. No one below 500k.
Yeah, I mean just everybody in Australia getting through that brutal consistency aim section ended up giving them quite a resounding lead. And now Australia up 5-1, and as you said, Mavs, it is tough. It is tough to get back from here. You do not really have much room for error at all. Australia just needs to win one more map to secure the tiebreaker at least. And with Australia on good form on several skill sets, they've won a Hard Rock pick, they've won a DT Speed pick, they won all of Russia's picks thus far. Russia needs to do something to try to get back in this, and they're going to go for the No Mod 3.
Yeah, gonna stick in this sort of aim control-y, weird, sort of gimmicky style with their pick strategy so far. It hasn't worked out on all 3, on, was it 2?
I believe
2 or 3?
Yeah,
all 3 of the maps they picked. But they're gonna be going for it here again. See if they can finally beat the breakpoint curse on this one. Sticking with it, not opting to change their pick strategy. They are sticking to their guns, confident on this No Mod 3. And we're gonna have more slider aim. Just like we had some slider aim on that No Mod 4, obviously going to be a fairly different map though. Going to have some more ulti and finger control elements in this one in comparison to your sort of 200 BPM tech on the No Mod 4. But yeah, I think particularly this will still be very difficult for Russia. It hasn't been working out so far. I don't think this map is different enough to warrant, you know, a pick strategy change here. Kind of, yeah, still just sticking to what they know.
And I guess if there's upside for Russia here, it is the fact that especially the last pick, the No Mod 2, was very close, and it came down mostly to Emrek having a very good performance.
Yeah.
If Russia feels like they have somebody or multiple people who are capable of doing something similar on this one, it could still make sense why they've picked it. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Australia just on fire right now, on great momentum, and Russia needs to break it here, because otherwise I dare say it is looking pretty much over.
Yeah.
So this is it. This is kind of a do or die pick for Russia here.
They need to break it. It needs to be on this pick because you're going down 6-1, guaranteed tiebreaker for Australia. Australia's got way too many chances to close it out, and with how many break points we've been seeing, more than likely will happen. So Russia, they've got to start this reverse, well, near reverse sweep, not quite. They've got to start it here though, on this No Mod 3. And I mean, if they're confident with their scores on paper as they were on those other maps, it is absolutely doable. Just haven't been converting in the lobby, but seems like they want to stick to it. Here we go. It's going to be the Nomod 3, Chaconi, Squirrel, Welter, Tasuk, the big four for Russia here. Box, Zintex, Emrek, 3 of the core players for Australia, but Aken's going to be stepping out here for Sayo, coming in for another map, I believe second map of the match.
Yeah, I mean, Sayo's been a great specialist for Australia in some of these weekends where he's not in for too much, especially with Australia liking to pick into a lot of speed and a lot of high-end mechanics. But this kind of more weird skill set that's a bit more reading focused, a bit more ulti, Sayo can just come in and get a phenomenal score like he did on DT4 last weekend. So having those kind of players who can just come in, play their niche role and perform well on it is very, very good for a team like Australia. Russia, on the other hand, have been really, really sticking to that core 4, I think more than I expected.
Yeah. Generally, you would see a player like Markram step in for maps like this, but perhaps it could be this later stage. Perhaps the core players coming in instead. But we see here some early breaks. Sayo and Welter finding misses. That's 1 apiece here. 6 FCs still intact, 3 aside. But you can see this slider aim brutal. Some similarities here to the Nomad 4, but obviously a lot more ulti in this sort of style. Buzz sliders not catching anyone off guard, but still just the 1 miss aside. Lots of FCs on the board, and it starts to get scary now as we approach this halfway point. There's not much score in it, and a single drop is going to be devastating for either country here.
Does seem to be a bit of an accolade for Australia as well, giving them the score lead despite Sayo having that second break a little bit after his first. But you can see this slow section just building the nerves, building the hype. As when the Ki drops again, I still see a lot of breaks.
Zintex!
Unfortunately, dropping on the slow section, and that's going to be a big miss for Australia, as Russia now has 1 extra FC on them.
Halfway through the map though, Russia, a chance here to shut down this momentum from Australia, and it finally needs to happen at some point. They've got the 3 FCs, they've got the recovery from Welter. Sayo though matching that recovery from Welter. So it's just 1 unanswered FC for Russia here, and I have a feeling someone's going to break at some point, whether it's Australia or Russia. It's got to happen here soon. There's no way the rest of these players continue to hold combo. Zintex very, very unhappy with his slider break, it seems, but still room for the Aussies here. Still lots of FCs intact, and you know how this score will start to just rocket towards ending the map. We'll just start to go up more and more, and these combos get higher.
If Australia wants to win this pick, they need somebody on Russia to break soon, but if you're in for a close matchup, and I think we all hopefully are, and you want Russia to close on this ending, they have a big lead.
Oh man, there's got to be a miss though. Someone's got to miss at some point, no matter which country, because these patterns are starting to get ridiculous, and there it is, Squirrel misses. Zintex is there to trade, but that's not the combo that matters for Australia. 2 FCs to 2 now, and the recoveries still matching each other. This is down to the wire. Australia, it seems like they're getting a slight accuracy advantage with this score slightly going back over to them. There goes Emrek. Big FC down, and Russia, Chaconi, Dasuk holding onto the FCs. Welter holds strong as well, and it is just going to be enough for Russia. Zintex furious with his break as he continues to scribble all over his tablet.
So somehow it just kept his cursor showing, and it's just the unfortunate break on the slow section. Might have ended up being the difference maker, really.
Well, 500,003, that's a crazy score there.
Oh, that is an ecstatic score. Imagine 3 less. Oh, don't look at Emrek's accuracy. Please do not. Please do not. Oh, no. But a much needed win for Russia, as we've been saying. Breaks momentum, gives them another huge point on the board. Now, obviously, that was their pick. But, you know, if they get a break point here, win another pick, it's starting to look very, very close. But, I mean, yeah, phenomenal performance from both teams, honestly. Those are very, very high team scores at this stage of difficulty. 3 mil from Russia, 2.8 mil from Australia. Well done for both.
Yeah, I mean, that was ridiculous. On a no-mod pick, too, that was relatively long. Usually, styled maps like that don't have too much downtime, although I will say that map in particular had a fair bit of downtime. Still generally just really hard to FC, consistently difficult maps like that. Even when they're more kind of alt flowy style, that one was more of kind of, you know, your slider aim alt style. But yeah, still really hard to get that many FCs, that many high combos on the board. So yeah, phenomenally played from both countries. But we're going to be getting the next Australia pick here. And here it goes.
Interesting. This is a bit of an unusual slot for Australia to pick, I think, given the maps that's available. I'm surprised they haven't leaned into DT4 yet. Obviously, DT4 being lag train, it's a pretty wild double time map. But I think just due to Australia's DT mechanics, they could be pretty good at it. Now, it is AR10, obviously, so still pretty dense. Hard Rock 3 I thought was also a good option for them, but they go for the free mod 4, so this is pretty high BPM fast aim map. Very, very big circles. It's CS 2.6. I believe it's also AR 9.6, so not super punishing for either mod. The circles are still going to be pretty comfortable on Hard Rock. The density isn't going to be too bad from the hidden. So I think this is going to be the pick in the pool where the modded players are going to be a lot closer to the no mods.
Yeah. Interesting pick from Australia though, not generally a team to go for free mod. So, jumping in here with this one, you could draw some similarities here to something like the Hard Rock 1, but obviously the circle size is going to be vastly different, but you've kind of got your fast aim elements in something like this. They did win the Hard Rock 1, so going in here for this free mod 4, holding off on something like Lag Train, like you said, might just be a bit of a funny pick.
Yeah.
So, going for something perhaps a little bit safer. But Russia, if they can get a breakpoint here, this match is going to start to look very interesting. Mods-wise, this is going to be super tough to call who takes what. You would assume it's the general, you know, the default on who takes these mods here, your usual players. But for something like CS 2.6, like, and a very comfortable approach rate too, it could honestly be anyone. Like, it could be vastly different.
Especially if, you know, normally we've seen Emrek play no mod on the free mods just to be the consistent rock, but I could totally imagine him putting Hard Rock, hidden Hard Rock, just if he feels comfortable on the aim and he wants the higher score cap. Obviously, the upside of putting your best players on no mod is you're more consistent, but doing the opposite way, you could get a higher potential score. So yeah, this is the free mod where I could see either working.
I mean, this is a map where, like, just because of the sheer size of these circles, you could see someone like Emmerich go, oh yeah, let me just chuck Hard Rock on this, and it's more comfortable for him. Because obviously the skill cap's not going to be an issue. But no, he is going to stick with the no mod. We are going to see a overmod from Russia, though, double Hard Rock, as we were talking about, Ciccone and Welter taking it, but no other overmods to speak of. Going to be pretty much expected across the board. It's just this one overmod that's a bit of a surprise.
Still makes sense though.
It does make sense, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still relatively dense at 9.6, it being 256 BPM, so Welter and Ciccone both being very, very good Hard Rock players, the two best Hard Rock players on the team. I can totally see this option. I think generally speaking, overmodding Hard Rock is almost always not a good idea at this stage, but for instance, you can see the aim already getting very, very big, 256 BPM, with almost getting to full screen spacing is no joke, and so far it's going to be 2 breaks, one from Box, one from Dasuk, and also Welter dropping, so now it's 3 combos for Australia to 2 to Russia.
Yeah, 2 of the modded players as well, Russia dropping, so slightly more score going to be lost, but with the hidden player also dropping for Australia, and there goes Ciccone as well. All 3 modded players losing their combos on Russia. We'll have to see if this double Hard Rock comes back to bite them. The no mod player, the only one holding for Russia, and still huge combos intact here for Australia. This is going to be a really tough climb. You're going to have to see several breaks from the Aussies, and I think Scroll is going to have to pretty much hold this combo for there to be room.
Oh, but with Atkins box breaking, there was a chance. Unfortunately, Scrowell did miss right after. So that's 2 FCs for Australia to just recoveries. 1 recovery now with Ciccone breaking. I mean, one of these FCs have to miss from either Zintex or Emrek. With the form we've been seeing, Emrek on aim, I think that is the most set in stone combo, and especially Welter on the Hard Rock is just so volatile. The spacing is ridiculous, but so far it's just Australia with a massive combo lead on these 2 FCs.
Yeah, the spacing just looks so brutal. And like I was saying, maybe the overmod Hard Rock would be expected, but like after seeing these patterns again, like on Hard Rock, I don't know, that spacing is corner to corner, man. Crazy to hit that in match. Zintex is kind of going bonkers right now. Welter as well with this recovery is pretty insane on these Hard Rocks. Atkins finds a miss. I just don't think it matters though with these combos from Zintex Emrek. Zintex going insane. This is what he did last year for Australia on free mod Hard Rock specifically for some reason. Zintex just popped off, and it seems like he's doing it again here on this in these later stages.
Especially on a pick like this, I mean, I kind of expect Emrek on the no mod. 2FC does finally miss. Not too surprising. Welter though hitting it. Very, very good recovery on the Hard Rock, but with a 600k score lead, pretty much no time left. Emrek still on pace for an FC. this looks like another very, very clean Australia win.
Yeah, cashed in here for Emrek at the ending. Hits the bone slider. Hits the life support slider. There it is. Emrek with the FC on the free mod 4, and that is going to almost seal this matchup. It will secure the tiebreaker now for Australia 6-2, and I mean a tough road ahead for the Russians, but they will have a pick here. And 6-3, well, it starts to look a lot more doable than 6-2, so we'll see if they can have a good pick in the pocket. Not too sure what they're going to go for. Stuck to their guns for 4 maps straight. It finally worked out on the 4th one. Do they mix it up? I don't even know if there's going to be any other like aim control sort of tech picks left in the pool.
I mean, at this point, if you want aim control tech, you have to go into hidden. But as we've talked about before, I don't think Russia has excellent hidden players, but I don't really know if they have a good 4 for hidden. Both teams thus far have pretty much just avoided that mod pool entirely, just to have a nice gentleman handshake and play it. But maybe you go for it. You could go for other aim picks, but after Australia, winning pretty handily on the free mod 4 aim pick, yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you go something crazy like Lag Train and just give it a try?
Oh, and I don't know. Lag Train into Australia. I mean, like Russia and Australia were 1-2 on their DT4 last week, but do you just go just throw a curveball and go like low AR? Just go hidden coup, get Markram in, like see what happens. Like I don't know. This is kind of really hard though for Russia. Even like being in the captain's shoes here, I don't know what I'd pick, but it seems like they are going to dip into that hidden pool, I believe, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yep, it's going to be the hidden one. So they do stay in alt aim tech. This is an alt aim tech map, obviously having to lean into the hidden pool, which given their quality scores on hidden, obviously quality is notably easier, but still that does speak to their hidden comfort as a team. Yeah, I mean, I kind of give Australia the hidden comfort generally on this. I think Box, O/, Emrek, and then maybe somebody like Saya or Atkins Intex should be pretty good on this. Russia, I do believe Strawwell is going to be excellent on this. Markram as well, if he feels good on the skill cap. But I think players like Ciccone, Ciccone is such a fantastic player, but I think if there's anything he wouldn't want to play, it's likely hidden, generally.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think that's the tough part, right? You got Ciccone has been your best performing player this tournament, but you're picking hidden, and like you said, it's probably what he wants to play the least. Doesn't mean he can't FC something like this. He probably can FC almost any map in the pool. I'd say probably except for like the low AR. But yeah, Markram is going to be stepping in, as you said. So that's like kind of the one worry as these maps start to get really, really hard. Markram, phenomenal player, but not quite at the skill ceiling of some of these other guys like Ciccone and Dasuk like on his team. So that's one of the worries when you start to delve into these deeper hiddens. Is he going to be able to keep up with his skill cap? It seems like he's jumping in here, so hopefully for Russia, going to be doing okay on this finals hidden one. For Australia, going to have a similar sort of situation. You've got players that are good on these sort of hidden alt aim tech maps. Someone like O/ could be stepping in for something like this, but similar thing. Is O/ going to have the skill cap to get a consistently high score on this? Sure, he can probably get like an 800 plus K on locals, but it's another story when you play it in tournament. You need to be setting scores like that consistently, and with how hard these maps are getting, yeah, it might be tough for some of these players that don't have, the skill cap of some of the best players in the game.
Fortunately for Australia, though, that is going to be O/ coming in.
Yep.
Fortunately for Australia, the pressure is all on Russia. They're up 6-2. They have a massive, massive cushion to fall on. They're guaranteed at least 2 more picks, so it's up to Russia here to see what they can do. They've avoided the hidden pool, I believe, for a reason. But the time is now to see if they can perform when it's needed.
Yep. I have a couple different faces in this lobby here. O/ in for the Aussies, Markram in for the Russians. Haven't played, I think, Markram's second map of the match, and maybe O/'s second as well. I think they've both played 2 maps now. At least they've definitely at least played 1, I'm pretty sure. So coming in here for this hidden one, rest of the players we've been seeing pretty much all match here. And here we go, getting into this hidden one. Not your conventional hidden one, going to be a little more ulty, a little more tech focused, and it's what Russia's been picking all match. They're 5 for 5 on this skill set. So will it work out for them the second time here? The last pick did work out. Markram goes down, Ciccone finds a chain miss, and Dasuk finds a chain miss. Huge misses for the Russians. It's only Scroll to hold. No one can hit anything on Russia except for Scroll. O/slash misses, but oh, Russia is struggling.
Oh,
man.
the chain misses are brutal. This map is OD9 as well, which is relatively low for this density. Everybody breaking.
God.
It's now just Atkins, which is not the player I would expect to be the last FC on a map like this. The chain misses are just brutal, though. Atkins finally does drop, so no FCs left. It's just supporting combos, everybody having a horrible time. But Australia, despite all of that, is still up almost double Russia's scoreline.
So many of these patterns are it's just exit this Earth's atmosphere. Like so many of these patterns. You got these spaced quads coming in. Secret Box finding a miss though there as well. O/slash as well finding another break. But yeah, you've got like these spaced cut quads, and then you've got these really spaced triples, literally just the same patterns. And I mean, they're impossible to hit in solo, so it makes sense here why no one has a combo. Atkins with 280, Emrek with the biggest combo in the lobby here on 500. And the lead is already almost insurmountable. There's a third of the map left, and it's 400k lead, which doesn't seem like a lot, but Australia are only on 1.3 mil and have a 400k lead. So I think it might be it for Russia here.
I believe so, with Emrek on 600 combo, almost 500k score in the lead. That might be very well the end for Russia's hopes in this iteration of OWC. Emrek just been on a ridiculous performance tonight. Does finally break, but that's going to be Australia winning the hidden one. Both teams having a lot of struggles. This map is absolutely bonkers. But there we go. Australia takes it 6-2.
Yeah. They do take the match in the end there. The expected result on seeding, number 2 seed winning over the number 4 seed, but that is going to be it there from the Australians. We'll be kicking Russia out of the tournament here. This was a lower bracket matchup. So Australia moving on to their second lower bracket matchup for the weekend, and that will be against either UK or Germany, I believe. But commiserations to Russia. Still setting some really great scores, coming close to winning a couple of these maps, but Australia just overall were just looking a lot more consistent. Unfortunately, Russia's strategy of picking into the sort of alt tech skill sets, it didn't really work out in the end. Got a couple of points there, but I think, yeah, only working out on one of their picks. So just unfortunately wasn't meant to be for Russia. Australia running away with this one, convincing victory, and yeah, they'll be moving on.
Yeah, they'll be moving on in the losers bracket. I believe they'll be up against either Germany or UK, depending on who wins that one. But yeah, apologies for the early scuffed Wi-Fi. We do have a match in 30 minutes. It is going to be that other losers bracket matchup, Germany versus the UK. So hope to see you all there. That should also be an absolute banger. But yeah, GG's for Australia and Russia, placing top 6, I believe, an improvement from last year. So well done to them as well. But we will see you soon in 30 minutes. Hope to see you there.
We'll have Germany, UK coming up soon. That's going to be a banger, actually. Yeah. That'll be a really, really good match, I think. UK, with the way they played last week. Definitely stick around for that one. But yeah, that's going to be it for us live here from Japan. And GG's to Australia here, the duo Australian cast. They will be winning it. The bias comes through here. The victors are the Aussies, but yeah, commiserations one last time to the Russians, and stick around for Germany, UK coming up in 30 minutes.
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers.
I'm Willie, and I'm here to ask OSU World Cup players the questions we've all wanted answers to. Today, I'm talking to Bubbleman from the United Kingdom. His profile has amassed 50 badges, mainly from tournament wins, but also including 2 third-place finishes and 1 second-place finish in the OSU World Cup. Hello, Bubbleman. How are you doing today?
I'm alright, and I am ready to get into all things OWC with you, Willie.
You're no stranger to pushing boundaries in OSU. You recently were trying to set the first 800 PP score while wearing mismatched socks on a Tuesday morning balancing 2 apples on your head. Would you consider this your greatest accomplishment if you did it?
That's a tough one to answer because of the wealth of accomplishments that I have already achieved in this game, but it would definitely place up there at the top. It would be very close to the pinnacle.
You just celebrated 10 years since creating your account, which is a milestone very few are still active when they hit. What motivates you to keep playing and competing after all this time?
It is absolutely the people, the community, the friends that I've made through the game. I would not be playing OSU, and I would not be so invested in it if it wasn't for everyone around me that takes the time to just make things and have fun and push the game forward in a way that involves the community first and foremost. It feels like there is so much more authentic personality that comes out when you're playing things together that aren't just to do with OSU, but that I wouldn't have met these people if it wasn't because of this game.
Mm-hmm.
I feel incredibly motivated by the fact that I can share this space and this time with people who now mean so much to me that I really don't think I could leave.
And speaking of people that you've met through the game, the United Kingdom has fostered plenty of talent, but a few names are definitely more well known than others. Who would you call the most underrated player on the UK's World Cup team?
It would be unfair of me to mention one player and not mention others. But in terms of the people who aren't well known for the things that they do, Haunt stands out to me. I don't think anyone was talking about what a monster tech player that Haunt was, and hopefully now gets a lot more recognition for all of the crazy plays she sets. I'd also call out Skier, or Skiazzo, or Skiwawa, as we've liked to call him recently. He is also improving so quickly, playing pretty much every tournament that he could sign up for feasibly. He is a monster. He got second place in tryouts this year. Can I mention a third player as well? Rudge as well is very underrated for the things that he can pull off in tournament. And to mention a fourth player, Mahmoud has stepped up tremendously in the last few months alone. Getting onto the World Cup team was something I was not expecting from him, let alone being a core member of it. He has found so much improvement this year, and I could not be prouder.
Anyone else? I mean, at this point, you could just name everyone.
I could name everyone. I could name 7 people on the roster, but Malteser always will suck. Sorry.
As a collector of profile badges, almost all being from tournament wins, you must have some thoughts on the best looking ones. Which of your badge designs is your favorite, apart from the one featuring yourself?
See, that one was only because I didn't know what to put there. But my very favorite badge is the UKCC7 one.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like a postage stamp. Bay actually got Melon Turtle to design that and all of the graphics for that tournament. That will always be the best profile badge in OSU. It will clear anything else anyone will ever design for the game, and it's not even close.
Wow.
The postage stamp aspect of it is just genius. It is incredibly well done.
Are there any format or rule changes you would like to see in future editions of the OSU World Cup, or even tournaments in general?
Ooh, we had a long conversation about this on my stream recently. I think the World Cup, it works really well as it is, but I also think draft tournaments are an important direction for the community to go into, because Konyo, Suiji, that style of draft tournament where you get put onto a random team and they are all very evenly matched and any team could end up winning at the end of it, is a great way to both bring the community together and bring the level of competition up.
It's no secret you have been classically trained in the martial art of karate. If it was up to you to physically defend your UK team against all the other OSU players coming at you, do you think you could come out on top?
There are a few people that could give me a run for my money, but I'm pretty confident I could beat anyone in a fight in this community.
Okay.
I have been very vocal about my desire to do OSU boxing.
Ooh, okay, that's a really interesting idea.
I have beat Bartek numbers in a karate show match at COE already. I think there are a few people who might give me more of a fight than Bartek, but he was very feisty.
Thank you so much for coming out for this interview, Bubble Man.
Thank you for inviting me. It's been a joy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2024 OS World Cup Finals Week 1. Second match of the weekend on deck for you, and it's a big one. It's the European Championship. Germany against the United Kingdom. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Doland, and I'm joined by iFlame.
A big one indeed. I mean, what a match this is. There is so much history between these two teams. Germany placing top 6 for the 11th year in a row, and this is a team that hasn't missed out on top 4 since 2018. The UK, meanwhile, they had some good years. That 2017 to 2019 period were really strong ones, but since then have not managed to place top 4. So UK looking for a bit of return to glory here up against these German roster.
And both of these teams have had quite storied runs through the bracket thus far. We look at the run for Germany. It was really good, opening up with a 5-1 win over Singapore, following it up with a 5-2 win over Norway, a 6-3 win over Russia, before falling to South Korea last week 6-0 in the semis. For the United Kingdom, well, they've made some noise throughout the tournament. They've been the dark horse, taking out Finland 5-0, followed by Chile 5-3, then falling to Australia 6-1, before going on that loser's run last week, 6-4 over the Philippines and 6-5 over Canada. iFlame, they have faced, with the exception of their first matchup, the United Kingdom have faced only top 10 seeded teams and have only lost once.
Yeah, they've certainly proven themselves so far in this tournament, and we'll see if they're able to continue that trend here. And while Germany is the higher seeded team, the scores from last week, Dolan, they tell a different story. Germany had a decent showing on the No Mod 1, but outside of that, really struggled. The UK, meanwhile, had some very impressive scores, getting first place on the DT1, second on that No Mod 1, scoring above Germany. And so Germany is really going to need to find that next gear this week if they want to put up a good fight against the UK. Into the pick bans, though, I think UK have looked incredible on the DT. They're going to be looking towards a lot of those tapping maps. Meanwhile, Germany, traditionally, I feel like they'd prefer some of those aim maps, some of those mechanics maps, but UK looked great on those too last week, the No Mod 1 DT1 especially, and so the picks are a lot harder for Germany. We'll see if they feel forced to go into some of those more control-focused maps that I do think could still be good for them.
Well, Germany winning the role here, and they will elect to pick second, and the United Kingdom will elect to ban second. So Germany will be kicking off the bans. The United Kingdom will be leading off the picks here, still waiting for that first ban.
DT3 gonna come out. They're banning out the old style DT speed pick in Blue Knight. Very solid ban. I expect very much the No Mod speed map to come out as their second ban, but we'll have to wait for that. UK are going to ban out Stamina themselves, actually, in that No Mod 5. A little bit surprising, and they're going to ban out the aim control hidden map as well. And less surprises there. The UK and Germany have both looked really solid on some of these Hard Rock picks. Notably, both have looked good on Hard Rock 2 throughout the tournament, so I do think quite a few maps could be contested. We could certainly see some early break points, and UK, while I do want to pick DT, that DT1 could be a bit of a bait pick because I feel like Germany could have a solid roster for the 10.49 ready to go.
Poor Okinamo, he is very sad.
He certainly is. 2 of his maps that he would have been in for, banned out. We'll see if Okinamo has many left. And they're going to ban out the Hard Rock 2.
That is,
or
I believe the free mod 2, yeah.
And that's going to be aim control, so quite surprisingly, each team bans out 1 tapping pick and 1 aim control pick. And it just goes to show how much overlap there is between the skill sets of these two teams. And now it's up to UK to find the first pick. Do they want to go straight to the DT, or do they look maybe back towards the Hard Rock pool that they looked so good on last week?
We'll have to see. Strategy is the name of the game, especially after that performance from the United Kingdom last weekend. It's been a divisive topic throughout the community whether they agreed with the strategies or not of the United Kingdom, but they are here. And Germany know the United Kingdom and Bubbleman all too well. They know it's more than just a game in the lobby. It's all about the strategy, and it's going to be No Mod 1 to kick this one off from the United Kingdom.
Yep. Last week, UK second best no mod 1 score of any team aside from South Korea, who put up that absolutely absurd 3.6 million. And looking to do it again, but this was one of the few maps that Germany did have a strong score on last week. Of course, this is not quite the same map. It is still 200 BPM aim, has some very high spacing jumps, some cross maps, and a couple streams to watch out for, but ultimately it's going to come down to the consistency, and it's a good test of nerves to start these teams off.
Indeed. It's really just a good vibe check here, kind of, from the United Kingdom, a no mod 1 pick. We're going to test the aim, the overall consistency, and just see where they're at on the day. Always a fair plan, and now here come the star-studded lineups for these countries. We are in the business end of the tournament. These are some big names coming into the lobby. iFlame, Whitecat, Tim Kackner, Akolibed, Surely Bubbleman as well.
Yeah, you have to imagine Bubbleman is going to be in for just about every map, as are Whitecat and Kriller for Germany, and I think Kriller especially is going to need to put in a lot of work here for this German roster, but I do feel like UK are potentially picking into Germany a little bit here. I think had they left this one open for 2, maybe 3 picks, Germany very likely would have looked to pick it themselves at some point, but I imagine they're feeling very confident after last week's performance on the AIM maps, and we have most of our players in, just waiting for one more on Germany.
But, you know, Germany do tend to favor kind of those aim and mechanics-based picks. We've known this in the past about a team like Germany. So if you're the United Kingdom and you're able to maybe take a no mod 1 off of the board, you know, it's not really going to deter Germany from the aim stuff, but it's not going to make them too eager to run towards it. Because if the UK come out and really perform well in this no mod 1, well, we might not want to lean directly into aim-based picks here. Who knows? But the UK have picked it for a reason, and here we go, iFlame.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of the strategy. As you said, if the UK do well on this one, all of a sudden the picks become a lot less clear for Germany. We've got a long one to start us off. Flay, the fill player for Germany this time around. On the UK side, we've got Akoli, Bubbleman, Rudge, and Mahmood. Mahmood, a really good showing last week. Put up some very solid scores for them, and this map takes a little bit to heat up. Lets the players settle into the match before we get into the big jumps here.
And here we go. The European Championship is underway. Australia needs a dancing partner for that last medal on the podium. Which European powerhouse will they get? A rivalry of old renewed as Akolibed finds the first drop.
I expect that we're going to see some pretty big combos. Likely a couple on each side, but Akolibed finds another miss, and Adolan, these two teams, believe it or not, have only faced 3 times, and those were all between 2017 and 2019. It was the UK winning every single time, so Germany yet to beat the UK despite how strong they have been over the past 10 years, and still, a quarter of the way into the map, it's just that one miss from the UK, and Germany off to a very early lead.
And Akolibed finding another miss as well, but Mahmood will also drop, so now it is 4 FCs to 2 in favor of Germany. Into the second third of the map, and the Germans are looking really poised and really comfortable with these accuracies right now. The lowest is Tim Kackner at 99.3.
Well, this was the risk for the UK. You know Germany have the players to play these kinds of maps. We're into the next big HI section though. Can this German roster hold on? They're not so far ahead that they're infallible here. There's one FC gone,
Rudge and
make it
Whitecat.
2. But yeah, traded back by Rudge. Akali drops as well, so despite it being 2 FCs to 2, Germany's have built up a pretty nice cushion for themselves of 150,000 points.
And it's actually still advantage Germany. It's actually 2 FCs to 1 with that drop from Rudge. Right there at the end. So still advantage Germany. And now the United Kingdom are going to need to see essentially these misses from Kriller and Flay at some point.
Oh, there's Flay. Very, very tricky. Now it's Kriller up against Bubbleman, the 2 powerhouses of each team, the best performers pretty much throughout the whole tournament. And there's one last tricky section coming up. If Kriller misses, UK still have enough time to make a comeback. It is a long enough map, but the support is not really there, so it's all on Bubbleman at this point.
Oh, and there goes Rudge and Mahmood, and now, as you said, all on Bubbleman, but that's dependent on a miss from Kriller here. into the last quarter. The United Kingdom are running out of time as Germany pull away here, nearing 230,000 points. Flag goes down, but that's not the miss they need.
And the support completely wiped from the UK. Whitecat on a nice recovery. And Dolan, we might be seeing a very early breakpoint. UK with a potential mispick. It's not technically over yet, but it would take a complete meltdown from Germany at this point.
Yeah, it's not looking good here. 300,000 points and growing. Kriller does find the drop, and here is Bubbleman, but there is no support, and I don't know if there is enough time. That score bar will start to fly back towards center, but again, it's all dependent on Bubble, and I don't even know if he has enough time. And Germany, well, die Blase muss platzen, as they say, iFlame. And die Blase platzt nicht.
I'll have to take your word for that one, Dolan. My German is not quite so good. I'm much better at the language of the UK, and despite them bringing it back, it was too little, too late. A great score.
Look at that
from
score
Bubbleman,
margin, though. It went from it was cut in half by Bubbleman, just not enough time.
And that's a break point. The risk for the UK not paying off, and that's the flip side of the coin, right? You win the No Mod 1, Germany off, but now having lost the No Mod 1, maybe that gives Germany a little bit more confidence to pick some of those other aim maps, looking towards things like the GT1, even things like Hard Rock 1 as well. So we'll see where they go from here.
Yeah, Bubbleman and Kriller looking so good on that. Bubbleman with the FC and Kriller with the 1 miss and 1/100. So both teams' aces are looking pretty good, but it was an overall better team performance from Germany to get that break point. And now iFlame, as you said, here's the break point. Where do they go to try to consolidate this into a 2-0 advantage?
I'm curious if either team feels like they have the confidence to go towards the rating. Neither team is really known for the rating ability, so I think we might see that one go largely unpicked, which is very unusual, especially at this stage of the tournament. But the interesting thing about this match is that I don't think there's many free points, if any. Maybe you look towards something like the GT2 is definitely the most heavily UK favored map, but otherwise every single map could go both ways. So I think we're going to see these teams taking a lot of time with most of their picks. And I mean, even now looking at the options for Germany, it feels like they are going to go for one of those Hard Rocks, and the Hard Rock 3 it is. They're opting to 200 BPM streams.
Yeah, they definitely liked what they saw from their team out of that No Mod 1, when to opt into some more precision here into Hard Rock.
This is another much longer map, real test of consistency. The streams are pretty intense on the aim control. If you find a miss early on in the stream, even halfway through, it can be incredibly tough to recover, not because of note lock for once, but just because they're so tricky to aim. But I do think Germany have a good roster for this. Of course, we're going to see Kriller and Whitecap, potentially Yari in the lobby, and I think we're likely to see Flay again, who had a great run on the No Mod 1 and has been kind of the Phil Hard Rock player for Germany for most of the tournament.
Yeah, they really look good. And now we're going to see new rosters coming in. We see the Timer Watchers, Yari and Bubbleman, holding down the forts respectively for their teams. Everybody obviously getting some last-second warm-up on this. It's quite the transition going from a No Mod 1 into, well, this as a Hard Rock 3.
Yeah, it's certainly a pretty jarring one. And we'll see if that pays off for Germans. They would love to start this match off with some good momentum in their favor. And this one, at least on paper, I think a lot of people had as being an incredibly close match. Predictions, I believe 53% in favor of Germany. So a lot of people have this one going the distance. We'll see if that's the case as the rosters do fill in. While Teaser, a player to watch for the UK, has been the key tapping player for UK all tournament long. Had some really impressive scores. Yeah, was 5th had the 5th best score on the Hard Rock one last week. And while this isn't a name Hard Rock, Malteser just goes off on these Hard Rock picks, tapping ones especially.
Indeed. Let's hope it's not 100k time, though, as he said in the chat. I think his team's going to need a little more than that out of him, but here we go. Into round number 2. Germany looking to go up by 2.
Yeah, I may eat my words very quickly if Malteser does get 100k. But if so, that's going to inspire some confidence in Germany. And we do see Flay along with Tim Kakner. Flay with a very early miss, as does White Cat. UK this time around with a very early, but this is a long map. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. It is towards the end of the map. You're going to start to see the stamina become a factor. Bubble finds the miss as well, and White Cat has found yet another one. So a little bit worrying for Germany, but it's a second miss coming out from the UK, and all of a sudden, all is equal through the first section of this map. The map does ease up a little bit as the players kind of sort into the map, so we should see those combos recover. And Kriller actually missing on pretty much nothing.
Yeah, and it's White Cat, Kriller, Bubbleman, and a Coley bed down. It's Vlad, Tim Kapner, Malteser, and Rudge holding things down right now as Bubbleman finds yet another miss here. That score bar, though, at center, flying back and forth through the first quarter, and Rudge goes down, traded by Kriller, but that is going to be advantage Germany. As Tim Kakner, Flay, and White Cat now start to pull away, there go the combos from the United Kingdom. Malteser and a Coley bed were the only ones with combos, and they find the double miss.
Germany is really stepping up right now. They're not willing to let this lead slip away. And the UK, no combo whatsoever to make a comeback. There goes a Coley bed yet again, halfway through this map. While there is time, it is very quickly slipping through their fingers. There's a miss from Flay, but they need more than that. There's one from White Cat as well. Tim Kakner, the last combo to hold. There goes Tim Kakner. It's a full
score
cap from Germany.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel now for the United Kingdom, but it's going to be a long road back as Bubbleman now drops, and it's only Rudge with combo and a Coley bed.
Yeah, they're going to need Rudge and a Coley bed to hold on to these combos for a significant portion of the rest of the map, but not going to be the case. We do see misses from Rudge. Most of the German players on recoveries, and a Coley bed, the combo that they could not afford to lose, has fallen, and the UK just don't have the combos to bring this one back. Yes, there's a quarter of the map to go, but the combos are yet again with Germany. It is Kriller, it is Tim Kakner, looking to consolidate this break point and put Germany to a 2-0 lead.
And despite that miss there from Tim Kakner, Kriller still holding a 500 as Bubbleman drops. A Coley bed is the largest combo on the side of the UK with 300. It is simply not enough, and there is not enough time. Germany will take a 2-0 lead. Now the question is, can Kriller close this out in style? Beautiful recovery.
And it looks like he can. Kriller, another strong performance, but that was just a great team performance from Germany. The supporting scores were there, especially impressive score from Tim Kakner, putting up 550k, and just a really solid team score all around. Now, UK, I think it's time to switch threads a little bit, look towards some of those DT picks, notably that DT2. I think the DT1, even though they top scored it last week, is a little bit scary considering it is essentially AR 10.5 this time around, and so I think the DT4, the DT2 are going to be more likely options, and they can't afford to give up another break point. That would be way too much momentum in Germany's favor.
Free Mod 4 is the pick from the United Kingdom.
Man, this map, absolute banger. Monday Mania. This is a very fast aim alt map. It is an incredibly difficult map, but being CS 2.6 does give the Hard Rock players a bit of an easier time. We actually saw Russia overmod with the Hard Rocks in our last match. I'd be slightly surprised to see that be the case here, but is an option. I do think we'll likely just see one hidden, one Hard Rock on each times. I feel like if we are going to see Okinamo in for any map, it would be this one. Has been the go-to hidden player for Germany, and Tim Kakner has frequently been the Hard Rock player. along with Flem. Meanwhile, for the UK, we've generally seen Schiazzo taking the hit-ins on the free mods, but not in the lobby as of yet. Mahmood frequently takes the hard rock for them. And I think, especially in these later stages, you really want to leave your key players, those are going to be Bubbleman and Tim Kakner, on the no mod if you can, but with Schiazzo not in the lobby, somebody else is going to have to take that hit in.
We'll have to see how these mods stack up here. Oh, wait, Schiazzo checking back in. Maybe just some issues connecting to the lobby, so the UK holding maybe just someone in there just in case. He's going to be a Coley bed checking out, it looks like.
Yeah, no surprises. And I think for Germany, we're just waiting for that core, White Cat Kriller, and I suspect, no, it's going to be Flay rather than Okinamo. And maybe it is okay, there's Okinamo.
You can't keep him out of there. He's like, look, y'all took 2 of my maps out. I'm getting a lick.
Yeah.
You can't keep Okinamo out of this match. This is a rivalry that he is all too familiar with.
Yeah, he might be kept out after this map unless we see another free mod. But I think Okinamo, they're going to look up to put up a solid hidden score hidden. Definitely the trickier mod on this one, so both teams is going to be relying more so on their no mod and hard rock players this time around. But there's another pretty aim-focused map. UK lost the previous aim-focused map, and while this is a very different style, it's certainly not a guarantee.
Oh man, now this has cinema potential written all over it, iFlame. We got Okinamo against Schiazzo on Hidden. Play against Mahmood on Hard Rock. And contesting it on no mods is going to be Bubbleman and Rudge against Kriller and White Cat. A star-studded lineup if we've ever seen one.
Yeah, White Cat has already found a miss on the bone slider. Those bone sliders, sprinkled throughout the map, they are deceptively easy to miss on, apparently, based on what we've seen in our previous match and this one so far. We've seen quite a few misses on those. But more importantly, we've got a whole lot of misses. Kriller and Bubbleman, of course, the 2 stars, the 2 left holding those full combos. And it's going to be, I think, about the recoveries this time around.
Indeed, it's going to be about that overall team consistency, but these recoveries, as you said, avoiding chain missing and eyes on the hidden players. It's all about having a good launch here, but these are 2 of the very best in the world in Okinamo and Schiazzo.
Yeah, and this map doesn't look that difficult, but it is, in my opinion, one of the harder maps in the pool, so we're going to see a lot of misses coming out, especially in the second half of the map. There goes Flay again, but there goes Rudge. Schiazzo traded back by Okinamo. United Kingdom are going to continue to push this score lead just barely, but White Cat on the recovery are going to be bringing it back, especially. That's a big drop from Mahmood on the hard rock. That was the support the Bubbleman needed, and now is Bubbleman against the world yet again. This is showing a lot of similarities to that no mod 1, and Germany are quickly bringing this one back.
Oh, they were, but not anymore. Despite the combo advantage, Flay and Okinamo are having a really tough time, and that's preventing Germany from immediately flipping this.
Yeah, but the bigger those combos get, the less it's going to matter. Is White Cat the biggest combo in the lobby? The question is, can White Cat hold? If so, Germany will flip the score, but if not, UK should be able to hold on to their lead. Of course, Kriller and Bubbleman are the 2 keys. There goes Rudge. UK dropping off some of those supporting combos as well.
7,000. Okay, never mind. It's 14.
Yeah, but it is anyone's game going into this ending. We still have some bone sliders. Flam missing yet again. Has to find some sort of consistency. There goes Schiazzo now. Score flips over to Bubbleman to find the miss.
And it's all over here. It is all over unless Kriller and White Cat... It's actually over. They've already done enough damage with these combos. That actually just gave the pick over to Germany. The consistency from the German no-mod players in Kriller and White Cat are going to be the difference maker.
That is the second breakpoint in a row given up for the UK. 3-0. Doesn't seem that bad, but they're in a rough spot. Germany have the next pick, and if they can consolidate another breakpoint, it's going to be very, very tough for UK to make the comeback, especially because the picks have not been working so far. They've tried 2 aim-focused picks and just hasn't worked out.
Wow. It was close until it wasn't. Die Blase geplatzt. Yep, yeah. Oh, genau. Took the words out of my mouth.
He certainly did.
But it's not a good situation here for the United Kingdom now. That's 2 break points down here. 3-0 Germany. They have the pick. It's not looking good. I mean, obviously this match is not over. It's far from over. We're in a best of 13, so it is first to 7. But not something you can have here, iFlame.
No, and I'm wondering at this point if they do want to opt into something like the Hidden One. The Hard Rock one is potentially good as well, that Hard Rock aim. The Hidden One, though, incredibly difficult. In my opinion, the hardest map in the pool, and they would be placing a lot of trust in Kriller to put up a big carry performance and hoping that White Cat can put up that kind of top supporting score with that high skill cap that we know he has.
It's going to be Nomad 2 here from Germany.
Kriller against Bubbleman, but it hasn't really made all that much difference. Kriller and Bubbleman have been doing a pretty good job of matching each other within 100, 200k points on all these maps, and so it's really been down to the supporting combo on either team. We'll see if that continues here, or whether Kriller or Bubbleman can put up a big solo carry performance. points, and now it is dire straits for the UK. Expecting this one to be a lot closer, at least out of the gate, but so far it has been coming up all Germany, and I mean, they've just been on fire as a team. Kriller, of course, still had the top score, but Okinamo 390k as well.
And it is going to be double time 2 picked from the United Kingdom. Going into that skill set, that pool that they dominated so well last week against Canada and the Philippines.
Yeah, I think UK finally accepted that they need to shift gears, spec into some of those tapping picks, and I have to say the early picks were a little bit surprising. I would have assumed that they would have gone from tapping for the start, but they ended up banning out one of the tapping maps, so that's potentially one less pick for them. And while Germany historically has been known as a pretty good speed team, this is not that same German roster. They're a lot more focused this year and last on the mechanics, whereas UK have really stepped up on these speed tapping picks this year, and this is kind of the most heavily favored towards the UK of any map in the pool left, and so I think this is UK's chance at getting a point on the board. And Dolan, to be honest, I think if UK can't get a point now, it might just be Germany running away with it.
Yeah, certainly they need to get some forward momentum going of any kind in this match if they want to get back into the swing of things here. It just, unfortunately, they haven't looked like they've been able to really find their footing as a team in this match. Bubbleman has looked good on some of these maps, but unfortunately, as you noted, those supporting combos have just not been there for the United Kingdom.
If the UK is going to come back, it has to be now. They cannot afford another break point, but they do have the roster for it. Again, Malteser has been absolutely insane on these tapping picks. Had the top DT3 score last week on that DT tapping. This DT2 though, not 100% tapping, more of a finger control map, but does have quite a few 250 BPM bursts. So if you're not ready for those bursts, you're going to drop a lot of accuracy, potentially get caught out in quite a few places in terms of combo. And so Malteser going to be the player to watch yet again for the UK.
Yari checking in for their first map of the match for Germany. Early miss here from Akolibed. Traded by Yari.
Yeah, and look at the accuracies already. 91% from Yari, 93 from Rudge, and 93 from White Cat as well. So we do see 3 misses from the UK, but the accuracy advantage is going to keep things at least close for now. Unfortunately, White Cat and Okinomo both are on solid full combos, and so 60,000 points early on. Dolan, this is not what we want to see on UK's potentially best pick.
Yeah, this is absolutely disastrous for the United Kingdom. I mean, like you said, though, the one solace is they have the ACK advantage. It's just combo game here from Okinawa White Cat. If one of those two goes down, that will change things, but it needs to happen soon. Bubbleman's going down. There's no FCs. Wait a minute. This is a disaster for the United Kingdom. They have fallen apart, and they still have 2 full combos on the side of Okinawa White Cat, and now they see it at the break.
Yeah. And normally, seeing that you're the last 2 holding on the break, you get a little bit nervous, but with this kind of momentum, Germany are riding high. They're going to be feeling good going into the second half of this map. And UK know they're probably out of this one down by 450,000. I don't see how they come back here. There's just no combo, and Germany are going to get potentially a 3rd break point in a row, making it 5-0. And Dolan, we might be on our way to a clean sweep.
So far, it's looking good for the Germans. It's going to be 5-0. 3 break points for Germany. And the United Kingdom are now going to be pushed to the back foot here against the wall. To the end of their rope here, essentially. They will only have 1 more pick here to get a point on the board of Germany. looking to close this out in style. White Cat into the ending will bring home the 1 million score for Germany on the 985k point differential. Look at this team score out of Germany, a 2.97.
And that's despite having Yari on the 300k B rank. They had nearly 3 FCs. An incredible performance. Germany are here to play, and they're looking to secure top 4 for the 7th year in a row. UK need to potentially think about using their timeout, need to collect themselves. I mean, I really thought that map, if any, would have been the one map that UK got a point on, but 1 million deficit, it's not going to cut it.
Things looking incredibly bleak now, and Germany have the next pick. A chance to put this at match point, and a chance to put this match to bed early. But we've seen the impossible happen. It is not over until it's over here in the OS World Cup. But you have to like how this has gone for Germany. I mean, they've just looked so good. Every single map, they've had at least 1 or 2 players consistently either FCing or near FCing, one missing. And the UK just haven't really been able to get into rhythm.
Yeah, and this is the showing you want to have, especially if you're going up against a team as good as Australia in the next match. Reminder, this is a loser's bracket match, so the loser will be eliminated and the winner will go on to face Australia for that top 3 spot. No Mod 4 is going to be the pick. This is an incredibly tricky slider tech map, has some brutal aim control patterns as well. And this is another one of those hardest maps in the pool. This is one of those maps that feels to me very much like a Kriller map.
Ooh. And there it is, a timeout called by the United Kingdom here as this No Mod 4 pick comes in. So that'll be an additional 2 minutes on the timer. And the United Kingdom are going to collect their thoughts here, collect their strategy. This is now the time to start strategizing for your potential final pick of the match, because they know they at least have 1 pick after this no matter what happens. So they're looking to consolidate and get something on the board here.
Yeah, I really like the use of the timeout here. You're down by 5, things have not been going well. You know, take a breath, take a couple minutes, get some water, reset the mental as much as you can, and hopefully come back fresh and ready to go. Unfortunately for the UK, they're up against Kriller, one of the best tech players in the game. And on a map like this is the kind of map that Kriller can absolutely pop off on, absolutely put up a solo carry performance. And I think they're going to need a big score from Bubbleman to match Kriller here.
Absolutely, and I'm sure right now Bubbleman's doing more than just that. I'm sure right now it's about being a team leader here during this timeout and getting the morale up. Things haven't gone your way. You're down 5-0. But if you are going to come from behind and stay in this tournament, you have to put your nerves to bed here. If you're the UK, you got to realize you were the team that, even though it was really close in the pick'ems, still you were the underdogs. Just play like you've got nothing to lose here. And there we go. Additional 2 minutes on the timer. So the timeout now being burned. As you see, Germany have completely vacated the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the timer doesn't start until the lobby timer ends, so it's effectively 4 minutes after the pick, and so Germany sensibly going to use that time to practice the map, whereas I think a UK, as you mentioned, Doland, they're going to take time to collect their nerves. Bubbleman is going to be having a talk with the team. He is an incredible captain. I'm sure he has some words for them of motivation to help calm them down. But Germany, they have been so dominant over the last 10, 11 years for a reason. Every year, they have such incredible scaling. You know, they might have a couple shaky performances in the earlier rounds, but when it comes to these finals pools, they step up year after year. They have those high skill cap players that can really push the limit of these maps, and they're doing it again right now.
Now we see the players starting to file back in. Tim Kackner, Zeitfrost, Kriller for Germany, Rudge, Bubbleman, and Haunt for the United Kingdom in the lobby right now.
And
Well, chat, here we go.
Yep. And I think the concern on this map for the UK is that we've largely seen better support out of Germany. And with this map being so difficult, this is, the UK really going to have to rely on those supporting combos, and we just haven't seen them come together so far. Zeitfrost, Yari in the lobby. Interestingly, no White Cat on this map, a bit of surprise.
Our referee, Ethereum, checking the settings, and now dropping the start command. Here we go. Tim Kackner, Zeitfrost, Yari, and Kriller for Germany against Schiazzo, Haunt, Rudge, and Bubbleman for the United Kingdom.
This map is not a long one, so we get very, very quickly into some of those brutal sliders. It's going to claim one combo on Germany already as Zeitfrost begins to fall, and I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more combos drop off in the next 10 to 20 seconds. Haunt is going to be the second to miss, but good recoveries on Germany from Zeitfrost and Haunt as well. Schiazzo going to find the next miss, but this one is incredibly close. Accuracy is looking surprisingly good for both teams. Rudge finds the next miss, and yet again, it's just Bubbleman holding for the UK. Zeitfrost missed again, but had missed earlier, so
Yari goes down.
That's a big one.
But it's still 2 FCs to 1. Kriller and Tim Kackner against Bubbleman. The United Kingdom on the back foot. And once again, Germany are pressing a lead here. 80k and growing. Nearing the halfway mark, will anybody get score capped? The United Kingdom's going to need to see at least one of these two combos fall if they want to get back into it.
As long as Bubbleman holds on to this combo, they still have a chance, but they need a miss from Kriller, and that's not necessarily something you can count on a map like this. This ending, though, incredibly difficult. There goes Rudge, and Yari misses traded. But Yari, Tim Kackner, FC down.
One FC down, but now they think the United Kingdom might realistically also need to see Kriller go at some point. But now there's light at the end of the tunnel for the United Kingdom. They are starting to eat away at that score lead. But they're going to need Kriller to fall. There's just not enough time. It's not going down quick enough, iFlame.
No, I mean, even Zeitfrost would help, but Haunt really needed to hold. There goes Schiazzo as well. It is only Bubbleman holding.
Yeah, not a half to see Kriller
go. Though. Yeah, it's just not going to cut it. There goes Bubbleman.
Kriller goes! But that's it. I think that may seal it here. The miss from Bubbleman seals their fate as the score gap increases to over 300k. That's going to do it. 6-0 Germany. Match point. The United Kingdom will need a reverse sweep or they are out of the OS World Cup.
And it's been the story this entire match, Stolen. Kriller and Bubble absolutely popping off, matching each other's scores, and Germany, time and time again, just have the better support. Tim Kackner, 560,000. The UK support, all just above that 300k mark. And Germany, they're on match point. UK, one pick to go, but they are far, far from making a comeback here.
Man, Kriller apparently FCing during the timeout.
That is unsurprising, considering how good Kriller is on chat.
See, the timeout was a good thing.
It was.
Oh man, this is a tough one here for the United Kingdom. This is about as tough as it gets. No timeouts. Down 6-0. You need 7 in a row.
Look, if you're the UK, it's time to shake things up. Aim hasn't been working, tapping hasn't worked. Let's see something completely unlike we've seen anything before. Pick, lag train, that super aim control heavy DT map. Go for something like the HD2. We haven't seen rating at all so far. You just need to change something, do something unusual. I don't think you can really just go back to the hidden one, the Hard Rock one, and expect to get a point based off of what we've seen so far.
I'd have to agree with you, honestly. I mean, I think Double Time 4 might be the best looking pick for them right now, if not HD2. But the problem with HD2 is, again, Germany have players. It is going to be Nomad 3. Interesting. I was about to say, this could potentially be another choice here.
It could be, but this is another alt map. Very heavy on the slider tech. And this one, another map that is incredibly tough tax. We have seen accuracy largely in favor of the UK, but ultimately it comes down to the combos, and the combos the UK have not been able to hold so far. And I'm not so sure about this one, but the UK, they have their scores on the team sheet. They know their scores better than we do, and so they feel that Nomad 3 is their best chance to start making a comeback.
It's now or never for the United Kingdom. Listia checking in. Their first map of the match. Man, what a tournament these two teams have had so far, iFlame. I mean, when you look at the runs these two teams have had throughout the tournament, they have played in some absolute matches, man.
Yeah, there have been some bangers for sure. UK, of course, going to tiebreaker last week against Canada, winning off an incredible tiebreaker performance from Bubbleman. Even some good matches that's earlier that same weekend, winning, I think it was 6-4 against Chile. But it could all come crashing down here on the Nomad 3. Germany, one map away from moving on to the top 4 and a match against Australia tomorrow.
Yeah, in quite a fashion that I don't believe anybody saw coming heading into this week. If they're able to close it out. But the United Kingdom have at least this last pick here, one last opportunity to say something about it and get a point on the board. As the rosters come in, it's going to be Kriller, Zeitfrost, Flay, and Whitecat. Nope, Zeitfrost will check out. Tim Kackner will check in.
Yeah, Tim Kackner, I think, got potentially a slightly higher skill cap and does usually sub in for the alt maps. I think Tim Kackner, Zeitfrost, interchangeable on the alt maps depending on who's feeling better on the day. And this time around it is going to be Tim Kackner, but so far, Kriller, Whitecat have been playing incredibly well. We've seen good scores from Tim Kackner as well, and that's been the key. It hasn't just been those two for Germany, right? The other supporting players have stepped up with some big supporting combos when they've needed them, and Listia, Haunt, Rudge, Bubbleman, one last chance to keep UK's hopes alive in this tournament.
Yep, it'll be an early drop here from Listia, but the accuracy advantage will keep the United Kingdom ahead for now. Everyone looking good.
Yeah, it's again UK, just with the early accuracy lead, but here we go into the first KI section. This is where we're going to start to see big misses, and so far have been UK defying those big misses. Looking better this time around. It's going to be Flay with the first miss.
Rudge will trade, but that should still be advantage UK because Rudge has much better accuracy than Flay.
Let's do a very nice recovery as well, but Rudge does find another miss on the slow section.
That miss felt all too relatable to me for some reason. I don't know why.
It did. Thankfully that wasn't on one of your big combos. It's not the end of the world. Kind of just laugh it off and try and get some recovery into the second half of this map.
Yeah, thankfully it doesn't give too big of a combo advantage to Germany. They do have a combo advantage, but once we get into some of these bigger KI sections, that accuracy advantage should start to shine through, but that drop from Listia is going to change things, as now Germany with superior combo is going to take this.
Yeah, you cannot afford to miss there on the slow section. It's just not going to be good enough, and now the score lead flips back over in an instant. It's 3 FCs to 2. Haunt and Bubbleman need to pull up an absolutely absurd performance in the ending. Germany needs to drop off, but they're looking so incredibly strong so far. Flea has not found another miss either, and all of a sudden it's 100,000 points in the lead for Germany. UK's chances are quickly slipping away from them.
They're quickly slipping away, but there is still an opportunity here if some of these combos drop on Germany. The accuracy is much better on the side of the United Kingdom, but it's pure combo gaming, bringing home the W right now. We'll see if Kriller, Tim Cagner, or White Cat find a drop. Even Flay finding a miss would help things, given the discrepancy in AC. But iFlame is going to need to be... Oh, White Cat on the slider!
Yeah, it's a very tricky section coming up. They just need one more miss to bring this one back. Listia does drop. That was a smaller combo. It has to be Tim Cagner or Kriller. The UK desperately needs to hold every single one of these combos. A single miss with Caldeon. There goes Tim Cagner. Can they bring it back? There should be time. Dolan Kriller as well.
Germany fall apart in the dying straits for the win. Can the UK bring it home? They flip it back. Can they hold it? They will. Sweep denied!
What a map that was. Germany looking to go from swept to sweep, but UK will deny them and at least put a point on the board. Germany, though, with the next pick, they have 6 more chances to close this one out.
Poor Tim Cagner. Poor Tim Cagner. Hey man, you just, it feels so good to see something go the UK's way. You just feel bad.
It does.
Because so many maps in this match had they played such a beautiful game and then just been on the unlucky side of a couple bad misses. But Germany was that close to taking it with just combo game.
Yeah, they just needed a single one of those FCs to hold on. 30, 40 combo longer, and they had it, but the match will be extended. The UK continue some hope, but now they have to find a break point of their own, something they've not been able to do so far in this match.
Yeah, well now they can finally breathe a sigh of relief that they got one on the board. But now they face the reality of Germany's next pick. And there's no mods. We have Hidden 1, Hidden 2, Hard Rock 1, Hard Rock 2, DT 1, DT 4, Free Mod 1, and Free Mod 3. The only maps remaining.
Yeah, and a lot of picks left that I quite like for Germany. Free Mod 1, Hidden 1, Hard Rock 1, Hard Rock 2 even, which is going to be the pick. Seem quite solid for them. Now, I will say this is, of the 4 picks that I mentioned, this is the one I would be most hesitant to pick. UK had the second best Hard Rock 2 score last week, only second to the United States. They put up 3 million off of a full combo from Bubbleman, but really good scores last week from Mahmood and Rudge as well. So we'll see if they can perform again on this week's Hard Rock 2. This one is very much a flow aim precision map. There is some tough spacing and some tricky aim. The patterns themselves are relatively comfortable, but when the circles are that small, doesn't matter how comfortable the patterns are, it is not that hard to miss.
Prayer of the Midnight Maiden. We'll see if she's praying for Germany or the United Kingdom, folks. Play and Haunt designated timer watchers here as the rest of the lobby, well, they've gone off to practice.
Yeah, certainly feels like the UK need a prayer too at this point in the match.
Yep, definitely back foot here for the United Kingdom against the wall. But they've gotten one on the board. And the only thing you can do if you're the United Kingdom is handle it one pick at a time.
I don't think this can be like the previous map though, Dolan. This is another one of those maps with an absolutely brutal ending. The last, I'd say, third of the map is so tough to hold any sort of combo through. So if the UK fall behind early, yet again, it's going to be so much tougher to find that same comeback. So much tougher to hold on to those combos into the ending. And so they cannot afford to find the early misses that time around. We need to see big combos early on, and we need to see them stay strong for the entire first half of the map.
Here we go, round number 8. It'll be Kriller, Zeitfrost, White Cat, Tim Kackner against Rudge, Hunt, Akolibed, and Bubbleman.
Both teams actually leaving out one of their typical Hard Rock players. No Flev for Germany, no Mahmood for the UK. So both teams switching up, but that's a miss early from Bubbleman. Not the player you want to see missing. That's the player you really need to put up a big combo. They do have 3 combos holding strong. Bubble with another miss, but traded back by Zeitfrost is going to even things out. It is Germany, though, off to a very slight advantage in the start of the map. Only gets harder as it goes on. White Cat, Tim Kackner, both finding misses. That's going to be pretty consequential, as then we now have 3 big combos to 1 on the side of Germany.
Yeah, Rudge actually will go down, but did find a very early miss as well, so that wasn't an FC. Tim Kackner will trade it back. It is Kriller against Akolibed and Haunt here. Zeitfrost is putting up a supporting combo, and Haunt goes down.
Akolibed now up against Kriller with the support from Zeitfrost, and you can almost never bet against Kriller in this kind of a 1v1, but it is Kriller who finds the miss, and Akolibed has the chance to keep UK in this one for yet another match, bring them to a break point, but Dolan, half the map to go.
He bleeds.
Yeah, but the second half of this map is brutal. Can the UK hold on to their 100,000 point lead, or will Germany storm back into a victory?
Right at the halfway mark for Kriller 2. That is absolutely going to be consequential here. Going to get score capped at around, well, 650, maybe 700 potential if he's able to FC the rest of the way through. The United Kingdom now growing a score advantage here into the last third of the map, but Akolibed goes down. That was their biggest combo dropping.
Yeah,
everyone misses except for Bubbleman and Rudge. They go down. Full combo reset favors the United Kingdom. That 160k advantage is going to park dead center, iFlame.
But have the UK done enough? 150,000, there's no combo on either side. I don't know that Germany have the combo to come back unless we see chain misses all over the place from UK. It's going back, Dolan. This is looking dicey, but it's a 3-way miss from Germany. It's going to stop the bleeding, and UK hold on to their lead. A couple misses on the ending, but the UK make it 2 in a row, and are we seeing the start of a comeback?
We may be seeing something here. Chain missing at the end is, man, not good for our heart rates here, chat, but the United Kingdom able to snatch another one, 2 in a row. And we're going to be seeing around 9 here. It's 6-2.
We go again, Germany. The timer ticking down. They now have 5 more attempts at the victory. And yes, it is a lot of attempts, but you got to find one eventually. And now it's UK to pick. If they can find the correct pick here, they could
that
have
was a big pick for the UK. That was a big point for them. Big point in a way that we saw Bubbleman struggle a little bit on that map, but the rest of the team really stepped up there. And that was something we really hadn't been seeing that much in the full match, was a full team effort from the United Kingdom. They look as if they may be starting to find some form, and they're going to fire free mod 3 at the Germans.
This is going to be another consistency test, but anti-mod consistency this time around, and it's a little bit trickier than your usual anti-mod. CS6 with no mod, AR 7.5 as well, so it's going to be incredibly difficult for either of the modded players, and I think on this map especially, you need to put your key players, Bubbleman and Kriller, on the no mod and let them carry if they can. Even then though, I'm curious to see if we're going to see any overmods into Hard Rock, just because the AR 7.5 can be tough on the Nomad as well, right? But the circles are just so small with Hard Rock that I'm not sure it's worth the risk.
All right, we'll see how the mods stack up here on this free mod 3 as we await some players. The UK seem ready. Listia, Haunt, Bubbleman, who will no doubt slide over one more to the right.
Schiazzo, and actually, any three of these players could realistically take the hidden. We're probably might just be seeing Bubbleman on the Hard Rock, which we've not seen too often from the UK, but none of Listia, Schiazzo, or Haunt typically take the Hard Rock. They're more so frequently in for those hiddens, those low AR reading maps, and I don't know about the Hard Rock on Bubbleman, but they may feel like it's their only option here. Meanwhile, Yari should be able to take the hidden for Germany. I think they can throw Tim Kackner on the Hard Rock, and that's going to allow Kriller and White Cat to have an easier time on the Nomad.
And the referee having to give Germany a warning there. Apparently they did not make the timer.
First warning, that would be a devastating way to lose a map by having only 3 players in.
That would not be good.
Because I believe after the first warning, if you don't make the timer, it's getting started and you play through the map.
Oh, I see why Bubble did not move over.
Yeah.
We're going with the Skia hidden Hard Rock here. Listia hidden for the UK. Tim Kackner will take Hard Rock and Yari will take hidden. Perhaps Bubbleman lending Skia the slot buff.
I have to say, I like the hidden Hard Rock a lot, just to allow those other players to take the Nomad, but we've seen quite a few misses, and unfortunately, most of those have been from the UK. It's already 3 FCs to 1. We're going to see a lot more misses, and the question is, how long can Bubbleman hold on to this combo? From what we've seen so far in this match, quite a while.
So far, it's a ever so slight advantage for Germany, as opening misses were found by both Skia and Yari.
Very much a consistency test. Here comes the next tricky aim section, but so far everybody holding strong. There goes Listia, had found an earlier miss, but United Kingdom cannot afford to drop these supporting combos. Kim Kackner, White Cap, the Bubbleman.
And Skia as well, dropping again. It's only Kriller here against Haunt. Yari has a decent supporting combo as well, as White Cat finds yet another miss.
Just Haunt now trying to fend off Yari and Kriller. Yari does find the miss, that's a big one, but still has to fend off Kriller. And once again, Kriller being matched by 1, and it's coming down to the supporting combos.
Wait a minute, it's coming back?
Slowly with the recovery from Bubbleman, as we do see continued chain misses from everybody but Haunt. That is
UK
disaster.
could not have that. Absolutely disastrous here, and it's now just Kriller on the SS. At the break, halfway through. We'll see it. We'll know it. Yari will drop. But that is not the combo that matters here.
And Dolan, there is a lot of time left in this map. Kriller does have an impressive accuracy, but all it takes is a single miss. This one is far from over. The map is not easy. The nerves are going to be picking up for Kriller.
Yeah, and Kriller's gonna need some support here, because as these supporting combos start to build, all of his teammates just reset their combos. Skia trades, but the UK are building some supporting combo, and they have flipped that score, and Kriller misses! Ladies and gentlemen, Bubbleman and Haunt! Bubble will drop, but now a 60k advantage for the United Kingdom. Make that 70, with a quarter of the map left. They're trying to bring this one home, iFlame.
It is all on Haunt now. Haunt has a chance to bring it home, as you said, bring this one to 7-3. That would be massive momentum for the UK, but they're not out of the woods just yet. There is still a decent bit of map to go, and there's some recovery combo on Germany.
Right, but even if Hunt were to drop right now, the recovery combo's not big enough on Germany to do anything. I think the United Kingdom have done enough here to get a 3rd point.
And yeah, especially with that miss from Yari, I think they have. And Doland, could we be witnessing the start of a reverse sweep?
We're witnessing the start of something. You just knew the UK weren't going to go down without a fight. And when they've been pushed to their very last point, they have rattled off 3 in a row here. And we will see round number 10, iFlame.
Yep. And as we hit round number 10, the timer continues to tick down for Germany. From 6 chances to close out this match, down to 4, and it's the UK who've been capitalizing on all of them. Of course, Germany have the next pick, but the pick is starting to matter less and less this far into the map. Neither team have picks that they're clearly advantage on. It just comes down to who can perform on the map, comes down who has the confidence, who has the consistency, and at the start of the match, it was Germany, but UK very quickly turning this one around.
Oh, man. Yari's done it now.
Oh, boy. I was going to pretend I didn't see that.
That is a German word meaning brother. That is a greeting.
Yeah. Better clarify there.
It's too late. I look over at chat. It's too late. It's too late. Anyway, now the pick to Germany. And they do have a timeout. They will not use it. They're going to go right into free mod 1.
I do like the pick a lot from Germany. This is kind of your consistency aim free mod pick, and generally Germany have looked solid on the free mods. We've seen Tim Kackner taking Hard Rock, Okinamo usually on the hiddens. We'll see if Okinamo is back in for a map like this, or whether we'll see Yari again.
Yep. And, well, we know the referee is watching this timer very closely now. Ethereum got a job to do, unfortunately. Referee's got to work a bit harder.
Yeah, the Germany certainly have to be careful. They've got Yari watching that timer. Give proper notice this time around as the UK slot in a Kali bed. I do expect Schiazzo to come in to take the hidden for the UK. And with Okinamo coming in for Germany, it does mean they won't need Yari in for this one. So once the rest of the German roster comes in, Yari very likely going to sub out.
Yep, gotta have a designated timer watcher in the lobby at all times. And thankfully for Germany, though, they still have a timeout, so if they feel like they're going to be pushed to the brink of a timer, they can just call a timeout and get that 2-minute extension. The United Kingdom no longer have that luxury. Both teams only get 1 per match.
So far, expected rosters for both teams, Listia and for the UK. So likely to actually be Listia on the hidden instead. Curious who we're going to see on the Hard Rock.
Here we go. Kriller Okinamo, Tim Kackner, and White Cat for Germany. Against Nine Mice Kolibed, Schiazzo, Listia, and Bubbleman for the United Kingdom. The mods. Hidden goes to Okinamo and Listia, no surprises there. Hard Rock will go to Tim Kackner and Schiazzo, who will also take Hidden.
This is our longest map in the pool, so there's going to be plenty of time to build up those combos, plenty of time for misses, and Plenty of time for the nerves to set in as UK know they're on the edge, know they cannot afford any more mistakes at this point.
Right, but they at least have momentum on their side now that they've averted disaster and at least have been able to get 3 points on the board here. They've certainly had to put some pressure back on Germany as Akolibet has found a couple of misses here through this opening section. That's the only thing to report. Ooh, Schiazzo going down, traded by Tim Kackner.
Early enough, though, that it should be okay for the UK as long as they can find their recovery. It's an incredibly long map, and so missing this early on is going to be mostly inconsequential. The key being, as long as they can recover their combos. If we see continued misses, it's going to start to get pretty dicey, especially with Germany looking pretty solid so far, as only the Hard Rock player for them to find a miss so far, and it's only Listia and Bubbleman holding it for the UK.
Yeah, but the accuracies are better on the side of the United Kingdom, and that is keeping Germany from running away with it. Aside from Akolibet and Schiazzo now, who finds yet another miss here. Germans slowly building that advantage. It's now at 60,000, a quarter of the map gone.
Yeah, so with another missed Hard Rock, definitely the toughest mod to take on this map, so you do expect your Hard Rock player to struggle a little bit, but Tim Kackner outpacing Schiazzo. A big miss from Okinamu is going to even things out and is going to give UK a window back into this one.
And they really needed something from Germany there. Schiazzo will trade with Okinamu, and it's now Kriller and Whitecat against Bubbleman Listia, and that is actually going to favor the UK with that hidden buff from Listia. But these supporting combos from Germany are really good, especially out of Tim Kackner. Listia drops, and now things are looking pretty bleak for the United Kingdom. Halfway through, they're going to need to see something.
And halfway through this free mod one, it is all on Bubbleman, the veteran. Was a shining star for them last week, came through when they needed it, but is out of their hands now. They need misses from Germany if they want a chance here, and the score lead is quickly growing. 100,000, 200,000, and UK needs those misses soon.
Yeah, and they need to realistically see at least 2 out of those 3 big German combos fall if they want a shot back into this one. But Germany not looking to give them any such chance. Tim Kackner will go, traded by Listia and Schiazzo. Kriller goes. Wait a minute. Okinamu goes. It's just Whitecat. 200,000 points. If the miss comes out soon from Whitecat, there might be a chance. But that miss needs to happen sooner rather than later, iFlame. And oh, there it is in the jump section. Whitecat doesn't have one in Flame's bubble.
There's still a lot of time left in the map, though. UK have the better supporting combo with Akoli on the 500. There's pretty much no combo anywhere else in the lobby, and they do have time to bring this one back if we see more misses coming out of Germany, but Akoli has to FC the rest of the map. A single miss from Akoli will spell the end for the UK, almost certainly.
And they're going to need to see multiple misses out of Germany as well. If Germany hold their combos, it's all for naught. It's 190,000. We are running out of time for the United Kingdom. It is still narrowing.
We've seen this before.
Okinamu's miss. Every miss here from Germany helps the United Kingdom. Oh, double misses traded. Thankfully, Akoli still holds. There goes Tim Kackner. There's no combo for Germany. Kriller being negated by Bubbleman. 150k. They're running out of time. And I think the gap iFlame, it just might have been a little too large for them to run back. And Germany looks as if they're going to hold on and finally put this one to bed, and finally get a win over the United Kingdom, but the gap is 100k and shrinking! It's not enough! And Germany will put down the United Kingdom, who gave us a valiant effort at a reverse sweep, but will fall short 7-3. Germany, your European champions, and now in the top 4.
Yeah, 11 years in a row in the top 6. This will make it 7 years in a row placing top 4 for Germany. This roster is not to be messed with in the finals, Dolan. They cannot be stopped, and despite UK putting up a good fight into the ending, it will be the Germans who face off against Australia for that top 3 spot.
Credit the United Kingdom with a brilliant effort in this year's World Cup and a brilliant effort in this match. It was coming back. they had about 30 more seconds. They had that point. Maybe even less than that at the rate at which it was coming back. But unfortunately, iFlame, Germany just bit off too big of a lead for them to chew. And that means Germany are advancing to the top 4 and will get to play against Australia for a medal.
Yes, they will. And I believe we have a showcase or show match coming up at 16 UTC. That's going to be in about 40 minutes. And we've got some exciting teams. Won't reveal them quite yet, but some all-stars from eliminated teams. Okay, we will reveal the teams.
Okay, we will reveal them.
But notable players on the red team, of course, we've got Lesbury, Arnold, Silas, Rafis Kamenchik, Mastaz CG, and Takiwi. A lot of players that have put up very strong performances. On the blue team, Tomasz Sheik, Nathan Ram, Suntan, Skillet, Raikoho, Arj, Def, and Carlos Flo. And I'm going to be honest, that blue team looking a little bit stacked.
Listen, we stand common shake here in this household, all right? Let's go Kazakhstan.
Let's go Kazakhstan, indeed. Outside of the show match, though, we do have some very exciting matches tomorrow, or if you're in North America, later today. It is going to be South Korea up against the US, a match we have all been waiting for. That's going to be at 3 UTC on Sunday. Then we have got Australia versus Germany. That's going to be 12:30 UTC tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. And once again, guys, go to the shop, get your banners, show some support for these teams.
Indeed. Every match is hype and big in finals week. We're in the business end of the tournament. You don't want to miss any match remaining. So be sure to follow the channel if you haven't already, with the bell and notifications on, so you don't miss any of the action remaining in this World Cup. iFlame, it was good to cast with you.
It has been a pleasure, my friend. I've been iFlame, joined by Dolan. Another massive congratulations to Germany. And last but not least, thank you all so much for watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back in 40 minutes for the show match. Have a good one, and take care.
I'm Willie, and I'm here to ask OSU World Cup players the questions we've all wanted answers to. Today, I'm talking to Flying Tuna from South Korea. He's been a part of teams that have placed 3rd in the World Cup once and 2nd in the World Cup twice, including last year, where they made it to the grand finals before losing on Tiebreaker to the United States. Now, he's back and feeling better than ever. Hello, Flying Tuna. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Your rank has been shooting up recently, and your performance points total is now almost 20,000. How would you feel if you opened up the OWC map pool and right there in the DT1 slot was Brazil?
Oh, okay, that is... Yeah, I can assess definitely because the DT1 will be Brazil. But realistically...
Do you think you could take the point?
Versus like example like USA.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so basically we're in the grand final OWC 2024, and it turns out that the DT1 is Brazil. Okay, the answer is no. But I feel like the roster that we have is not for the Brazil. It's too high BPM. I think USA has more potential. Unless I FC, that can happen.
You've been improving a lot. You've even been FCing maps from last year's World Cup pools, such as Burning Star with Hidden Hard Rock. Do you feel even more prepared after all this training?
I would say 2023 was like my lowest performance year. My consistency was like the lowest, and I got so much pressure. But this year compared to 2023, I would say 2024 is like my most prepared year for sure. Even compared to 2021, it's not even close. I am the most confident. I feel the most consistent.
In July, you won the gold in the Laser Grand Arena, which is Osu Laser's first ever major tournament. Do you think we'll see more Laser tournaments in the future?
Oh, I think so. I would love to see more tournaments from Laser. One of the biggest reasons is that I personally really like the scoring system in Laser. I feel like it's not too combo like based. If you just perform well, I think you can get pretty good score. I don't really have too weak skills. It kind of feels weird for me to say myself, but all-rounded player take so much advantage, and that's what I like.
Yeah, if you're good at everything, then you're gonna excel.
Yeah, exactly.
You seemed excited about the new OWC rule set now allowing double bans on the same mod.
Oh yeah.
Are there any other changes you would like to see to the rules?
Honestly, I'm already so happy that the double ban is allowed. I haven't really thought of other rule changes that I hope see it happen.
I'm just happy fails count now after 2018.
Oh yeah, nah, bro. Yeah.
South Korea has always been one of the best teams out there, and star players usually get a lot of attention. Who do you feel is the most underrated player on the South Korea roster?
I feel like from last year, Allegrisimo got a lot of attention because he really did deserve it. And now this year, I feel like Doomsday Fanboy because he is really good. He always does some unexpected he just manages to FC when we really need it, and his consistency is really good.
He's a very clutch player.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a clutch player, and I really value that. And yeah, you guys can actually look forward of the Doomsday Fanboys performance this year.
Now, as many might know, you used to be arguably the best mouse player in the world before switching to tablet. Would you ever consider switching back?
No. No.
What if Pepe offered you $1 million?
Oh, yes.
See, that changes everything. I see.
Yeah, that changes everything. Yeah, I really appreciate mouse players, but I actually sometimes play with mouse again, but that mouse drift issue, that problem is still a thing, and I just hate it.
Last year, South Korea took the United States to a tiebreaker in Grand Finals bracket reset, but just barely fell short. Now with the addition of new players, do you think this is your best shot ever at a World Cup title?
Yeah, definitely. In 2023, I expected that team to be the best team that we've ever made, and I never thought this year we would make the team even stronger, but we actually managed to. Especially myself, I feel much more confident. I really feel like I can do it. Last year, it was a full of doubt, but compared to that, this year, I'm just filled with the confidence and belief we'll do our best.
Well, best of luck to you. Thank you so much for coming out for this interview.
Thank you so much for inviting.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone watching from home, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024. We are here for the winners finals, a battle of titans, a matchup that a couple of years ago would have been David versus Goliath. No matter who was on the left side of the screen, it would have always been the United States as Goliath, but no more. The last couple years in a row now have shown us that Giants 2 can bleed. I am Dio, and I have the honor of bringing you this cast alongside this one guy for the winners finals of the OS World Cup 2024.
And what a winners final this is gonna be, man. It is an immovable object versus an unstoppable force. The clear-cut top two teams in the bracket this year. Korea on this 22-0 map win streak. United States looking about as strong as ever. Anybody who saw the qualifiers results had this date penciled in on their calendar. They were ready for the inevitable. The South Korea United States rematch once more, and we got it here. And man, oh man, I am so ready.
I am so ready. As you said, it's two teams that have looked pretty much impeccable throughout the tournament. South Korea has not dropped a single map. They were number one seed out of qualifiers and have proceeded to drop 0 maps whatsoever throughout the entire tournament. The United States, on the other hand, have just looked better and better as the tournament has gone on. Par for the course for the United States, honestly. This is a team that historically has done nothing but scale into the later stages and outshine everyone when it counts the most. So to see that happen again here in 2024 is no surprise. This is a stylistically different matchup for both of these teams as well. The United States this year, kind of an all-rounder roster built to do pretty much everything at a very high level. South Korea, while they're a little underrated on speed, definitely have their strengths well defined in the aim control, the reading, and the hidden mod. So a lot of room for picks for both of these teams with the kind of stylistic matchup that we have between them. And Aaron, it's match time. It's time to get into that map pool. It's time to get into the bans, hopefully, as we see these teams start to face off against one another. And just looking at the rosters again, you can see exactly why they have this stylistic matchup. Players like Worst HR Player, like Flying Tuna, like Fragrance of Page, like Hyok have been staples for South Korea throughout the tournament so far. Karcher as well, through both the qualifiers and other rounds, has been very, very solid for them on a lot of the aim-focused maps, whereas for the United States, you're looking at Utami, you're looking at Rectigon, you're looking at Window Life, Pez, you're looking at Taquito, and these players, lots of them very, very strong on the speed.
Yeah, these two teams, right? It was the Grand Finals matchup in 2022. It was the Grand Finals matchup again in 2023. And somehow both of them just managed to keep getting even better, which is absurd. South Korea, as you mentioned, they bring in some of these new players. They bring in Hyok. They bring in Fragrance of Page. United States brings back Decayton and Utami from past winning years. They bring in Pez, one of the most hyped rookies of the year. And yeah, United States has done this job of bolstering their speed roster. Their mechanics lineup has gotten even better. South Korea, gotten better at mechanics, gotten even better at the aim control, at really anything you can ask for. When you bring in Hyok, you bring in Page, you bring in a lot of strong things. And already seeing some unsurprising bans here, right? Nomad 5, I think we were basically guaranteed to see banned out by South Korea. They don't want to have to contend with this insane United States speed roster. Going to ban out the DT3 as well. That 300 BPM DT pick gone from the pool. United States, meanwhile, as expected, also banning into South Korea's strengths. The hidden 2 reading, overlap heavy hidden pick, and the hidden 1 just getting rid of an extreme strength for South Korea, who themselves are going to have the first pick. They're going to go
States, and that is the first point that any team has taken off of South Korea this entire tournament. It's in winners finals, and United States takes their first pick as a break point by 87,000 to start off the match. And this is the difficulty. You said it before the map started, Aaron, for South Korea, that these picks, they are not so binary. They are not so one-sided that you can just expect wins on every pick for South Korea from this team in this matchup. This is not like the last four.
How they've started off the match, exactly how they would have liked. It's going to be DT1 as their first pick. I don't think really any surprise there to see Hold Your Color opening things up for the USA. An extremely strong speed mechanics team, and this is 261 BPM D&B burst heavy with a little bit of aim thrown in, right up the USA's alley.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing for the United States is a lot of these picks, you want to see these dominant members for South Korea out of the lobby, right? All the people we talked about going in for that No Mod 2, people like Forum, people like Tuna, people like Fragrance of Page, people like Karcher, people like Hyuk, right? These people do not really like playing the speed. Hyuk has gotten a lot better at it. Karcher, of course, is solid on it, but the real star players in Forum and Flying Tuna and Fragrance of Page for South Korea, these have been their general speaking top performers through multiple rounds of the tournament. These are all players who don't really like the speed maps, right? And so if you are United States, you want those players in the lobby as little as possible during your own picks, and this is a very effective way of getting them out of the lobby, picking this DT1. AR 10.5, by the way, in the finals weekend. It's been a little while since 10.5 has made its way into the general community tournament scene. A lot more of it in the US World Cup this year as well. That semifinals DT4 from last weekend also. Some of that higher AR 10.5 in the DT pool. This one as well, going up on that. And yeah, a very, very mechanics-heavy, straightforward map. Lots of 260 BPM streams, lots of jumps, lots of bursts. And this is something that South Korea, yeah, they have 4 people who can play this, but the United States, again, on paper, favored for this. The trouble with this map is that, unlike on the No Mod 5, this is, again, not so binary of a pick that this is unwinnable for South Korea. So I think a lot of these picks that you're going to see with the bans that have already come out aren't going to look super one-sided. Even a map like this is accessible for these South Korean players who have been grinding the speed, grinding the tapping throughout the year, and making it so that they can contest when it comes down to it.
Yeah, South Korea, after last year, we saw them take that break point on the Free Mod 2 in Grand Finals. Remember that speed pick back then? They were eliminated in second place largely due to the heavy mechanics tiebreaker. And I think ever since then, they became determined to not let that sort of thing happen again. But United States, man, you look at this roster and you've just got such good tapping players. You are expecting great things out of this roster every single time. And, you know, we talked a little bit in the early goings that South Korea may be a little bit underrated on the speed skill set, and now's their chance to prove a lot of people wrong about what they can do on these types of maps. We see several early breaks. It's Hyuk, it's Fragrance of Page, Doomsday Fanboy, Taquito, Window Life, and Rectagon all breaking. Flying Tuna and Utami already the only 2 FCs left in the lobby.
The problem with those early breaks, though, a lot of AC dropped for South Korea, particularly on Hyuk, and Flying Tuna is on the 93% FC versus the 97% for Utami, so another 30k score lead right there for the United States. The recovery is good for everyone, though. Everyone now still holding just fine as we get into the more jump and burst section of this DMB DT1. Not so much the longer streams anymore, and so a lot of people far more comfortable. But another break comes through for Fragrance of Page, and that's the only break to be spotted so far. So another combo lead over to the United States, and just going to keep that score lead on their side and accrue even more for the Americans. Hawk with another break. Flying Tuna, Fragrance of Page also breaking at the same time. Taquito will match, but that's the only break from the United States, and that is a three-way break you do not want to see if you are rooting for South Korea. Now just Doomsday Fanboy left alone. He falls too, and that is now the United States. Utami's still on the FC, Rectigon on the reverse choke, Window Life on the reverse choke, and high 97 accuracy at the lowest for these three players. Just a massive combo lead, massive score lead, already over 400k for the United States, and no signs of slowing.
This is the USA's playground. This type of map is what we predicted that they would be picking and enjoying in this matchup, and you're seeing it play out live as to exactly why that is. 95 AC Tuna, 92 AC on Hyok. Meanwhile, nearly 99 on Window Life, high 97s on Rectigon Utami. Another three-way reset for South Korea despite the break from Window Life. This one is long gone. One-way traffic on the first pick for the United States in exactly the way they would have liked it. Proving a decisive advantage, at least on this pick, is really good for them, as we said. So good with momentum is this United States team, has this United States been for so long. If they get going in a match, it is tough sledding to try and bring it back, and the early break point and the humongous consolidation is going to do wonders for them getting this match going. It is an Utami full combo still intact into the ending. It is a Rectigon reverse choke, a Taquito high combo into the ending as well. 1.2 million points, the score lead, and growing. United States absolutely dominant on their first pick here.
Yeah, this is a far cry from the extremely close Nomad 2 breakpoint for the USA we just saw out of South Korea on their first pick. This is the United States asserting dominance and saying, yes, you were right to ban out those other speed maps. You needed to ban this out against us because there is no chance you are taking this skill set against us. 1.6 million team score difference for the United States on this pick. They almost double South Korea's team score on this map. In the winners semifinals, we were looking at South Korea's overall team score differences against Germany, and it came out to like an average 800k or something. The United States just generated that kind of average score lead in 2 picks with this DT1 performance. I think this is the second highest overall team score difference in the tournament. The only other higher one being UK's DT1 performance versus Canada last weekend, where UK effectively 4-way FC'd the map. So United States, with this kind of a score difference not on a 4-way FC, that is absolutely ridiculous in terms of just how dominant the scoreline was for this team.
And that is a scary proposition if you're on the other side. You see USA coming in and putting up score lines like that. Puts the fear of God in you, perhaps, as an opponent. But South Korea only down the 1 break point. It's not like the match is anything close to over. And here is a skill set that we have seen kind of surprisingly ignored by this South Korean roster for much of the bracket stage. They're going to go into the hidden 3. United States, of course, banned out both of the other hiddens in this pool. And South Korea was dominant on the hiddens in round of 16 as well as in the qualifiers, but they didn't play a single hidden in quarterfinals or semifinals. At least not picked a single hidden in those rounds. So we kind of were left wondering what was going on there. Was it something of a bait? And perhaps the answer to that is now proven to be a resounding no, as they're going to opt into the hidden 3 with their own second pick of this match. And this is, well, is it a bait from the United States? They banned the other 2 hiddens, left this one up, so this was their most preferred of the 3. That doesn't mean they're going to be great at it, but it means it's their preferred hidden if they're going to have to play one of them. South Korea, though, insane hidden team. Gotta like them on a map such as this one.
Again, South Korea had both the number 1 and number 2 scores on both hidden maps and qualifiers. Yes, they haven't played it much since then, but as you said, this is a team that you really can't discount on the hidden, especially something like this. This is largely a awkward, jumbled flow aim test. It is a Daria Core song mapped by Wafer, so a lot of slider jumps, a lot of really wonky tech sliders, and the vast majority of the combo in this map comes from these 193 BPM, almost Rubik's Cube-esque streams that just have overlapping wiggles, doubling back on themselves all over the place, and it is a bear to play. In some ways, Hidden can actually make the flow aim on this easier, but when you start to get higher spacing, high curvature, sometimes that Hidden becomes very, very difficult once again. So this is an extremely tough pick. Again, United States, they left this one up out of the remaining Hiddens, but South Korea also left DT1 up out of the remaining DTs. So, it goes both ways here. We'll see if South Korea can generate a similar sort of comfortable lead on this map for themselves. Amamiya Kokoro, Fragrance of Page, Flying Tuna, worst HR player in for South Korea to try to put up a point on the board against the United States with Dekaten, Rectagon, Utami, and Takedo on this Hidden 3. Shout out to Pastru, by the way, for reaching out to me for this sample in December 2023. This is in the works for a while.
This is a very, very cool track to have for sure. And it got a deservingly excellent map. And here we are going to go into some of these really challenging flow and slider patterns, and it's immediately a full reset for United States. South Korea holding the four-way, United States nothing left already. So maybe this entire hidden pool was just not good for USA, and it didn't matter which one they left up. We'll see what happens the rest of the way through, though. 3 minutes long, but they are struggling mightily in the early going. South Korea is just racing out to an early lead. There are the breaks from 3 members, though. Amamiya Kokoro, Fragrance Page, and worst HR player all to fall. That's going to, put a little bit of a band-aid on the bleeding that the United States was suffering in the early stages here. But Flying Tuna still holding on to that full combo. We'll see what Rectagon and Utami can do to try to pull this combo difference back at least a little bit. It didn't get too out of hand, 150k the lead, but not the greatest start here. Meanwhile, South Korea doing what they needed to on this pick so far. Flying Tuna's got to hold, though.
Yeah, Flying Tuna has to hold. The recoveries are there for Rectagon and Utami, but better combo for at least one of the recovery combos over either Dekaten and Takedo. But there goes Dekaten now, and so the United States dropping one of those recovery combos. There goes Utami as well, and now suddenly the United States looking grimmer and grimmer on this map. The score lead jumping out to about 250k now for South Korea off the back of this full combo from Flying Tuna. Takedo and Rectagon do have supporting combos here for the United States. They do have recoveries. There's another miss to come through for Amamiya Kokoro. Dekaten will match another miss to come through for both of those players. But Fragrance of Page and worst HR player are matching Takedo and Rectagon. There goes Takedo as well, multiple times at that. And there goes Flying Tuna. He will finally drop the FC, but it just does not matter. Fragrance of Page and worst HR player are there to have his back, and that is what makes this roster so scary, is that all of these players can individually pop off on a map like this.
You are terrified of all 4 members in the lobby right now for South Korea on a map like this. When one combo falls, another one rises up to take its place. Whether it's Page, whether it's Forum, Tuna, Amamiya Kokoro, whoever, somebody will have a big combo and somebody will be there to pick up any slack that might be left. And it's going to be a pretty sizable win here for South Korea on their second pick. This is going to get them on the board. United States has the consolidated break point, but that is a much better feeling map for South Korea, winning it by a 420-ish thousand point margin. After we get through this last little bit here, it does go up to 427k. And that will allow them to take a little bit of a breath after dropping those first 2 points, including a break point, and remind everyone why they are here and how they got here in such one-sided fashion so often, because they are so good at some of these very difficult, demanding maps. And that is the kind of performance we are more accustomed to seeing of the South Korean roster this year.
Yeah, this is a very solid team score, and again, it's these staple members for them. Flying Tuna, worst HR player, Fragrance Page, and I'm going Amamiya Kokoro, who hasn't had the limelight a lot in this World Cup so far, has had a sort of quieter performance, has not been in on as many picks as players like Karcher or as players like Hyuk. So good to see Amamiya Kokoro, one of the best tournament players, full stop, coming in for a few more picks here in the winners finals, because this is a very scary player and definitely a warranted part of this roster for Korea. Somebody who can absolutely make the difference when it counts on maps like that. So good to see them back in as well. And now for the United States, I mean, at some point you have to just expect the DT2, right? I mean, the lead on DT1 was 1.6 million almost. They almost doubled the team score from South Korea. You kind of have to expect the DT2, but it's going to be Hard Rock 3 instead. This was a pick we weren't completely sure about from the United States. This is a team that so far this tournament has not really liked these sorts of Space Stream maps, but this pick is quite different from a normal Space Stream map. This is not My Heart Will Go On. This is not Reason. This is not, you know, any of those sorts of farm Space Stream maps. This is a Mazarin map with tons and tons of corners, changing stream shapes, all different sorts of streams in this map. A lot of linear streams, a lot of changes into kind of basic jump aim, as well as high spacing circular flow at the same time. And those transitions, those shorter or slightly shorter stream lengths in this map as well, can be very good if you are a team that isn't super happy with your kind of basic stream farm like My Heart Will Go On.
And we really kind of waffled a lot on this map as to whether or not it would be something the United States would want to pick into, because of those reasons you're describing, you know, not really loving a lot of the flowway maps in the pools so far, and just the raw difficulty of the way this particular map is created. But they are going to decide to opt into this, you know, their list of maps feels like it maybe runs out a little sooner than South Korea, so the priority on a map like this might go up a little bit. But this South Korea roster on the map of this style is pretty scary. You've got a flowing monster in Karcher. You've got players like Hyuk, Allegrismo, Doomsday Fanboy to choose from, Amamiya Kokoro, Flying Tuna. Like, again, it's a situation where South Korea can put together a four-man roster out of several different options for a lot of these picks. And it is going to look like these four. So we're going to see that four members for South Korea. We're going to see Pez, Window Life, Decaton, and Rectagon for the United States. Maybe expected like a Taquito or an Utami, but both of them out on this one. So we will see how this roster handles this very challenging flow test as United States will be looking to hold on to their breakpoint advantage throughout the match. But a map like this, South Korea feels like they might just be able to find inroads. Very easy to break on so many of those changing angle streams and very challenging flow patterning. This is one to keep your eyes on because this could go any which way throughout its entire duration. And it's a long one, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, very early break to start us off from Window Life on the side of the United States, but nothing to write home about. Just a, 20 combo difference here at the start. Another break to come through for Amamiya Kokoro, but is matched by a chain miss to come through for Window Life. So another couple of those breaks. Going to keep things on the side of South Korea for now, but very, very slowly going their way. And in fact, I think going back the way of the United States ever so slightly. Maybe the accuracy advantage for the U.S. pulling things back their way, but just a slight score lead for South Korea. And into the first KI time here, you can see now going into some of the jump aim, going into some of these circular stream flow with the higher spacing. It changes up a lot from the linears preceding this section, and there goes Flying Tuna. Does find what I think was a miss-aim on the start of a stream, and missed a couple of notes right at the start there. Back into the linear flow now with the high spacing. Flying Tuna going to find another drop there. It's Karcher, Hyuk, and Amamiya Kokoro to fight against Pez, Decaton, and Rectagon, all on FCs, plus Window Life on this matching supporting combo from Amamiya Kokoro. And this is, once again, the United States pulling out with a lead on their own pick. The full combo advantage doing all the work right now in their favor. But there goes Pez! Does find a miss-aim. Window Life also miss-aiming right afterwards, and suddenly it's right back the way of South Korea. They have the full combo lead now, and the matching supporting combo to go with it. Just the two FCs now for Decaton and Rectagon.
But of course, right as you say that, it's going to be Amamiya Kokoro, Karcher, and Flying Tuna all to fall. And just like that, it goes back over to the United States again. It goes back and forth once more. It is Hyuk holding the combo for South Korea, but Decaton and Rectigon holding down the fort for the United States just past halfway mark. These flow changing spacing and awkward patterns can catch you out easily. It's a double reset again. It's Karcher and Hyuk to fall. Window Life and Decaton. There goes Rectigon as well. And now it is again the lead to South Korea as Izami Kokoro Flying Tuna both matching the Pez combo. And they have plenty of time to work at bringing this score back if they can both hold. It never got that big. It's only 100 from Decay. Another couple chain misses from Decay and Hydrogen Bomb. That is Rectigon. I can never... It is breaks everywhere, is what I am trying to say. Nobody able to hold very well, but Ami, Kokoro, Flying Tuna, and Pez still keeping it going.
I think South Korea, if they want to take this as a breakpoint back from the United States, they might need Pez to break. It's still 100k in the favor of the US and just a little bit of map remaining. It's going to be close if not, but there goes Amamiya Kokoro and Flying Tuna, and that'll do it. Pez to hold at the end of the map for the United States and secure this point. Make sure that there's no chance that either of those big combos from the side of South Korea had any shot at bringing this score lead back. It's another one in the bag for the United States and a 3-1 scoreline to cap off their second pick. Very, very solid scores from multiple people in this lobby, but ultimately it comes out from the United States 3 600Ks from Pez, Decaton, and Rectigon, putting in major work there to make sure that score lead stayed on their side for basically the entire map. There was that little itty bitty 15k score lead at the start for South Korea, and once that first FC drop happened, it never went back their way.
And it's just, again, you know, kind of the USA doing a little bit of what South Korea was doing on the previous map, where if somebody broke, somebody else had a combo, whether it was Rectigon, Decaton, or Pez through the ending there. And, I mean, geez, can we talk about Pez, right? Coming in as another one of these very hyped up rookie players in OWC this year, like Fragrance of Page, like Skia from the UK, and really performing to and even exceeding expectations has been nothing but impressive time and time again, holding the clutch combo out for the USA on that map to maintain that 100k plus lead throughout the last quarter of the pick. And now we go to South Korea for another pick of their own, and they're going to pick into a skill set that I think we anticipated out of them in this matchup. It's going to be the Free Mod 1, so we're going to get kind of this dense aim, and South Korea has done unimaginable things on aim maps over the past couple of weeks. Their team score on last week's Nomad 1, untouchable for any other team by an order of several 100,000 points. And looking to keep kind of that same trend going on aim picks in this pool. This does feel like a skill set where they should be advantaged against the United States team that historically has really never leveraged aim as a main strength. They have been largely content to ignore it, and South Korea may be looking to take advantage of it. But again, one of those maps where you can break on aim patterns anywhere, and anyone can do it. It can happen to darn near anybody. And so it's another pick that feels like it's likely to be very contested, despite South Korea being on paper favored.
Yeah, on paper favored for South Korea, though, is right. I mean, 3.7 million on the Nomad 1 last week, 3.1 million on the Nomad 1 the week before. In round of 32, they put up a 4-way full combo on the Nomad 1 there, which is, I believe, with mod multipliers removed from any modded picks, including free mods, the single highest score of the tournament so far. So this skill set for them is just absolutely ridiculous. They are a team that excels at this aim, and so for them to falter, it is possible, but not very likely. Whereas the United States, this is a team that typically has not really liked playing these sorts of aim maps. Even Free Mod 1, stuff that's a little more awkward, stuff that does have that density element or that has that aim control with the Hard Rock, it's still not something that they have typically picked into as a roster, and this is a multi-year trend for the United States of not really being an aim team, but being extremely good on aim control, on speed, on reading, on anything else in the pool, right? So for South Korea to be a team that excels at this skill set when there are multiple aim maps in this pool, I think is very good for their pick strategy in this match. And let's see if they can actually keep up this pick strategy after this pick. Because if you lose this one, you lose access to a lot of the rest of this pool. The Nomad one, the Hard Rock one, maybe even the Fremod 4. All potential picks for South Korea. And so losing this would mean losing access to a lot of those potential other picks in the pool. It's Hyuk, Flying Tuna, Fragrance of Page, and Worst HR Player for South Korea. Hyuk on the Hard Rock, Worst HR Player on the Hidden, everyone else Nomad, Hydrogen Bomb, Rectagon, Takedo, Utami, and Decaton in for the United States. Rectagon on the Hard Rock, Takedo on the Hidden. No surprises there either.
Yeah, this one lining up pretty much exactly how you would have anticipated, and I think as always on an aim map, going to be eyes on Hyuk, one of the preeminent aim players in the world at the moment. He has set the most ridiculous aim scores you've ever seen, on and on and on, but it's going to be the early break from Flying Tuna, a couple in fact, and it will be shortly, excuse me, there was a break from Decaton, I apologize, so this lead will be more or less even slightly in favor of the United States, but a bare margin at most. As we get through these early stages of this pick, everybody else, by and large, looking quite comfortable to this point. It's just going to be a matter of holding on when the going gets more difficult, but for now, dead even on this pick so far.
Yeah, dead even so far, and this is a map that has, as you said, a lot of easy places to break. Back and forth aim, wide angle, awkward jumps, anti-aim in this map. It's really got it all in terms of an aim suite for this map. And at 230 BPM and AR9, those Nomad scores are not as solid as you might expect. Obviously, the hidden players are going to have a tougher time on something like this, but these Nomad scores are not guaranteed for these players. And there goes Decaton, does find another slider break there, I believe in the bottom right corner. So another break for the United States. It's a slight lead for South Korea, but another couple of breaks there from Takedo. Did find a break on the square pattern on multiple of those notes. And now it's 2 FCs for the United States versus 3 for South Korea. Hyuk, Fragrance, and Worst HR Player all holding on to those FCs. And Flying Tuna on a good recovery here for the Nomad. It's Rectagon on the Hard Rock and Utami on the Nomad. So the two players I think you would want holding for the United States still doing so. But South Korea right now, massive combo lead. The score lead is coming over pretty quickly to their side, but it's not huge yet. It's only 120,000.
Yeah, that is not going to feel safe anytime too soon. Still plenty of map to go, with this one being 4 minutes 21 seconds. That is a lot of time, but the comfort level looking so high. Hyuk, Fragrance of Page, and Worst HR Player, and that recovery combo of Tuna all just putting in the work here for South Korea. That lead continues to grow bit by bit, little by little, and their comfort level continues to be on edge a little bit, but that's going to help it out as Decaton finds multiple misses once more. There goes Rectagon on one of those 2 remaining FCs, and this map may just come to a quick conclusion here unless we see a full reset from South Korea, as dominant as you'd expect on the aim to this point. But there do go Hyuk and Fragrance of Page. Worst HR Player, the only FC left, being matched by Utami, who breaks on the last note before the slider, and that might just have done it right there.
I think that's going to seal it up. Worst HR Player is still on the FC with Hidden. Flying Tuna on this reverse choke with the Nomad, 98.6 accuracy. There's some combo on Takedo. There's a little bit on Rectagon and Decaton, but it's not nearly enough. South Korea with a 450,000 score lead and another couple of misses to come through for Decaton, just going to extend that score lead, extend that combo lead even further for South Korea. And with Takedo gone now, even if there was a full wipe, even if players started chain missing all over the place for South Korea, there is nothing the United States could do on this pick. Dominant on aim indeed for South Korea. This is the skill set they, I think, should and probably are going to lean into for the foreseeable future in this match, as this now looks to be even close to as dominant as the USA was on that DT1. Well over 750k by the end of the map for South Korea, and their biggest score lead by far in this match.
Yeah, it's going to be a final margin of just shy of 800,000 points, and what a crazy team score. It's 3.2 million for him with the 1 miss on that very last pattern, practically an FC. Flying Tuna not too far behind. and Paige and Hyok breaking right about the same place in the map. And man, this opens up some avenues for South Korea the rest of the way. As you alluded to before the map got started, they have the Nomad 1 open to them. They have the Hard Rock 1 open to them. They even have the Free Mod 4 if they want it, all aim or aim adjacent. And man, that gives them some opportunities throughout the rest of this match. United States gonna have to play very carefully, because that makes it feel like South Korea has a bunch of really good picks for themselves, even once we get down to the very end, potentially, 10 plus maps into this match. Back the other way, though, it is going to go. USA next pick.
I have a couple of things to say about that last map, by the way. That hidden only one miss from worst HR player would have been number 3 or 4 on the leaderboard. There's currently a single hidden FC from Cookeasy, literally Cookeasy. The next best hidden score is a 2 miss from My Angel Anzu. Hyok 3 days ago full combo that map with Hard Rock as well. Amamiya Kokoro 5 days ago with Nomad. And Allegrisimo just now, as they played that map, 5 missed with 1400 combo. So even the players sitting out on South Korea would have been almost top scoring for the United States on that map. That is how ridiculous this team is at aim. Now, they are filling up the leaderboard live during match with these scores. As we get into, I think probably the most predictable pick for the United States, DT2, Popipo, the Ryu remix, the Hatsune Miku Vegetable Dance. Not by Lucent. This is kind of reminiscent of some older style DT picks, but with the mechanics to match an OWC finals pool. Just about 253-ish, 252-ish BPM, finger control, doubles, quads, longer streams, jumps in between, flow aim for all of those burst patterns as well. It is very tough, but very control focused and much more bursty than long stream heavy, which for South Korea means this sort of map is much better to leave up than the Nomad 5. How much does that matter given what we saw on the DT1? Not entirely sure, but it certainly looks better on paper than something like the Nomad 5.
Yeah, better on paper. We saw the whole better on paper thing play out in the favor of the team that was indeed better on paper on that free mod 1. So we'll see how that goes into the next map here. But I think anything in a tapping skill set is going to feel pretty good for the United States just in general. But, it's the same, it's like we ask the same questions of maps in different skill sets. Why did the United States choose Hidden 3 to leave up of the Hiddens? Well, it didn't really matter which one they left up. Why did South Korea leave DT2 up of the tapping maps in the pool? Now we're going to find out if that one falls in line the same way, where it's just, well, they had to leave some tapping stuff up. It's going to be Amamiya Kokoro in for this one, Flying Tuna Fragrance of Paige. Worst HR player, interestingly enough. The 252 BPM Bursty DT pick is going to see everybody's favorite, famously not tapping focused player who has been working on it. So we'll see how the improvement arc is coming for Forum on this type of pick. Rekion Utami, Takedo, and Window Life. Again, a very, very dominant looking roster on a tapping finger control heavy map like this one, but so easy to break on so many different things, as Worst HR Player is going to show us early on. He'll become the first fall, followed by Takedo, followed by Amamiya Kokoro, and Dio the accuracy. Talk to me about the accuracy here, because I'm not liking what I'm seeing from South Korea.
It ain't looking good, brother. It is not looking good for South Korea early on. We'll leave it at that. The United States, however, lowest accuracy for them is 97.4 from Utami. Everybody else above that mark right now. A couple of misses, though, coming through for Rectagon and Window Life there. So the combos not looking quite as good for the United States as they were a moment ago, but the score lead certainly still way in their favor. 230k and climbing with that break from Flying Tuna. That's the last FC gone for South Korea, and Utami still holding strong for the United States. And Aaron, I don't think it mattered which DTs were left up by South Korea. I don't think it mattered which ones they banned. Nomad 5, DT3, DT2, DT1, they're all bad picks, unfortunately, for South Korea. And fortunately for the United States, they are well out ahead in this one. They say never, but this is looking pretty one-sided, just, again, taking stock of the accuracy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because the combo for South Korea isn't even that bad. Like, they actually have combo lead here. It just so happens that they're down by 3, 4, 5% on the accuracy, which makes it very, very hard to bring that score gap back. I mean, you've got 500 plus combo on Worst HR Player, 500 combo nearly on Fragrance of Page, 400 on Tuna. So eventually this combo will outweigh the accuracy discrepancy, but when you've got Taquito and Window Life holding on to some pretty good combo and with 98 AC apiece, it's really going to prevent South Korea from bringing it back at any sort of pace. And now that we're seeing the combos building up the way they are for the players holding them, namely Taquito, Window Life, and Utami on the backing, it doesn't even matter. I don't think. Wait a minute. Taquito
broke. It's coming over. They still have massive combo. Tuna will break, but there's not enough time.
Yeah, no. With accuracy, South Korea wins that. With accuracy, they win that. But unfortunately, 95, 95, 94, 93 against double 98.6s and a high 92, high 96s. I mean, South Korea wins that if they can play it in the correct fashion rather than having to mash their way through it, because they out combo gamed the United States on that pick. Unfortunately, the United States out-act them by enough that it did not end up mattering.
Yeah. And it's you can see why they left that up, right? You can see why they left this one up as opposed to the DT3 or the Nomad 5, because they can combo game this. That was an absolutely winnable map for South Korea. They didn't win it in this match, but that was a winnable pick for them. So definitely makes sense to leave something like that up. That said, now the United States has the United River Styx has picked DT1, DT2, and Hard Rock 3, which are all tapping maps in one way or another, right? Hard Rock 3 is 200 BPM, much lower than the other two, but still a stream map, still a tapping map. There's not really any of that left in the pool. The only thing that's even relatively similar is this Free Mod 4, and that's mostly an aim map with just a little bit of tapping on the bursts, but all of these are now gone for the United States. They did also take the Nomad 3. So if you want to go into similar stuff like that, you could maybe look at the Nomad 3, or excuse me, they took the Nomad 2. So could go into the Nomad 3, could go into the Free Mod 2 after this. But significantly less guaranteed, quote-unquote, options for the United States remaining now. And for South Korea, after that Free Mod 1, this Hard Rock 1 makes tons of sense. This is very, very similar in terms of the awkward wide angle jumps. Very similar in terms of the BPM. This is 240 as opposed to 230. The only main difference here is this is played with Hard Rock, so AR10, OD10, CS 5.2 for all players rather than one of the four. So South Korea may not have that density advantage on the Free Mod 1 as they had earlier. But just with how good South Korea has looked on aim throughout the tournament, you, again, expect this to be a very, very good pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty cut and dried one to me, right? You win the Free Mod 1 with the kind of performance they had on it. You just go into aim because it's obvious that you're playing aim very well. You are as this South Korean roster, such an incredible level on the aim maps that it just makes a lot of sense to continue in this skill set. And again, I mean, it's Hyok, it's Forum, it's Tuna, it's Allegrisimo coming in for this one. Or not. There he goes.
Or not. Never mind.
I wasn't expecting him to be in for this, but I was like, maybe they know something I don't. Meanwhile, yeah, there's Fragrance of Page. Meanwhile, that makes a little more sense. Meanwhile, Decaton, Rectagon, Pez, and Utami, United States will put their best foot forward on every map, right? Like, it's relatively rare to see them truly getting gapped on any skill set on any map, and they have solid Hard Rock aim players on that side, but I mean, come on. Like, this South Korea team is just stupid on aim. It's dumb. It's going to be Karcherian, as it turns out, in place of Flying Tuna, so they're just making switches up until the last second here. But whoever it is, like, they'll be fine. They'll just be fine.
Yeah, I mean, watch them as they go, watch them as they come, but it's still a ridiculous Hard Rock aim roster for South Korea. At the end of everything, we get Hyok, Karcher, Fragrance Page, and Worst HR Player in for them. As you said, Decaton, Rectagon, Pez, and Utami in for the United States. Still a very good Hard Rock aim roster for this team as well, but South Korea showed us their mettle on the Free Mod 1 and are looking to repeat here on this Hard Rock 1 with, again, a very similar sort of map, very similar sorts of patterns in this map as we get into things. A little bit of that awkward anti-aim patterning, a little bit of the wide angle jumps to start us off. And nobody breaking so far, but it is very early days on this map. And actually a miss for Karcher, a miss for Worst HR player, a miss for Hyuk, all right at the start. That is not good for South Korea, now down 3 full combos. It is not that much combo overall, but you don't really want to be missing 300, 400 combo in this map right from the outset. With just Fragrance of Page holding onto the FC, United States now another miss for Hyuk to come through. And this is starting to be a little concerning a quarter of the way into the map with the 4-way full combo still going strong for the USA.
Yeah, 3-way full combo for the USA with a very early break from Utami, but indeed, like, you don't want to give up advantages when you don't really need to. That was by no means the most difficult portion of this map on which South Korea just found those breaks. They will need to stabilize, and we'll see how long the USA can hold on to all 4 of these combos, the triple FC and Utami backing it up. It is Fragrance of Page to hold on to the FC for South Korea as we reach about the halfway mark. This just brutal flow and back and forth in triples. I mean, this section is so much harder than it may visually appear. And there's the double break from the United States. It's Rectagon and Utami to fall. Hyuk will trade one of them out, but that is going to be a net gain for South Korea. There goes Pez as well. And Decayton falls. It's a full collapse from the United States at the halfway mark. All 4 players go down. Fragrance of Page holding the FC, finally breaking, but it is Worst HR player, and it is Karcher holding down the big combos for South Korea. And just like that, the lead goes to South Korea immediately. The United States just completely in tatters after that section of the map, and now South Korea can run with this as long as Karcher and Worst HR players' legs can hold out.
Let's see if they can take them over the finish line with this one. It looks like it, as another couple of breaks come through for Pez, the only player to break in this ridiculous linear slider section with the wide angles and anti-aim patterns. Rectagon and Pez will find another couple of breaks there, but everyone from South Korea holds. It's again Karcher and Worst HR player holding on to these high combos for South Korea, generating this score lead, and was less than a quarter of the map to go. Combo alive on Utami and Decayton, but matched by Hyuk and Fragrance of Page, and there goes Decayton as well. It's another break to come through for Rectagon afterwards. Finally, Worst HR player will drop again, but Karcher still with this massive recovery going into the hardest part of the map. This ridiculous high spacing into low spacing, high intensity section with the pattern aim, the back and forth jumps, the low spacing afterwards. Everyone on South Korea except for Worst HR player is able to hit it, and that is not a sentence you often say, but just about everyone from the United States hitting that as well. These players dealing with that section immaculately, but at the end of the day, it's still that massive combo lead on Karcher for South Korea and a massive score lead for the team as well. They did take them over the finish line. They ran with that lead. 890k for Karcher on that map. 1 miss with the 98 AC. A massive, massive score for them, and an over 500k score lead for South Korea. Very well done on that pick, and again, this just goes to show why they continue to pick this aim. They faltered early, they fumbled a little bit at the start, but that really intense, difficult, back and forth, linear flow, changing into snap section came through in the middle of the map, and South Korea handled it with aplomb, whereas the United States found multiple misses on basically every member. And so South Korea able to take it by virtue of hitting the hardest sections in the map.
That was a wild one to watch, man. United States felt like they were in control through the early goings there, and then just could not get any sort of combo going that was meaningful in the back half of that map, which really, as you said, just goes to show how impressive South Korea can be on these AIM maps. And so, like, they've still got picks in this skill set, right? They've still got the No Mod 1 to think about. They've got the 3 Mod 4 to think about, so they've got options going forward. Meanwhile, we flip things over. We go to the United States next pick. DT1, DT2, Hard Rock 3, all gone. Now the question mark. Where do you go next if you're the USA in this matchup? Because stuff is just not going to feel as comfortable the rest of the way through this matchup. You've got Alt, which you won, but like you probably don't feel comfortable with. You've got Tech that you're good on, but God, South Korea is one of the best in the world at Tech. So now things get a little more challenging. It is going to be that No Mod 3 So United States saying we won the Alt Nomad 2, will continue to perhaps dabble a small amount into kind of some swing alt in this Nomad pool and see if it can work out a second time in this match to maintain the advantage.
Yeah, I think this is one of the better picks remaining for the United States. You look at the Nomad 3 from last week, which, you know, usually you think Nomad 3, oh, that's an alt map. Well, last week it was CS6 Swing. And this is not CS6, but it is Swing. It's a lot more finger control snap aim focused than it is flow aim wiggle focused or back and forth focused like we saw in the Nomad 2 earlier at the start of the match. And this was a head-to-head victory for the United States. Looking at both team scores from last week, they were number 1 and number 2 on the map for United States and South Korea in that order, but a head-to-head victory is still a head-to-head victory, and whether it's by 6,000, 100,000, or a million, you take those. That is still a point on the board. And United States, still a very, very good finger control roster for this team. Players like Taquito, players like Rectagon, players like Kama, players like Decaton. We haven't even seen Kama in this match. He's one of the best finger control players in the game. Has some obscene accuracy plays as well. I don't know if he's going to be in for this map in particular, but certainly a shout on something like this. And again, this is a roster where you have that depth to make those types of roster decisions, right? You have your staple picks in people like Utami, Rectagon, to some extent Decaton as well, but there are multiple other people that the United States can put in for this map. And so you're going to expect a solid roster for them. That said, South Korea, it's not like they're slouches on this sort of thing. They were still the number 2 team score of the weekend on this map. Players like Worst HR Player, players like Allegrisimo could be in for this as well. It doesn't look like he is going to be in on this one, was in on the Nomad 3 last week. But players like Hawk, players like Fragrance of Page, players like Flying Tuna, again, still ridiculous on this type of swing alt finger control, snappy aim focused sort of pick. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing these teams face off head-to-head on this. This is, as you said, Aaron, I think the first USA pick that has felt like a toss-up. Maybe a slight favoring toward the United States at the outset, but certainly by no means as favored towards them as things like we've seen in the DT1, the DT2, the Hard Rock 3. So this is the test of the United States and their remaining picks in this pool.
And as we said at the outset of this match, it was always, a little bit felt like it was going to be the question of what kind of advantage could the United States have when they went, you know, through the DT picks, and what would they pick into when they ran out of those speedy maps. And with the breakpoint in hand off that Nomad 2, Nomad 3 does make sense as kind of a similar but different skill set. Man, this is taking us back a ways to a map that can be very, very close, and it's an early break from Decaton, not what you want to see. Down at 95 accuracy, Rectagon down at 96 as well. A little bit of discomfort here to start this match off for the USA. South Korea, meanwhile, Tuna Hyok, Fragrance of Page, and Forum on the 4-way FC thus far through some very challenging slider finger control patterns. And everyone making it through except Taquito. Down goes Tuna, down goes Decaton again. 3 FCs to 2 in favor of South Korea as Rectagon falls, makes that 3-1. And this is feeling like maybe just a little bit of a mispick here from the United States as they move into the more challenging portion of this match in terms of pick strategy.
Yeah, and, you know, we've seen comebacks from behind before already in this match, right? We saw the Hard Rock 1, the very last map. South Korea was behind until suddenly the United States fell apart in the middle and South Korea held their combo, held their nerve, and were able to take it back. There is still time for that sort of thing to happen in this match and in this map, but it's going to have to come relatively soon. We are now halfway through the pick. Another break to come through for Flying Tuna. So combo a little bit better for the United States, but the score lead still going in the favor of South Korea. Hyok versus HR Player, Fragrance of Page all still on the full combos. Only Utami for the United States, but big recovery for Decaton, solid recovery for Taquito, and Rectagon not too far behind as well. But there goes Decaton. It's another drop during this second KI time, 2/3 of the way into the map, and that now is going to cut the remaining score down for the United States by quite a lot. It's a 300,000 score lead for South Korea, and they still have this 3-way full combo combo going 2/3, almost 3/4 of the way into the map in the United States. I think it's safe to say at this point, potentially a mispick for this roster. If everyone on South Korea breaks and Utami holds by himself, there might be a chance at a comeback here. If we see 2 or 3 breaks for South Korea, there is enough time for these other combos on the United States to bring this back, but that requires a lot of luck and a lot of grit from the US to hold everything into the ending.
And I just don't know if there's going to be that kind of luck remaining. It is the break from Forum, so the door, like, maybe just ever so slightly creaks open, but down goes Rectigon, and really it's just not going to matter what the US does, because Hyok is still holding the FC into the ending, Fragrance of Page is still holding the FC into the ending, and this is another one of these ridiculous gimmicky map team scores that South Korea has put up throughout this tournament time and time again. Hyok and Fragrance of Page, newcomers to the Korea roster, help them find their first break point of the match. It is a 3 million team score for South Korea. Unbelievable stuff. Who cares about 95 AC? Who cares about 97 AC? It's an S rank. It's another S rank. Oh, look, it's a third for South Korea on the pick. And that is the match tied up for a piece. The United States' first real question mark of a pick ends up being an exclamation point for South Korea, and now we have a best of 5 remaining in the match, and United States has question marks remaining the rest of the way, let alone just this map. South Korea feels like they maybe just have switched the momentum on over their way with the way these last couple picks have gone.
Yeah, this is a solid break point for South Korea. If they can take this next one back, pull in the nerves a little bit, take the next pick, they will be up 5-4. They will have at least the 1 point advantage. For now, though, that break point just evens things out, right? We are back tied 4-4. It is not a ridiculously one-sided affair. Even, 2 picks left for both teams. South Korea, okay, you probably look at Nomad 1 and either the Free Mod 4, as it still is mostly an AIM map, or maybe something like the DT4 that is also AIM. And for the United States now, what are their 2 picks? The Free Mod 2 and the... Oh, and actually, no, it's not going to be AIM for South Korea. It's going to be Nomad 4. We're going to get Data
Eraser.
Data Eraser by Lusumi, mapped by Funny and Hihi, goated collab. And this is an OS original. This is an original song for the World Cup Finals. We did also, of course, get the Hidden 3 original earlier, as well as the Nomad 3. That was an original for a different mode World Cup, but this is another one of those OS originals for the OS World Cup 2024 Finals. This is slider tech straight up. This is 200 BPM, somewhat mechanics tech, but the sliders, finger control, spaced cut streams are absolutely ridiculous in this map. And on paper, you look at this South Korea roster and you think this is an obscene team for tech picks. But the United States is right behind them. Utami, Decaton, Rectigon, Taquito, players like Kama as well can be really, really ridiculous on tech like this. So this is something that can go either way. Once again, I think a little bit less favored towards South Korea than the raw AIM that is left in this pool, with things like the Nomad 1 still open. But maybe something they felt like they would have had to pick at some point regardless, as Data Eraser now looking at the next pick for South Korea. Let's see how this one shakes out. I am looking forward to seeing both of these teams face off on this map, because if it's anything like what we've seen in terms of the head-to-head scores from previous weeks on tech picks, this should be a good one.
Yeah, to mention from last week, right? 6,416 points between the two teams on their respective performances on that Nomad 4. I mean, geez. This is the two teams that I think everybody wanted to see play this map when it was revealed in the showcase. This type of slider tech, so good for so many members of these rosters, right? I don't even, you can't pick a favorite for who in this roster is the best at tech, because everyone is so good at it. But I mean, again, You've got Tuna, Forum, Hyuk, and Amamiya Kokoro, which is just like an absolute final boss juggernaut of a Slider Tech roster. And we'll see what the United States can do. Breakpoint in their favor on the first map of the match. And then on the 8th, they give it back up finally. And we'll see if they can claim it once more, as an early break does come in from Flying Tune at the very start. Not going to mean all that much. We are just watching and enjoying masters of their craft on a map such as this one, with 7 FCs still intact in the lobby, with the second break to come from Amamiya Kokoro, and that is going to be advantage United States at the 1/4 mark.
That's another break to come through for Taquito right afterwards, though. Hold your breath for Bancho misses on a map like this. With all the sliders abounding in this pick, you can sometimes get those false misses in the tournament client, so do make sure that it is a real miss before thinking that it might be over for one side or the other. It's still 2 full combos for South Korea and a big recovery for Flying Tuna. Amamiya Kokoro on a slightly higher recovery combo than Taquito as well. It's still the 3 full combos, though, for the United States, keeping things on a knife's edge. 35k in favor of the United States going into the second half of the map, and still 5 full combos intact at this point. It is a massive team score for both of them. Another break to come through for both Flying Tuna and Taquito, but you prefer that if you're the United States. A little bit more combo on Flying Tuna there than on Taquito, but another break to come through for the USA captain here. It's the 3 full combos holding down the fort for the United States, but there goes Rectagon. The hydrogen bomb is dropped, and there goes Decatur. Hyuk will trade it out, but it is still 1 full combo to 1. Worst stage player versus Utami on the FCs, but big support for Amamiya Kokoro, pulling it back towards South Korea here into the last quarter now. Another drop for Rectagon, and it is still so close, under 100k, but in favor and growing for South Korea. Taquito to find another couple of drops. Amamiya Kokoro, Hyuk, and Utami all breaking at the same point, and that will do it. It's another point for South Korea. This looked like a massively close point when we loaded into the map, but Worst HR player is here to say, nah, no problem. Put me in once again. Put me in for every single map so far, and I will continue to deliver. The full combo from Worst HR player.
He is the best in the world at his maps, and this is his map. The Slider Tech overlord of the OSU tournament scene. Time and time again, we've seen it on the biggest stages, and this is no exception. The lone FC in the lobby and the top score by over 200,000 points. Forum saying to his team, if y'all need to get in my backpack, go for it, and I will carry you to victory. And he does it here to put South Korea in the lead in this match for the first time. The United States was ahead the entire way through until the 4-4 tie, and now it's South Korea with their nose out in front. And big pick to come from the United States. South Korea 1 point from forcing a match point. If they can pull off another break, the United States have to find something. They have to stop this slide, because that's a few points in a row for South Korea. And where do you even go if you're the USA? Not a lot left in this pool looking too great for you.
And can we just, for a second, talk about that accuracy, by the way? That was 99 accuracy on the full combo from Worst HR player. The other players did have good ac. It was 98 from Decatur, 98 from Amamiya Kokoro, 98 from Taquito. But 99 ac on an FC on something like that is absolutely absurd. To boot, both of those teams are the top 2 scores of the weekend so far on that map. Number 1 and number 2, once again, for the United States and South Korea on that pick, as we get into yet another absolutely ridiculous sort of gimmick map, this time on the reading and rhythm. CS5, AR9, OD9 in the free mod pool. It's a KTG-ster rhythm map, and it does it all. You want your 1/3s, we got them. You want your 1/6, we got them. You want your 1/8 triples, a couple of 1/8 quints, we got them. And how about just for the sake of the song, how about we sprinkle in a few 1/7 streams for you as well? How about those? Some 7 or 8 node, I believe, 1/7 streams in this map. Now, a lot of those are broken up by how they are mapped, the way they are placed in terms of what the pattern looks like, as well as the spacing on these patterns differs from beat snap divisor to beat snap divisor. So the 1/3s always look different from your 1/4s, the normal streams. The normal streams, 1/4, always look different from the 1/6, which always look different from the 1/8, which always look different from the 1/7. So if you understand how things are shaped, how they are spaced in this map, it helps a lot with that reading. But that doesn't help all that much when it comes down to executing and actually hitting the damn patterns, because my god is it still so difficult to do, especially if you're trying to read something like this with hidden. The object density, even though it's 133 BPM, can be quite challenging with all of the higher beat snap divisors in the map. Again, 1/6 is effectively DT, 1/8 is double the BPM, 266. And on Hard Rock, of course, you're dealing not just with the higher OD on a rhythm map like this, but also with CS 6.5 on this pick. So this is a bear on the mods. It is absolutely an anti-mod pick. And you are going to see bare minimum mods from both of these teams as well. Hidden for Flying Tuna, Hard Rock for Worst HR Player, no mod for both Fragrance of Page and Amamiya Kokoro. Double Hard Rock, actually, from the United States. Kama and Rectagon both on the Hard Rock. Taquito on the Hidden, and Utami on the No Mod. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it plays out for him.
It is a bold move indeed, but anything at this point in the match was always going to feel bold on a pool such as this that does feel like it has a few more picks for South Korea than for the United States. Also bold, of course, the fact that you have Kama in for his first map of the entire match, as map number 10 as the United States seeks to avoid going down a match point or two here. And he will be the first to break for that side, along with Flying Tuna on the Hidden breaking for South Korea. And you can already see what this map throws at you. You've got the snap aim requirement, you've got the various finger control, all these different beat snap divisor bursts. And the challenge is there, and the players so far up to it. The Utami accuracy, holy moly, guys, the Utami accuracy thus far. It's another break from Kama for him. Flying Tuna, Fragrance and Page, all to fall for South Korea. It is down to just Amamiya Kokoro holding the lone full combo for South Korea still. Meanwhile, USA, Utami, Taquito, and Rectagon holding through to this point. Halfway down goes Amamiya Kokoro. And United States rolling on this pick in a way we have not seen from them in a little bit here. 400,000 points, nearly 500k already, and there's still an entire third of the map to go. This looks to be a very one-sided affair for the United States, if they can keep holding on. A great pick.
I mean, my god, man. Like, still the 3-way full combo, 3/4 of the way into the map for the United States. It's unassailable. It is unassailable. This is an absolutely ridiculous performance from the USA on this map. Kama isn't even needed on this pick. They are 3v4ing easily. This is just obscene from the US. Finally a break from one of these other full combos. It is from Rectagon on that second Hard Rock, but it just doesn't matter. Apparently the double Hard Rock was for fun because they really didn't need the double Hard Rock, but even if they had gone no mod, it wouldn't have mattered. 1.1 million team score difference in favor of the United States to tie things up 5-5. Guarantee both teams get their last pick, get access to that final pick of the match. The double FC coming through for Utami and Taquito. And again, it goes to show that this pool, these maps, yes, a lot of them are control focused. Yes, a lot of them are a little gimmicky. That does not mean the United States should be counted out of any of these picks, because they still have some absolutely absurd players for these sorts of maps.
As we said from the very outset of the match, a lot of these picks that you might think are South Korea favored or, 50-50, United States has plenty of strong players for. They've been here before. They've seen the rhythm control picks before. They've seen the aim control picks before. They've seen the finger control picks before. They know what they're getting themselves into, and they're more than prepared for it. And as you said, it's one pick left per team. We're at 5-5. We're guaranteed each team's last pick. South Korea, you just pick no mod 1. You don't think about it. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just take your no mod 1 and, get your match point. This was like the pick we expected. So I'm not even going to talk about this because it's just aim. It's just raw aim, and South Korea is broken on this skill set. But, you know, if you're USA, you're almost just thinking ahead to the next pick. And you're thinking back to 2 picks ago, like, you had that Fremont 2 available, and with hindsight, it's like, man, if only we had picked that with the previous pick and didn't give up the break point on the Nomad 3. But you can't do anything now except go forward and put your best foot forward and give it your best shot on the Nomad 1. But man, the way South Korea has been looking on this aim, it is a tall order to even be competitive in a map with them on this skill set, much less win it, especially as a break point.
Yeah, never say never, but it's looked very dominating from South Korea on these sorts of aim picks throughout the match and throughout the tournament, really. So not going to be expecting a sudden upset from the United States on this pick. If it does happen, it would be massive for this match, as they would have match point next pick, able to close it out before the tiebreaker. But you have to expect South Korea to be very, very solid on this. Cool, calm, and collected. All 4 players already in the lobby for South Korea. Hyok, Fragrance of Page, Flying Tuna, Worst HR player up against, for a time there, 0 players. Now Pez back in the lobby for the United States. There are a couple of longer space streams at 200 BPM in this map, so if there's any patterns I feel like you could look to for potential chain misses, potential discomfort for South Korea, it would be some of those patterns. We did see, of course, on the Hard Rock 3, South Korea not the best on those sorts of patterns. USA was able to abuse that skill set versus them in the 200 BPM space streams, so we may be able to see that sort of pattern matter in this map, but with how the game has looked for South Korea, it is not super likely. For United States, we have Utami, Decaton, Windowlife, Rectigon trying to take the break point and get to match point. And as for South Korea, Hyok, Fragrance Page, Allegrisimo, Worst HR player in to attempt the match point for South Korea. Let's get into this Nomad 1. Custom map by Tome Dragon, 7.85 stars and 200 BPM. Last week, we saw the Melon Boy custom, which was 220 BPM. That map, in retrospect, somewhat accessible for a lot of players, I think in large part due to the decreased spacing because of that higher BPM. 220 BPM, it's a lot easier to get to that higher star rating. 200 BPM, it's way harder. You have to have massively spaced jumps to get this to this sort of star rating on a map like this. And here they come. Here we are already. These sorts of jumps just do not stop in this map.
Yeah, Tome Dragon, of course, very well known for just the crazy spacing on his aim throughout maps that he has created over time, and this is absolutely no exception. It's going to be the early break from Windowlife to get things underway here for the USA down to the 3 FCs. South Korea thus far unblemished, unmarred, unbroken on aim. We'll see how long the 4-way can remain intact. It's only a small lead, of course. This is nearly 4 minutes long, but they get through another big pattern. They get through the stream as well. And look at that, Forum SSing that stream. So if there were any concerns over some of those streams causing trouble for him, I think you might be able to take a little bit of a deep breath and not be too worried. USA, though, 3 full combos still intact. Just Windowlife with that slight misaim and a little quad into slider pattern. We'll see how long those can be maintained, but they're going to need some help because South Korea just looks so, as Dio said, cool, calm, collected, and there's the next break into Decaton. Still 4-way for South Korea because, of course, it's still a 4-way for South Korea.
That said, you can't count your chickens before they hatch, right? You cannot count on this for a victory until it is finally over for South Korea. Still the 2-way full combo for the United States on Utami and Rectigon. Still a good recovery combo for Windowlife on this. And into the second KI time we go. Massive scores for everyone on South Korea. Massive combos for 7 people in the lobby. There goes one of them. It is Windowlife to fall. The 2 FCs still going for the United States, and now a 200,000 score lead as Utami also finds the drop for the United States. It is 4 full combos for South Korea against just Rectigon on the United States. Allegrisimo will drop as well during this part of the song, but Utami's going to trade it out once again, and that is still a 2 full combo advantage for South Korea. 3-1 in their favor, with Hyok, Fragrance of Page, and Worst HR player all still holding these FCs for their team. Just an absolutely massive scoreline, and there goes Rectagon, and there goes any hopes of the United States taking this map dashed away by the last guitar solo stream. It is South Korea. Was there ever any doubt at the start of this map?
I just say no. This South Korea team is showing us levels of aim heretofore considered impossible. But my, oh my, they just keep going. It is into the last ki. It is a triple full combo still intact. It is nearly 1 million score difference. And man, USA we thought might have had something crazy with that 1.1 million score gap on the free mod 2. South Korea saying we can do that also. It is a late break from Forum into the ending, but Fragrance of Patriarch still holding. And it's going to be 1 million score difference on 2 points in a row. First for United States, and this time for South Korea, as they will close out the map. A lone FC by the end on Fragrance of Page, but a 3.4 million, 7.85 star Nomad 1 team score is a sight to behold. And it will give South Korea the only match point of this match. United States forced to pick to avoid dropping right here and now, but man, can we just look at those scores from Korea, because my lord, what is this team doing on AIM?
1.1 million team score gap, 1100,000 score gap on 11 stud. It was just meant to be. It was just meant to be on that map. As now we get into the last pick for the United States. The Nomad pool completely gone. The hidden pool completely gone. 1 Hard Rock left in the Hard Rock 2. Flow aim, 170 BPM, CS 6.5 precision. 1 DT left in the DT4. Lag trains mostly aim, honestly. A lot of jump aim, a lot of slider jumps in that map as well. The Free Mod 3 Anti-Mod CS6 AR 7.5 reading and precision hybrid pick there. And then last but not least, the Free Mod 4 Monday Mania 258 BPM CS2, but mostly aim once again. And so I feel like these last 2 picks for the United States probably comes down to whether they want to go the Hard Rock 2 or the Free Mod 3. And it is going to be that Hard Rock 2. They have already won on Ainane in the Hard Rock 3 200 BPM space streams. They're going to try their hand here at a little bit higher circle size and a little lower BPM.
Really standing their ground on the Precision Hard Rock, which was a map that they had a superior score to South Korea last week by about 232k. But man, it's like it doesn't even, it's just going to come down to the smallest of margins on something like this. Because there's, again, it's a situation where you are forced into picking whatever feels just slightly best of the remaining maps, and everybody is just holding their breath and praying because the nerves are at an all-time high, and the exhaustion, the mental fatigue of the match is growing and growing. And there are so many little factors that can play into this type of map beyond just the raw difficulty of what it actually has to offer you. And, man, if memory serves, you know, this comes down to a big diff spike, right? There's a big diff spike we're going to be looking out for.
It definitely does. The last about third, maybe quarter of this map is just absolutely ridiculous in comparison to most of the things that come before it. There are still hard patterns in the first 3/4, 2/3 of this map. There are still difficult one-shot patterns. Lots of very high spacing circle quints in this map that can absolutely wreck your combo. Lots of linear streams, once again, with changes between very low and very high spacing pretty much instantly. If you leave the start of that stream too early, you will chain miss right afterwards. But a lot of this at the ending comes down to the massive buff to spacing that nearly every pattern sees at the end. And so if you have a big score lead going into that ending section, it's not likely to change. You're not likely to see a lot of star player carry performances at the end, even with the star-studded rosters that we have coming in for both of these teams. Karcher, Allegrisimo, Hyuk, and worst HR player coming in for South Korea. Pez, Rectagon, Utami, and Decaton coming in for the United States. Both of these teams, the exact same rosters that we saw on Hard Rock 2 last week for them on Saika, repeating the exact same roster here for the Hard Rock 2 in I'm not pronouncing this week's finals, Hard Rock 2. Let's see it. Let's get into it. This is the last pick of the match, no matter which way this goes, whether it's to tiebreaker or whether it's to the winner's side of grand finals for South Korea. This is the very last pick that we will see from either of these teams. A couple of early breaks to start us off, more on the side of the United States with Pez and Utami finding breaks right there at the start. Karcher, the only one to match, but another miss on the jumps to come through for Karcher, and so combo lead a little bit back the way of the United States.
And Karcher is a player who's been a little less present in this match than in South Korea's matches in past years, able to kind of take a little bit of a back seat in this one, and we'll see if it comes back to bite them, having him maybe not as warmed up as he would have otherwise been. It's a trade there from Allegrisimo and Pez, so you have the double FC on Rectagon and Decay, and you have the double FC. No, oh my goodness, it's a break from Decay and Utami. Worst HR player and Hyuk on the double full combo still for South Korea. Pez continuing to struggle. Rectagon, the only combo for the United States, but there goes Hyuk, there goes Karcher, so that is going to stabilize it out just a little bit. It is Forum, it is Rectagon. They have been heroes time and time again throughout this entire year. There goes Forum, there goes Hyuk once more, and it is down to only Allegrisimo with about 300 combo as the United States tries to pull this one back, but there's Rectagon right into the break at the halfway mark of the map. And just as the score lead might have flipped, it's going to stop. It's going to halt in its tracks at 34,000 points. Through this lengthy break, the players will see the score. The players will know it is practically dead even. Combo ever so slightly in favor of South Korea with Allegrisimo.
And Aaron, when it's this close, when you have a 30-40k score lead for either of these teams going into the ending, yes, Allegrisimo is going to build a little bit of score here for South Korea, but some of this can just come down to whichever team chain misses more, whichever team has a worse time on the ending. You already see this ridiculous spacing here. This increases what we were talking about before the start of the map. Absolute havoc as both teams finding misses all over the place. The only one with any semblance of combo is Rectagon. He is finding his way. He is building a path through this ending in the map. Can he hold on long enough? Can the rest of his team hold it together enough to bring this score lead back to the side of the United States? It's all on his shoulders. The star player for the United States. He's had a quiet World Cup so far, but can he bring it back to force the tiebreaker versus South Korea in winners finals? Is there enough time? Is there enough combo? It's only 80k, but there's just more for South Korea, and more is all you need. Whether it's 80k, 800k, 1.1 million, it doesn't matter. A point is still a point, and that's all they needed to close it out and get to the grand finals.
And South Korea, the team, it is the full team performance once more. Rectagon doing all he could into the dying seconds of the map, but it was not meant to be. The team performance from South Korea, too strong. Forum, Hyuk, Allegrisimo, Karcher all putting forth efforts that were enough to get the win, and they avoid the tiebreaker onto winner's side grand finals for the third year in a row. Can this finally be the opportunity that anybody other than United States has so long awaited to break through and claim victory? They just got one step closer, their hardest test yet, and they withstood an onslaught from the United States to go onward to become that first team into the grand finals. Give it up for South Korea. What a match, what a performance, and what a team.
South Korea are here to prove that even gods can bleed. In the last 2 years, in 2022 and 2023, South Korea has only taken one match off the United States, and that was in the semifinals in 2022. In the grand finals in 2022, it was USA 7-1 and then 7-4 through the bracket reset to win. In the 2023 grand finals, it was once again a 2-0 match score for the United States, 7-5 and then 7-6 in the bracket reset to win it all once again. But South Korea now, with a win in the true late stages of the tournament, in the true ending section of the OS World Cup, where the United States has been a team for years and years with unmatched scaling. They have finally found a way to beat this roster at the end of the tournament where it matters the most. Gods Can Bleed and South Korea are here to take them down. They have finally done it and made their way into, as you said, Aaron, the grand finals from winner's side for the third year in a row. And the United States once more drops to loser's bracket to face off against the winner of the last remaining match of the finals weekend. It is Australia versus Germany in the loser's bracket today, actually, at 12:30 UTC. I was going to say tomorrow. It's tomorrow for me, but today in UTC, Sunday, 12:30 UTC, the last remaining match of the finals weekend and the deciding match for our last top 3 team, our last roster on the podium.
And that match is going to be lights out. Australia and Germany both looked so good in their wins today over Russia and over the United Kingdom, respectively. Really fascinating skill set matchup to come for that Australia-Germany match. We could see once again, back-to-back years, the same top 3, United States, Australia, South Korea, perhaps the same podium 2 years in a row, who knows? But I gotta say, as you mentioned, the first team to beat the United States in a finals or grand finals week since, goodness, I believe it was Poland that did it in winner's final in 2017. Nobody beats these teams once it comes to the last 2 weeks of the tournament. South Korea, the improvements they made to their roster this year, finally been the one to do it. And man, they're going to be the rare team that maybe has a little bit of confidence coming into a grand finals match against potentially the United States, but we'll have to find out. I don't know about you, Dio. I'm excited for Australia, Germany, and I'm going to be excited for whatever is to come after it as well.
I am super excited for whatever is to come after it. I have so much interest in what goes on. I have so much support for these teams, and I am just so happy to see once again an interesting World Cup at the ending. If this match were one-sided, it would have broken my heart, but having this match be as close as it was, as back and forth as it was, with the early break point for the United States into the 2 late break points for South Korea to close things out, it was just an awesome watch. If you also have that same kind of interest in the OS World Cup, if you also have the same love of competition, the same love of good matches in the OS World Cup as we do here in the casting booth, head on over to the OS store, take some banners out, support your favorite teams that are left in the tournament, or your favorite eliminated teams. That's also an option. If you happen to pick the winning team, that banner stays on your profile until the next World Cup in 2025. And if you do choose to buy a banner, it goes both to the team themselves and to supporting the overall prize pool and the World Cup fund for things like the custom songs, like all the custom illustrations that we get here, all the OS originals and original illustrations. That all takes a toll on the wallet. And so things like banners really, really help for that. So to help continue the very high standards of the World Cup, it'd be awesome if we saw some more banners out there.
It would indeed. And that is going to do it. We get to finally rest a little bit. Everybody involved, the players, the casters, the streamers, the referee, and all the viewers get to take a deep breath for about 8 hours. We are going to be back in the early hours of the morning if you're in the Americas, the middle of the day if you are in Europe, the evening perhaps if you are in Asia or the Pacific region. It's going to be Australia versus Germany. Coming up 12:30 UTC tomorrow morning. You are not going to want to miss out on the last match of this weekend. About a few hours after that will be the Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase as well, which is sure to provide some fireworks. Until then, congratulations to South Korea for proving that gods can indeed bleed. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being a part of this amazing match. I've been T1G, joined by the illustrious Dio in the commentary booth. From everyone here, thank you for watching this match. We'll see you in the morning as we head into last match here, OS World Cup 2024 Finals weekend. See you then.
trying.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all of you from around the world. Welcome to the final match of the finals week of the OS World Cup 2024. We have got a stellar lineup for you here today. We have got 3 places in the grand finals. 2 of them have already been decided. Of course, we have room for but 1 more. My name is Damash, and of course, joining me is the ever so lovely Sadshiba and Doomsday. But we'll start with Sadshiba. How are you doing?
Hello. This is a special rare occasion, isn't it, Dammy? We don't usually get tricasts in finals weekend often, so this is a pretty special opportunity here. But Australia, Germany. I mean, I think these 2 teams, despite not having much history together, only having played a couple times over the span of about 4 to 5 World Cups, doesn't change the fact that both these teams are kind of insane, especially with how much Australia has improved as a team and how much Germany have stepped up this weekend in particular, upsetting. I mean, some people believe they're upset, some don't, but I believe so. Taking down the UK in not only just beating them alone, but beating them in pretty good fashion with incredible form from some of their individual players. This has the potential to be a really exciting matchup, and something that I'm really curious about, because I feel like Germany are going to have to change things up a lot more from what we usually expect. So really curious for what goes down in this one. What do you think, Doomsday? What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I'm just going to step in because I do want to talk about these teams a little bit more before we get into the map pool. But we've got to be quick because the band's coming in thick and fast. I do want to say that particularly you're looking out for those 2 duos of Emmerich in a secret box and Krilla versus White Cat. These 2 players for their respective teams have been pinnacle to their success, especially in their matchups yesterday. I mean, Emmerich getting insane match costs across multiple different formulas. Played exceptionally well with incredibly high averages, so looking like the standout player in this matchup. But again, you can't count out that duo of Krilla and White Cat. We've seen what they've done over the years and the damage they've caused, but I'm really excited to get into this. But we'll start off with the bans. We'll start off with Australia banning into Free Mod 3, and Germany coming in with bans on DT3 and Free Mod 2, which are very interesting. But
These bans pretty solid so far. You got the free mod 2 ban here from Germany. Seemingly a little bit of afraid of the rhythmic ability here from Australia, which is valid. It makes a little bit of sense here. I think Australia always known to be a bit deceptively well-rounded, right? And I think this 3 mod 2 is not an exception. They've had some very strong individual scores last time they played this against Russia, most particularly here from Emmerich and Box, who yesterday set a 900k from Emmerich and 600k from a Secret Box respectively. And Germany this time now afterwards going with the DT3 ban, which I think makes way more sense. This is a deceptively difficult map for Germany, unfortunately. A lot of people think Germany can keep up with the best of the best on speed, but this time it's a little too much for them, so they know Australia are going to try and abuse that raw speed, and that's why Blue Knight's been banned. For Australia, no mod 3 and free mod 3, similar patterns in some degree. One is a swing alt control, and the other one is a low AR precision heavy anti-mod map, and again, in both regards, Germany have shown really good proficiency on these, most definitely with Krilla, who is 100% the man to look out for Germany, to be the big catalyst to give Germany as many points as they can against this Australian team.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, really, especially with that free mod 2. I don't think the modded players are quite as capable as the German roster. They definitely needed a better performance to feel safe picking into that. But Australia, no surprises here. Going to be starting things off with the DT2. It's Poppy Poe. Got a bit of Hatsune Miku.
DT2 starting this off already. This one, a pretty solid one, a pretty solid opening pick here for Australia. Once again, this was also picked between them and Russia, but surprisingly, they actually did lose this one against Russia yesterday, but not too high margins. It was 288k, but it was off of the back of a really strong full combo there from Triconi. Outside of that, the collective scores here from Australia were really solid. 700k from MREX, 626k from Box, and the rest of Australia as well, decently solid here. Germany also had high scores, particularly actually a higher team score than Australia last time played. So you may see this as a bit of a questionable pick, and with the stats showing it, it's a little uncertain, but I can imagine Australia know what they're doing, and maybe they've pulled a little surprise from their sleeves.
Yo.
Doomsday.
Hello, I am here, back from opening door hell. Yeah, how's it going, everyone? I'm not against Australia picking this because they always pick speed. They are the speed team. I don't blame them sticking to their strengths. With it being a bit more, I guess, with that control element, it does make it maybe a bit better for Germany. And they can definitely compete, of course, because they had the top score last time. But I think Australia can high roll more than what they had last time. They relied on Emmerich getting like a 700k on that one. Atkins and Secret Box did well last time, but you can never doubt Australia on speed, man. It's the last time I will ever doubt Australia on speed after seeing what they did to the UK, man.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, right? That's the scary thing about this. Both teams so capable. Good luck, have funds being exchanged. Rosters also locked in here from both sides, as the map is just about to start. Emmerich, Zintax, Atkins, and a Secret Box here for Australia. Their signature tapping mechanics roster. I think nobody is going to be looking at this Australia team without a little bit of fear striking through their spine. But Germany also do have a really solid lineup here. Okinama, Krilla, Zyfrost, and Whitecat. Okinama and Zyfrost in particular being more specialized with the tapping, but Krilla and Whitecat practically able to play anything that isn't too far deranged in the speed category. This one, though, is still very, very difficult, but definitely the ball game of both of these players. So let's get our finals match started here for the OS World Cup weekend in the final stage. Again, man, Australia, Germany, capable of being very, very close. And so the excitement is there, the hype is there. Who dares to claim that final spot in the podium for bronze? Here we go into DT2. I mean, already a few early misses here from quite a few players here. Whitecat being the only full combo left standing here for Germany, especially with a few act drops early on. 3 B ranks here from Germany in Krilla, Okinama, and Zyfrost. But Australia do also have a lot of misses, a bit more scattered, but the recovery's in their favor, especially with that double miss there from Germany.
Yeah, the moment Australia just bedding into it. One of these first burst sections with doubles and the quads. all coming in at the moment. Nice recoveries there on the side of Australia. Some of the players on Germany struggling a bit. Zoitfrost coming in, actually swapping out for Yari, who played this last time, who did get a B there. Zoitfrost filling in for him this time, but at the moment, looks like a bit of a team difference. Emrek, of course, doing Emrek things again, but Whitecat is going to keep Germany in it looks like.
Yeah, Whitecat's combo is still in good shape. Krilla as well, not far away with a really good recovery. Despite struggling so much in accuracy, it seems like there's going to be a running theme with most of the German team. And there's Whitecat, and that's the full combo shut down there from Germany. And in turn, all that hope as well kind of lost. Emrek also still uncontested with that full combo. And a secret box not too far away himself. With that miss from Krilla also through from Germany, it seems like their hope is whittling down more and more. As Okinama also misses, and as the difficulty ramps up with the doubles and the control, it's getting a little bit too much for the German roster as it starts to gain to absurd categories here. As Emrek still has his combo going with 97 AC. This is a very difficult map to hold strong consistent accuracy on, but who else but a player like Emrek, one of, if not the best player of our generation, and one of the best of all time, destroying this map and encroaching that 1 million scoreline. A Sukabox as well, really not far away. Really solid recoveries from the collective here of Russia, but it is going to be Emrek to finish us off with an opening full combo for this match. What a start here.
He's fixing his choke from yesterday. Can't let that sit, can he? And that is so much better than what they did last week. Way over 3 million. It's better than what Germany did yesterday too. Germany low rolling though a bit, but I guess just picking this right out of the gate, catching them cold, was a great choice because that was pretty one-sided in the end.
Oh, wasn't it just? I mean, just breaking that down, you can see exactly why Australia have gone into that. Not only today, but yesterday as well. Consistently good accuracies on that. No one below 95 yesterday, and today, again, no one below 95. So in just pure comfort, it's already a massive advantage, and Germany did actually play better on that yesterday than they did today. Perhaps a bit of an overperformance on their part, but Australia, they sniffed that out straight away, and they knew that they had a winner on their hands. So very solid pick from Australia to kick this off, and it's up to Germany to mount a response.
It is. Where do they go this time? Of course, they picked quite a bit of control yesterday, avoiding the mechanics against the UK, working out well. And Australia don't really like going into the gimmick if they can help it. I think the bans telegraphed that somewhat. So I think Germany are going to have to be a bit brave with that as well. Getting stuck into some of that left field picking here. Hard Rock 3 is the choice, so that's actually mechanics. So they are going to take them on mechanics right out of the gate. Get their warm-up in, I suppose, after that last one with some streams.
Yeah, some very solid stuff from them yesterday. We saw Krilla with the 98 accuracy play. 500k, I believe it was a 1 miss yesterday from Krilla. You also had Tim Keckner as well performing very well, so definitely expecting to see those two in. Whether we'll see perhaps Flair or Whitecat substituted out might be possible. Whitecat was looking like he was struggling a little bit yesterday on both combo and accuracy, but other than that, it seems like it's a very solid pick for them on paper. We'll just have to see how Australia are feeling on this sort of map.
Your streams like this is something that's always been Germany's bread and butter, and they made good use of it yesterday in the matchup versus the UK. But Australia's tapping roster, of course, we all know is formidable. On the Hard Rock, though, that can bring out the German specialists on that mod who have played so well this tournament. I imagine it'll be the same roster because it seems like it kind of writes itself. Flair is always going to be in for the Hard Rock maps. Of course, Krilla will be. I think Whitecat can roll a bit better than 400k, but we probably will need to against Australia. But I imagine we'll be perfectly fine on this as well. We haven't seen them play it yet. But Pala sitting in the lobby. I don't know if this is a Pala map, but we haven't seen too much of him this tournament. I wonder.
Yeah, Pala been a bit distant as of late, but is definitely one of their more specialist style players. Who works around the core 4 or 5 players from Germany. So, has been subbed out.
I was going to say, I mean, I didn't think this was a Pala. Hey, I'm going to be hopeful. I want to see see the reading players for Australia go at it. JGLF and Pala.
Put Pala back in.
Put Pala back in. But no, the tapping roster writes itself for Australia. It's those four, of course.
I mean, it's going to be the iconic four, right? Pala, although a hard rock specialist here from Australia, a very strong player in his own right. I think the scaling is a little too high for him on a map as difficult and tenuous as this one. Yesterday, both Germany, the UK, and South Korea and Germany and USA face each other on this one. And it's safe to say, kind of regardless of what side you're looking at, everyone had a bit fair shares of their struggles on this one. And this one being no exception. Tons of terrifying, sharp cuts, sharp, linear, and just highly spaced, precise streams in this one. And you can kind of see it, right? Mazarin does not hold back on some of these streams, and in turn, you're going to be seeing quite a bit of struggle from quite a few players generally throughout this tournament. But so far, so good from both sides. Only Krilla to have had a notable early miss here. A very early miss from a Sugarboss to start this off, but I don't think a player like Box is going to let that miss go very easily. One of, if not the strongest flowing players in this tournament. So very likely to get that recovery back in shape to give Australia a good lead to start this one off.
Absolutely correct. You've still got two big combos there on the side of Germany to watch out for. Flair and Tim Kakner still holding strong. But there is some consistency issues from Kriller and Whitecap. The two duos from Germany not doing as well as Australia here. And this is starting to look really dangerous as we approach the halfway point of the map. No major drop. Oh, Zintex, AK and ZX is also going to drop. Tim Kakner goes though. And Flair's gone as well.
It's a complete collapse here from Germany, and alongside Australia, both teams just completely falling apart on this particular stream section. Just after that first chorus time, getting just before into the second one, everyone not really able to hold a significant combo. But this accuracy difference is really big in favor of Australia. Look at it, right? You've got 95, 97, 96 from Germany with only 98 from Krilla, whereas the rest of Australia are 98 or higher. And that's a really important thing to note here. Although the combo recoveries are there, we're getting into another really difficult section here. And although there are no full combos to note of, this part has a lot of chain miss potential. And if one team exceeds the other, this might lead to a flip for Germany if it goes in their favor. But so far, both misses are getting evenly traded. The wiggles in this map are so unforgiving. With the hard rock and precision, the spacing applied, it's just a mix, a cauldron of difficulty that shreds so many players. But it seems like for the majority, Australia are the ones to come out alive with this one. Atkins, Zintax, and Asugabox all keeping alive the recoveries with Emrek trailing not too far behind himself. Zintax may miss, but Germany really have nothing to speak of. Krilla, with the last man combo standing, is not going to survive any longer. And as we get into the ending, it seems more and more dire for Germany as their opening breakpoint is going to be shut down by Australia.
Yeah, Secret Box recovery, the standout performance there. 99 accuracy. Emmerich as well with the 99 ac. Such good performance on that. Won't hold the combo to the end, but my god, what a performance from Australia on that. It's a solid breakpoint for them. Absolutely monstrous stuff from Australia. A well-deserved breakpoint. Accuracies across the board looking so solid, wouldn't you say, Dooms?
Yeah, 3 scores and 98% is actually so good for this. A Secret Box with 99%, man. The human metronome strikes again. It's a great score from Australia. It's a bit of a low roll on the side of Germany, but it wouldn't have mattered. They still beat the score from yesterday. Australia's tapping roster is scary, and Germany, with the Brave pick, it's not working out though.
Again, it's not as solid as it was yesterday from Germany. They have, unfortunately, done a bit of a low roll, but that's okay. That's okay. There's still plenty of time for this match to change and swing a momentum. But Australia still got 2 DT maps that I imagine they're going to stick to their guns with. But they're not. No Mod 5's coming out instead.
Well, this isn't a million miles away, though, actually, No Mod 5. I wonder, have we seen this map yet? This might be the first time we've seen it. Bound to Madness. 230 BPM Death Stream Shred. So, yeah, I mean, we had, Iron just now. This is kind of similar, except faster and even more streamy. Much more Australia pilled, I'd say.
Yeah, from what I remember, it was definitely banned in the USA match. I'm fairly sure it was banned. It might have been banned at every stage. I could be wrong with one of those, but I'm fairly sure it has been open. It would have been banned against Australia for definite by Russia. So I think it has been banned or completely avoided by every team so far. So it's an interesting opportunity to see this, and I'm wondering why Germany haven't banned it, in all honesty.
I reckon it's because Germany think they can take them on it, and I don't blame them. Again, Germany on 230 BPM, it's not really hitting the speed side of things. It's still more on the side of stamina, and Germany have the roster to compete here. Australia have looked good on the speedy stuff so far, but Germany can't always be a threat on these. We've seen Okinamo come in, who is going to be pretty pivotal to this one, you'd think. Looks like White Cat will be stepping out for the stamina. Yari coming back in. I can see this being stolen away, with it being basically pure tapping, some aim in there as well, as streams can get quite spaced. But it's all about that tapping, and both teams should be comfortable on the tapping. It's going to come down to that consistency on the style today.
Yeah, it really will. Tapping consistency gonna be key on this one. And we've already had little glimmers of what that would look like with Australia so far. So it's a confidence pick more than anything, in my opinion, to try and piggyback off the back of what they've already done. So looking for a third point here, which would really put them in a strong position going into Germany's second pick. But let's see what Germany can muster on this. They're not putting in some of their more star players, going with the specialists.
Yep, Flair coming in to replace White Cat compared to that DT2 we saw Poppypo. So bringing in more of a stream player for this makes sense.
This map is brutal, man. I'm sure we've stated it enough, but the flame on some of these streams with the overmounting stamina is only a map that a team like Australia would love to pick into Germany. Safe to say, though, Germany do have a good roster for this. Zyfrost, Yari, Flay, and Okinamo, all four very much capable tapping players. But this map can really hit you hard. It can really destroy your fingers. So how much do Germany have in the tank to continue fighting? Because Australia clearly are a team comfortable enough to willingly pick this into you. You just know the confidence is high here for Australia. If they get this one, they're going to be consolidating that breakpoint and getting a 3-0 lead earlier on. Not a good start you'd want here. You need to try and get some early momentum starting through, but as we get into the first stamina death stream section, it's looking really, really even so far. Only accuracy slightly in the hands of Australia, but such tiny margins, and even so, that ag drop from Zintax is going to make it even closer, and there's the break there from Zintax. 3-4 in favor of Germany. All four members still have their combos intact, but there's plenty of sections in this map that might lead to a miss. Thankfully for now, Germany have not been tripped up by it just yet. A secret box goes down, a player that not many people would expect to go down early on into this map. It's going to be a strong favor for Germany. Zyfrost may get the miss, but it's still 3-2 in favor of Germany.
Yeah, the volatility of this map's really starting to shine now, as we see multiple misses coming in from players. And there we go, double break for Germany though. That's really not going to open things up. It's just Flair holding on for them.
Emmerich and Syntax holding on to their combos as well. Still solid accuracy from the two. The dynamic speed duo here with Emmerich and Atkins. So formidable, so terrifying, but so consistent on a map like this. Both of these guys have had experience on some of the most difficult stream maps in solo, and they are reflecting that skill set here, as the rest of Germany not really having a combo to fight with. Another miss from Yari. It's just Flay left on his own, and even so, the accuracy that he has isn't nearly enough to contest even one of the scores here from Atkins and Emmerich. Box with a good recovery, enough to contest Okinamo. And even if Zintax is struggling a little bit, Australia do pull their lead by just a small margin, but all of these misses from Zintax are starting to make this close. Yari and Okinamo do, though, get those misses, and now it's gaining a lot more for Australia. A secret box may miss, and for Flay, it's the trade that secures the lead securely here for Australia by a very strong margin. Box and Zintax may struggle, but Atkins and Emmerich are shredding this map with no mercy.
Oh, we're still not even into the last quarter of the map.
Oh
it's
my
such
God.
a lengthy, draining map. And the fact they've already such an established lead, they're just continuing to climb with it.
No way.
99 accuracy, it's insane.
Akins Emrek, what are you doing, man? This is a brutal section. How are you doing all of this? This is one of the hardest stamina draining maps we've seen in the O's World Cup period. History as well. This is such a messed up map. But finally, Akins misses one of the full combos for Australia to go down. But it doesn't really mean much here as Emrek is still holding and hits that entire stamina section to himself. And who else, right? One of the best players on the planet. And if not the best player on the planet, to be honest, right now, probably securely known to be the best player on the planet, showing why his name is on that throne, as he still is shredding this map, even with the spacing on some of these patterns. Emrek is just owning this. The map is his, and we're just living in his world at this point. Nobody able to hold on to the combos. Emrek, what on earth are you doing?
Absolute cinema from Emrek. Gets through. Oh no! No!
Just on the slider. You got to be kidding me. Classic, right? Hits the hardest parts of the map and then just misses on air on a slider. Just classic at this point.
Who put a slider in my stream map? Who did that? Unacceptable. But wow. What a statement that sends to the rest of the world of his level of ability on this style of map, and on any map, in fact. Emrek, what a standout star.
That is a crazy, crazy one-sided win there for Australia. End of the day, even the strongest stream players of Germany cannot keep up nearly with the two scores of Australia in both Emrek's S rank 800k and Akins' incredible backing score with 633k. This is a crazy win for Australia against a team like Germany you don't hear very often.
That's a crazy score. I can't believe that from Emrek. And Akins as well with 2.3k combo is just absurd, man. Just absurd. Got to shout out Okinamo, who got like 97% on that as well. Didn't have the combo, but that's insane act for this. Like I say, such a crazy stamina player, Okinamo. He's still got it, man. But Australia on these maps are probably the best in the tournament, and yeah. What do you do against that?
Not a lot, to be honest. I mean, you can understand really why it's been banned against them. Completely understand when you have a player, not just a player, but two players who can absolutely shred through that map. That it just makes it such a dangerous play for anyone who can't. But that is exceptional. 55 100s on that is unbelievable.
The players reeling in chat after that assault on their fingers. God, it's so long as well. That map just goes on forever as well. But I mean, Germany's got to pick themselves up. They're 3-0 down at this point. They've got to find something from somewhere. They went in for streams for their first pick. I wonder if they're going to change tack, because I feel like at some point they've got to try their hand at that gimmick. I know it's not exactly their bread and butter. They are mechanics focused, but against Australia they have not liked that gimmick. But it is going to be the No Mod 1 classic from Germany, so they are going to stick to mechanics, going to stick to their guns, stick to their strengths. It worked well against UK yesterday, so why not try it again?
Yeah, very good point to make, in fact, about picking it up against the UK. It's a map that's... No Mod 1 has got a history of being very volatile to whichever team seems to pick it in match, but again, that can also work in your favor as well. It can put other players off their game for how simply focused it is. It's aim mechanics, it's pure raw aim focus, and it's all about consistency at the end of the day. And it can cause easy mistakes. It's always the easy things that trip you up on maps like this. Like we saw with the previous map, it was that slider that caught Emrek out. And if something simple like that can trip him up, why not bank on it? This is a map designed around that sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's not the sort of high-speed aim style as well, because it's 200 BPM at nearly 8 stars, which means it's screen jumps, and lots of them. So it's uber wide spacing, which is particularly uncomfortable. Even on, like, the comfy flow, wide spacing, low BPM is not the most comfy style of aim for a lot of players. So absolutely RNG misses can come about on maps like this. But if there's a team that's going to manage this well, Germany is definitely one of them. They've never been afraid to go into these sorts of mechanics picks against anyone. And, it can be a bit of a toss-up. Australia don't mind their aim as well, but certainly prefer their tapping side. They'll compete on this, of course, but it might rattle them a little bit, especially if this doesn't go their way.
I mean, anyone who was watching this morning saw the absolute tearing apart of this map by South Korea. I don't think anyone's got that kind of expectation here. But any performance like that would just outshine anything I think the other team's going to be able to perform. So we'll see if the comfort's there. Maybe Germany hoping for an improvement on what they've done yesterday. They're going to have to.
They will, yeah. Germany, though, they've got a really good roster, and they took down UK on this for a reason. Played some Kakna, Whitecat, and Krilla. I mean, surely you have to look at Whitecat and Krilla to be the main players here for Germany. Whitecat, probably one of the greatest aim players of all time, let alone in the world right now. And this time, he's played this map before. Nerves off with the expectations on him now, as he now has to stare down players like Emrek, Sayo, Asika Box, and Zintax to try and clash this out on this No-1-1. 11 stud. Very conventional in the styling of this map. It doesn't change the fact that how difficult some of these jumps really are. First, Hiai Time has jumps that are absolutely crazy, that go completely across your screen, as you can see right now as we get into it. Krilla with the opening miss there for Germany. Tim Kacken as well on a good recovery after missing a good while ago. But still, all four members of Australia still have their combos intact. Another really powerful aim team that can destroy maps like this. But down goes Sayo. Flay joins in the trades here. Whitecat left on his own with the full combos against 3 of Australia. Are these triangle jumps going to be changing anything? Are anybody from Australia going to be missing? Yes! A double miss from Australia. Emrek still holds the line. Whitecat left on his own once again. It is a 1 versus 1 with full combos. Tim Kacken's recovery. Also one big of note here for Germany to give them a very small lead in the combo to slowly climb that lead back.
Yeah, Zintex following up with a couple of misses as well. It's really going to help Germany along. Pull that back. 50k now in their favor. Everyone knows what they're up against. Emrek, Whitecat. Expectation and anticipation from what these two players have brought to us in the past and what they're going to do right now. Let's see who is more capable at this moment in time. Flay going to be finding a reset. Not the big one, though, for Germany. Secretbot's going to go down. Sayo's trying to recover something, but he's up against heavy resistance from the German roster.
Emrek misses. Timing perfect here for Germany, as Whitecat still holds on to that Hiai Time. Hits the square as well. Tim Kacken, though, is going to miss. One of note here. Krilla does have his recovery back up, though, and Germany take the lead here. Whitecat's full combo is now left uncontested, as Australia do not have anything to fight back with Emrek's miss. And although the guitar solo section here is a little bit more tame, some of these jumps are still brutal here, as it does trip up Zintax and Krilla. Whitecat, again, a player we've told of stories of time and time again as one of the greatest aim players on the planet. He will miss on the 1/3, though. A classic of some of the aim players here. And in Oz history, it's always the aim patterns into the 1/3 that leads to the misses here. With that, Australia's recoveries are starting to gain. You can see it. The score lead is slowly ticking down for Australia as Box and Emrek have the recoveries, and Sayo leads the charge with 870 combo and gaining here. Germany just don't have anything to fight with towards the ending. Whitecat's FC was all they had, but it's not enough. The FC is gone. Flame misses. Tim Kacken missed a good while ago as well. And in turn, towards the ending here, there is nothing left here for Germany. Australia will take the win straight under their nose as Sayo's recovery combo keeps pushing ahead to 100,000+ score in favor of Australia. Zintax and Sayo may miss towards the end, but Emrek and Seeger Box are there. And Emrek, despite being the last combo sang towards the very end, is going to be able to end this map in style as he hits the ending jumps. Pretty impressive there from Emrek, but doesn't really change the fact that Australia were going to win that one anyway. Whitecat, unfortunately, with all the hope in the world you could have for him, it wasn't enough for Germany. And in turn, Australia get the break point and are now 4 points up in this match.
talk a lot about some of the players on Australia, you know, your Secret Boxes, your Emrex, but Sayo has quietly been doing great work for Australia when he's being asked to. And that's a top score on his team on an no mod 1, and it was key as well. So fair play to him. Germany sticking to their strengths, and they look good, man. They look good, but it's again, it hasn't fallen their way. They're 4-0 down now. They're in a bit of a sticky situation. And Australia still have 2 potential DT picks if they want to get stuck into their meat and potatoes. Possibly even 3-mod 1. Monday Mania might be like adjacent to that. High speed mechanics. They have things to work with if they want to stick to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm eyeing up that DT1. You know, we talk very much about the Australia seem to be banking on picks based on what they're previously playing. They're trying to follow that momentum through. We saw that with the switch from the Hard Rock 2 to the No Mod 5. You know, very much tapping heavy, focus on that map, and now it's an aim map. So my thought process is, well, maybe they want to bank onto something more aimy now because they're warmed up for it. They know they can do it. Can they follow it through?
Oh, they will. DT1.
They're going to go with home turf, bringing out the pendulum. Why not? Goes without saying, what an absolute banger this is. The Probox D&B special. AR 10.5, OD 10.4, Bursty and Amy for quite a long time. 5 minutes before DT. You're looking at about 3.5 minutes with DT. Yeah. I would not want to give Australia this map when they're 4 points up. This is exactly what many of their players would want.
Absolutely. Good variety of aim and burst patterns mixed into this map. Plus the overall high requirement works so well for them. And again, like I said before, they're warmed up on this. They're very aim focused right now. And they're going to build off that momentum. Definitely looking for Secret Box and Emmerich to fill out those last 2 slots. Just adjusting to the approach rate most likely before they hop in. Germany probably trying to do the same thing.
Trying to squeeze in some of that high AR warm-up. Get your settings going. If you choose to do so before you get into there, it's pretty key. AR 10.3, of course, is comfortable really for the most part for players like this, but 10.5 can still take a little bit of adjustment. You might need a touch of warm-up, lest you get some early misses. I mean, the very start of this map is pretty slow, so you can kind of get that adjustment right at the start, before the map really kicks in a little bit after the intro. But you really don't leave anything to chance, do you?
No, I completely agree. Definitely not something you want to leave to just pure chance. And again, looking at these rosters, it's going to be that same standard lineup for Germany. Australia banking in a lot more with their roster changes, bringing in the DT man himself, AKNZX. We've seen what he's done on these higher BPMs, and he's back to try and pull another point for Australia in this matchup.
This one is an Australian staple, I think. And that in turn makes this map very, very scary here for Germany. Backs against the wall, only being pushed deeper into the bricks here. As this one is a very classic map. Of course, you have to look at this entire Australian roster and think they have the potential to set an OWC PP record on this map. If this FC comes through, 800 is a number we may see appear after these scores. What matters is whether or not one of these players will close it out and whether or not Germany are able to keep up with Australia. Because Australia have multiple of the best DT1 players on the planet. Emrak, Atkins, Sukerbox, and Zintex for Australia. Okinamo, Tim Kakner, Whitecat, and Flay here for Germany. already a lot of opening misses with some of these bursts here. Important note that one thing that does make this map unique from most DT1s is that the aim on these bursts are a lot higher than normally you would expect. Most of the time they're stacked, if not slightly movement heavy, but this one is quite rapid and quite spaced compared to what you usually would have. And it has led to a lot of early misses here. Team Kakna, Whitecat, Zintex, A Superbox, Akans, all missing here past this intro point of the map. Left Emrak and Okinamo in a 1v1 with the full combos. We are still very early into this. A lot of these bursts quite reminiscent of United to a certain degree. I think that's one similarity that you can have, that some of these aim patterns can really trip you up, and it's another miss there from Akans for Australia. Zentex running the misses too. The recoveries here from Australia outside of Emrak are struggling quite a bit here as Germany are starting to build a bit here. Okinamo's full combo keeps up with Emrak. Tim Kakna and Whitecat Flay all building a secret box to recover to join Emrak here, but a lot of misses still secured as Tim Kakna misses, Flay misses as well. And now it's even grounds here with the combo game.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that top row. Emrak versus Okinamo's the battle you'll want to be watching, because that is what's keeping the score so incredibly close. You've got supporting combos on the bottom row as well. Secret Box versus Whitecat going on there as well. Those are the players to watch at the moment, because it is still continuing to build in Australia's favour with slight combo advantage. But Okinamo drops the full combo.
Huge misses here for Germany. Okinamo must be kicking himself at that one as the break is shown. He sees that one man managed to just win the race against him, and all eyes are on Emrak, but he misses on the stream, so it is still even. But 161,000 score in favour of Australia is a tough gain, a tough lead to overtake here. And all you have is Whitecat's 1,000 combo plus. Australia don't have anything. It's a full collapse from Australia. Zintex misses as well. Plays back in combo is huge. Is there enough time for Germany to potentially flip this? Emrak misses again.
It's coming down.
No way.
It's falling. Australia's perfect streak in this match. It's falling. It's collapsing away from them. And there's nothing they can do. They're holding strong. They're gonna flip this. They're gonna get on the board on an Australia DT1 pick.
Something that I don't think anyone really expected. But Whitecat pulls back his 2019 legend. Those who remember Whitecat when he was #1 in the world, people could not even dare to imagine what someone could contest Whitecat on. And DT1 was one of those very big skill sets. And Whitecat brings that back now to take down Australia, to take down Emrak, to take down Akans on a map like this. What a surprise victory here from Germany. Not only with Whitecat's incredible score of 890k, but Flay as well on that recovery. Okinamo holding up, keeping Emrak in contention for such a long time before he missed. That is an incredible breakpoint there from Germany. But it's their turn now to switch that momentum. It needs to be now, because Australia are still 3 points up and 2 away from securing match point.
Got respect on this guy's name. What a play from Whitecat. And that was the perfect map to steal. I would have almost put that on, with the exception of maybe that No Mod 5, which I think was probably Australia's strongest pick. That was their second strongest pick, and it's gone to Germany. That's exactly what they needed to get something back in this game. It's a foothold. They're still behind, but that's a huge power pick that Australia don't have no more.
It was, and it wasn't even an accuracy game. I mean, Germany were losing heavily on accuracy. They were not holding that for the majority, but the combos from Whitecat, Okinawa, and Flare really doing so much work for them that it just converted. And yeah, a bit of an underperformance from Australia. We know how dangerous they could be. They're kicking themselves right now. That was an easy 3-0 team score. I can already imagine what they're saying.
There was room to do better on that, but I mean, on the day, sometimes it just doesn't fall your way. Didn't fall their way that time, but it fell the way of Germany, and that's just how aim picks work sometimes, right? For Germany, though, they've been sticking with mechanics. Are they going to stick with it here? I mean, they just won DT1. I mean, why not? They still have 3 Mod 1 open if they want to go that route. Maybe Hard Rock 1. Oh. Yeah, No Mod 6, where's that? Where's my AR5 No Mod, guys? No Mod 4. Is that where we're going? I think it might be. Data Eraser. The original hardcore banger by Lusumi. We've seen it a couple times. It's No Mod 4, but on steroids. 200 BPM, high speed, slider tech, 1-4 burst control, all over the shop.
Yes, absolutely brutal. 7.4, 200 BPM. One of the shorter maps, actually, that we're going to be seeing throughout this pool. 2 minutes 14th in length. But it does not disappoint. It doesn't let up from beginning to end. So you are really banking on those heavy preferred tech players for both sides.
So I guess here's that pivot from mechanics into something more control heavy. We did see Australia they played it yesterday. They actually beat Germany's score. 2.2 million they got. Germany got 2.1. Nothing really in that. You know, on the day you can gain 100k, you can gain or lose like 100k, 200k. So this could still go either way. I do think Germany going into this is brave. I like the choice. I like the choice of going into something control heavy. Australia on pure no mod tech is solid. Sayo is in. He's already had a very good score from the no mod 1. So he's going to be up in spirits at the moment. See what the rest of the team looks like.
Yeah, banking on strong performances. And again, it's one of those situations you look at yesterday and you see overall better accuracies coming out of the side of Australia. But we saw with that previous map, Germany's not going to be thinking about that. They're going to be thinking in terms of pure combo, in terms of pure volatility. This map could work for them. And I think that's what they need. If they can bank off that, build up that momentum, and get a second point on the board, it'll do masses for their confidence and put a bit of doubt in the minds of Australia here.
Yeah, especially with this change in style as well. If they win this, it opens up a lot of good picks for Germany. So quite a lot riding on this particular choice, I think.
Yeah, this is a very important high-stakes map here for Germany. Although you look at the head-to-heads from yesterday, Australia were the ones to take it by about 128,000. But it's time for Germany to really prove their worth on a map like this. Show their versatility enough to show their fangs against Australia. And try and bring some momentum back after a miraculous run on the DT1. This might be a hard map to cast, guys, because not going to lie, I'm headbanging pretty hard to this song right now. But we'll have to keep it going anyway. Like you said, Osu original by Lucimi. Mapped by both Hee and Funny. Nice combination there, handsome and funny joining for this one. And this one holds no bars. The slide attack in this is messed up, and you can already see it here. A lot of misses coming from multiple players here. 3 early misses from Australia, with a Secret Box also joining in for the most recent. But Germany get the trades here. Tim Clacker and Yari both missing. Whitecap missing a good while ago. It's Krilla and Emrek to hold on to the combos. But Krilla misses! That's a giant break it down there from Germany. One of the strongest tech players in the planet right now for the tournament scene is gone here for Germany. Emrek still holds. 97 act here. Solid considering how brutal this map really is. But Emrek, a jack of all trades, feels like he can play just about anything. And he is keeping that line far ahead here for Australia. Siren's in this on their recoveries as well. Enough to get in the lead by just a small margin.
Yeah, but he's up against heavy resistance at the moment. He's got good combo. It's now starting to build with another miss coming out from Yarv. But accuracy-wise, it's still Germany favored, so it's still quite dangerous. Heavy reliance on combo at the moment, especially from Whitecat, Tim Kackner, and Sayo are going to be trading things up. We're about to head into the wubs, the heavy wubs. Let's see who gets through. Emrek goes down though.
This is on one of those space bursts, those triples into the next KI time. You've got Whitecat on that recovery. Is there enough time? Is there enough damage? Asuka and Zintos are able to contest Whitecap with their recoveries collectively here. Tim Kackner misses. Yari with 200 combo. Whitecat's down on the big sliders. The second KI time is so messed up, but Australia have the backs of Amrag, even after missing this full combo. The sliders are simply too much for Germany, as they all are crumbling to pieces. Australia leading that head so far forward now. Asuka Fox may go down, but Zintax has his back. Not enough time for Germany to fight with as it starts to gain a lead. So daunting. 415,000 for Australia. They get a very one-sided breakpoint on this No Mod 4.
Australia not budging an inch. They're saying you can take our DT1, but you'll never take our maps. afterwards, because that is just a clean shutdown from them. Emrek holding it in the early game, building up nice combo. No one could battle them then, and Zintex later on, no one could battle them afterwards. Incredible stuff from Australia here.
A nice slider break, nice 98%, nice 97% as well on Zintex and Krilla. Another great score there from Krilla on tech. Whitecat pretty close as well. Some of the accuracies in this lobby for this map are crazy, by the way. But combo is king, and Australia had it. They've stolen a tech pick away, and yeah, the no more tech not working out too well there. Germany rolling a bit lower than yesterday, but that's the nature of a map like that, I suppose. Hard Rock 2 quickly picked here from Australia.
Yeah, the thing that is becoming abundantly clear throughout this matchup is nothing is guaranteed at this stage of the tournament. And now for Australia, it's looking like they're on a steamroll once again. They're going to be going into a precision-focused flow map. And this has got all of the makings of an excellent performance.
Yeah, precision Hard Rock, breaking out those Hard Rock players again who have they've been eating good so far on both sides. Of course, this one being more on that precision side. It's a bit of a different kettle of fish. I do rate the specialists on Germany though to do well on a map like this. Pure flowing, more about the control on that precision as well. But with small CS, it's a map that can bring out your nerves. It's the classic small CS can bring out those shakes. Australia have the insurance to maybe not relax, but certainly keep their cool a bit better. Yeah, with this map though, really the second half you need to watch out for, because it steps up quite a lot once you get into the second half of that map, and some of the patterns in the final chorus are ridiculous. Chain misses all over the shop, and we've seen teams just die to it quite a bit when it's been picked. So depending on how the combos look going into that second half, we could have a bit of a feast of chain misses on our hands.
Yeah, this was the map that brought down the monolith that was the United States yesterday. And it could be something that Australia are going to bank on to try and put Germany in a last-ditch position. But Germany have opted for the timeout. So they will get some extra time to readjust. And I think it's needed for a nerve control-focused area like this. You definitely want the time to relax, allow your players to adjust to the map and not feel the nerves that it's going to bring in, because this is a real do-or-die position for Germany. They're going to want to strategize and rethink their game plan, because like Shiva said, the tech didn't work out for them, and now they're having to look to other areas for their next map pick, but also to relax themselves. They need this.
Yeah, there's no harm in taking just a minute just to try and reset yourselves. Get your head back into it, because that's so important. But also give you a chance to get to warm up a little bit on the precision. Don't hurt too. It's interesting though, because Australia did ban this yesterday, I believe, which may say a lot. But even then, I still think Australia should be decent on this. I think it may have been more because they were playing into Russia, whose Hard Rock roster is like second to none. That might have been more about it. Free Mod 3 as well was banned. That was the anti-mod, but they did ban this last time. I think Germany can equally abuse Australia on this sort of pick. But I suppose they don't want to go into it, they don't want to rush it. So they don't want to rush it, because control and execution is so critical. You don't want to be tilting going into a map like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a much late game map than it is in the early game. Not something you really want to bank on as a pick, something you want to rely on later on. But yeah, such volatility with this map again. One time you could be running a very high combo and high score, and then the next it could all just fall apart, chain missing on a flow style map like this. It's brutal.
I suppose the creme of comfort here really is, if Germany steal this, it potentially opens up the free mod 3, the anti-mod, as a potential pick. After this one, if we get to Australia's next pick, depending on how these ones go, they don't really have any pure speed left. They do have some aim, but that's pretty contested. Australia don't have many clear-cut picks left if this doesn't work. And if Germany can stay in the game by then, it can get a bit chaotic if Germany keep their wits about them. So even though it's 5-1 up here for Australia, they're not out of the woods yet. And if they lose this, it's still quite volatile, I would say. It's still pretty precarious almost for Australia. But no doubt, picking this when they have that insurance to be like, hey, if this doesn't work, we've still got a chance. It's probably a good shout when you need to keep your wits about you.
Here we are. We're into this Hard Rock 2. You guys have said it a lot. This map is it's a very unforgiving map. A lot of nerve control, as you guys mentioned. Another thing as well is just that there are some patterns in this map that are just designed to just make you suffer sometimes, you know? Some of these super space sections there, like that square there that you just saw, already some early misses there from a Secret Boss and Emrek. But this map just hits you with jump scares of space flowing sections and really difficult aim control with this precision stacked on top. It is just a brutal, brutal map. Already, look at those big streams there, tripping out Whitecat and Zyfrost. It's going to be a continuing pattern here where some of these disgusting hits of the patterns are just going to lead to some pretty scary misses. And it's looking like it's all over the place at this point here. Asuka Box and Atkins also missing. But Australia do have their lead by a good margin here with Zintax and Emrek holding on to good combos. That might be a full combo still intact there for Zintax as well to contest Krilla on the side of Germany.
It's big chains that have come in for Germany from Zyfrost and Whitecat early game. Again, ZX is going to go. Zyfrost's going to find another reset, though. Zintax down. Secret Box is down. Okay. So now we're looking at a Krilla versus Emrek battle, but Emrek's still falling behind from the early misses in the game. Tim Kettner and Zyfrost, though, going to be dropping supporting combo. There goes Krilla as well.
Oh, that's the big miss down there for Germany. All you have left is Whitecat into the break. Germany see it. Germany look at Emrek's combo. I guess that's all they can prey on at this point. Emrek looking at this, saying to Germany, where is your god now? Not much left here for Germany to fight off with, but Whitecat does have a combo left. His accuracy, though, is so low. And honestly, who can blame him? This map is messed up. We saw some chain misses from him early on some of the space streams. I think it's difficult for anyone to keep up with the score with Whitecats, but he's still got something left in the tank here. Is it enough to contest Emrek? It's not! He's fallen, and so did the rest of Germany. Australia's recoveries are intact, but all that's left standing, the only one who can take the fire that this map throws at you, it is Emrek. Like we said, Emrek stares down to the eyes of Germany and says, where is your god now? As he is hitting all of these flowing sections, he's finally down, but it's more than enough damage. Germany have nothing to fight with. Krilla only has a meager 200 combo. And even then, he's down. And with that coming through, the hopes of Germany potentially getting a breakpoint on precision, a skill set that we would consider one of the staples, is not enough. Australia will take it. And they are one map away from securing themselves top 3 at the OS World Cup 2024. Only one more map, gentlemen.
Dude, that ending is absurd. Emrek, what was he doing there? He gets a 1 miss to that ending. Truly insane stuff here, but Emrek kind of does the impossible, doesn't he? We've almost come to expect it from him. Wow. Like, one score in this room is not like the others, people.
It really isn't. There is one score that stands above the rest. And you know who it is. You've come to expect it at this point, but even when you know it's coming, it still shocks you like it's the first time you're seeing it. And I think that really speaks to how this match appears to be going. Every map appears shocking, and it shouldn't be, really. I mean, Australia have transformed themselves over the past few years in terms of performance and improvement in the World Cup. And, you know, now they're seeing those fruits come to fruition. And it's amazing to see what they can do now.
Well, Germany have the next pick. They have 1 pick. If they can make this work and keep their heads above water, but at 6-1, Germany have... Well, they have Hidden 1 open. They have a free mod 1 open if they want to go into more aim.
Killer.
You guys pick hidden too. Yeah, we haven't seen the Yoke Spy map. Hey, yeah, I'm cool with it. Listen to this guy. This guy is saying facts right now. JGLF knows what's up.
Aww.
Oh, 3 mod wad. Ah, come on.
Buzzkill Tim Cackner, aren't you? God.
I mean, okay, fair enough.
Back
I mean,
to the
this
bench.
is much more of a German pick than that.
It is, yeah, very much more focused on density and aim heavily throughout this map. It's almost littered with it, you could say. And 230 BPM as well. Very comfortable for these sorts of players, but again, it's the mod players that are really going to stand out on this one.
Yeah, the AR9 with that high mechanics requirement means the hidden players have to deal with some pretty serious density on the linear aim and big squares and streams as well in this. Hard Rock players got to deal with near 8-star mechanics with the linear aim. Even though mod you have that high density, but yeah, naturally the mod players are going to be the ones doing the heavy lifting on the difficulty. But certainly no slouch on, on the density side of this map, even for the no mod players.
Yeah, they definitely will. And it's one of those maps where you do wonder whether you'll see an overmod on, because in terms of comfort, a lot of players I think would prefer to slap a hard rock on this. Yeah, it's near 8 stars, but in terms of at this stage you are looking for what makes you most comfortable to perform. And this density aim can trip you up. We haven't seen it yet though. Most teams opting for the traditional 1 hard rock, 1 hidden on a map like this, so I'd be very surprised to see anything off the norm.
I reckon, yeah, unless you are absolutely crazy or you're Rectagon, you're going to pick hard rock on this for comfort reasons. I reckon it's going to be pretty safe, I think, in terms of the mod picks. That's looking like a slightly different lineup for Germany that played this yesterday. Fle took the hard rock last time, but not this time. It's Tim Cackner, who may also be taking the hard rock in his stead. For Australia, it's looking like it's a bit different for them as well, actually, I think. Oh, never mind. I tell a lie. This is the same roster as Germany. I can't read. Australia haven't played this yet. So this is new territory for them. It's the same squad for Germany. My bad.
It is time here. Germany, backs against the wall, further in than ever. And this time it's another one of the aim picks that we have seen Germany very capable of winning on. We saw them just barely miss out on a win on that no mod one. We saw them triumph over Australia on a DT1 that we did not expect. Magic needs to be a light here for Germany. They are 1 map away from falling and missing out on top 3 at the OS World Cup at the hands of Australia. Tim Cackner with the hard rock, Okinama with the hidden here for Germany. Krillin Whitecat on the no mods, with a secret box and O-Slash joining in with the mods for Australia, with Amreck and Zintex on the no mods. It's a very nice mirror in the mods here, which is quite satisfying for if you're a viewer. But regardless, into the map here. Like we said, this map has some brutal wide-angle jumps. If you are not prepared for them, you will get absolutely destroyed. But thankfully so, it's not been too dire so far. We haven't gotten to too difficult of a section just yet, but it is a trade from Okinamo from Zintax here. And so it's even grounds with the combo for Germany to have a slight lead.
Yeah, it is. Still in their favor. It's what you want to see if you're a Germany fan. But there's still so much time left in this map. It is another 4-minute gauntlet. And so much could go wrong so quickly on this. Everyone holding their mettle so far until Okinamo.
That miss from Okinamo, quite big. But it is traded by a secret box there on the hard rock. Expected, right? But so many consistent patterns, you don't really know exactly when someone's going to slip. But Syntax also loses out of this recovery here for Australia. Okinamo might be suffering here on the hidden, but the rest of Germany have got his back here. Tim Cackner in particular, still holding his line. This is a really brutal map with hard rock applied, but Tim Cackner, one of the precision specialists here for Germany, let alone a name Maestro. keeping his combo intact here, letting Krilla and Whitecat still stay comfortable. Another miss there from a secret box. Emmerich and O-Slash left on their own. Great accuracies from everybody here throughout the lobby. But Germany are slowly starting to gain their lead with 3 FCs to 2.
It's looking good for Germany. Into the second half we go. O-Slash gonna go down. Emmerich now the sole survivor for Australia. But he is up against unbelievable, overwhelming power from Germany.
This is disgusting. Germany, as a 3-person core, they are just shredding this map right now. Okinamo might be the one tanking the hidden right now, but everybody else is destroying on this. Finally, a miss there from Germany on one of the full combos in Krilla. But his accuracy is so astronomically high that it really isn't going to make a massive impact. The combo advantage is still hugely in favor of Germany here. It isn't as one-sided as maybe we would have hoped, considering the combos we see purely off of the back of, unfortunately, Okinama not really able to get his foot off the starting point on this map. But who can blame him? These jumps are so messed up here, and Tim Kakner is holding the fort with the Hard Rock, and Whitecat as well, contesting Emmerich's no-mod score. O-Slash misses again. But it just seems like Australia's recoveries have nothing to fight with, nothing to speak of, as Whitecat and Tim Kakner, a dynamic duo here for Germany. They will keep pushing, and with the final miss coming through from Emmerich, there's only so much the #1 player in the world can do sometimes. And that's a difficult statement to say when it comes to Emmerich. But even so, Tim Kakner and Whitecat are absolutely annihilating this map. And Tim Kakner might be setting one of the best scores of the week here as we get towards the ending. His accuracy still incredible. Over contesting a player to the likes of a secret box. And overshadowing a map like this. It is such a rare sight to see, but the beauty is there. The potential is there. Does Tim Kakner hold this out? Whitecat's full combo is shut down. It is only the Hard Rock of Tim Kakner with the full combo left intact. Is this going to happen, Tomash? Is it going to happen? We're slowly ticking. The spikes are getting increased. The jumps are ramping up.
Is he going to hit this ending?
Tim
Oh
Kakner!
my god.
It's done! Full combo for Tim Kakner on the Hard Rock. This is, I think, without a doubt, one of the best scores of the week, if not of the tournament. 99.01. 4 minutes of some of the most brutal wide-angle jumps you could expect. But it means nothing for the AIM Hard Rock Maestro of Germany.
That is incredible. Head and shoulders above the pack. Tim Kakner take a bow. 99% accuracy with Hard Rock on that at nearly 8 stars. Absolutely disgusting behavior, and I'm here for it.
Well, what you need is a statement to keep yourself back in this game. They're still under the cosh, but that win's got to feel good for Germany. That has got to feel good. And Tim Kakner must be on cloud 9 after banking that. Free mod 4 is the choice from Australia. More aim. I don't think Germany will mind playing more aim. It's speedy aim though, so it's a bit more in Australia's ballpark. But still very contestable either way, I think, this.
Very much so. Again, we're talking very big CS though, so hidden players not going to be enjoying this one that much. Very incredibly dense stuff, even more so than the hidden one. Oh, sorry, the free mod one. So, Hard Rock players definitely favored on this one in terms of pure comfort, because even the no mod is going to feel incredibly overwhelming with how big this CS is. It's 2.6 no modification. That's insane.
That's big. I like big circles and I cannot lie, but it can be disorienting to read, especially because this being AR 9.5 plus, you know, over 250 BPM, there is a density element. There is a reading element. Especially on hidden, that can become a problem with the wiggling aim patterns in this, some of the bursts being kind of awkward. The like linear aim into sudden screen jumps, basically, can be kind of dicey on this AR at this speed. It is the sort of map where overmodding is actually more realistic. Like, seeing more than one Hard Rock is not out of the realm of possibility here for either of these teams. Just for the sake of reading, and CS still being above, like, CS4, I think, with Hard Rock. So it's still bigger than normal. We'll see if anyone does that.
Yeah, hidden hard rock potential as well, just in terms of pure comfort. To reduce down on the density is also an option. We will see who is feeling super comfortable on this. But again, in terms of the pure skill set itself, it's all aim, and you've got to watch out for those spike sections as well. Could be some critical misses coming in those sections, especially in the latter half of the map. It's not long, this one, compared to Free Mod 1. Much shorter, much more dense.
There is an overmod. 2 hard rocks on Australia. Zintex and Sayo. Sayo's actually swapping in for, I believe, Atkins. Atkins played this last time. But Sayo's playing it this time.
Here we are. A big reinvigoration of hope here for Germany. But this one is a very different kind of map. Granted, the aim is still present, but there is a lot more alt linear aim in this one. A lot of rapid bursts, and a lot of absurdly high jump spikes, just like that one there. You're going to be seeing that quite a bit often. And this time, contrary to what we saw last map, first blood drop in the lobby is going to be from Tim Kackner of Germany. And it's going to be Whitecat to join suit. Sayo gets the trade here with the hard rock here from Australia. But it's a 3 versus 2 combo advantage here in favor of the Australians in the first quarter of the map.
Yeah, very much working in the favor of the overmod right now for them. They've still got those 2 full up. Doing well out of the 3. And like I said, we're rapidly progressing through this map. Much shorter, but all the skill still required. And it's looking good. Okinamo, though, going down for Germany.
That's a rough one there for Germany. Okinamo's hidden ability is one that can't be tested, but unfortunately this time it is down again. And Australia do have a really strong set of combos to just contest. Hold on a second. What was that double miss there? Emmerich and Sayo both miss. These slow sliders have hit them really hard. Krill and Whitecat's recoveries are high enough. Zintex misses as well.
Oh my
it's
God.
a complete collapse from Australia. And now look, it's suddenly flipping in favor of Germany. Kriller holds the line. Whitecat holds the line with his recovery. And this has gone from what was originally so one-sided to now making the double hard rock overmod for Australia tenuous, but Kriller misses. Full combo down, but Whitecat still has that leading combo, completely uncontested. 2 recoveries from Germany, enough contest 2 of Australia. It's only Kriller that's contested by somebody else. Whitecat's combo is very, very important here for Germany.
They've got to be careful. They've got to be so careful here. If they drop those supporting combos, there's still enough combo on the side of Australia to shut out Whitecat here. They're not in the clear right to the end of this map.
Sayo, another miss from him. Whitecat misses! Down he goes. Anticipation is received. But it's still 115,000. Do the recoveries from Germany save the line? There's only so little time left. Syntax Emmerich do have 2 solid combos to go through with these giant sliders down, but it's not going to be enough. Germany still fight, even when their backs are deepest against the wall. Even when Australia are pushing their nerves to the absolute limit, Germany still battle. The fire is still alight as they get another win, and this time it's a breakpoint against Australia once again. DT won beforehand, and now no free mod 4. Germany have an opportunity to make this 4-point up. Can they keep that fire alight? Because now it's looking bright.
Germany dangling over a cliff's edge, but they've got a firm grip over what's left. 3 points heading their way so far. They've still got to find a few more before we talk about the final map, but with 2 of their picks in hand, where are they going to go? Because these picks are starting to run few and far between at this stage.
Yeah, there's not a lot left now. The comfort picks are starting to be exhausted. I mean, there's Hard Rock 1, which I think Australia might be looking at, but Germany might be looking at as well with their Hard Rock team, the way they've been playing. But apart from that, you're looking at some left field business. The hidden pool's all open. Neither of these 2 teams want to get stuck in there, but I think they're going to have to at some point. That No Mod 2, the awkward flow aim pick, is also open. don't know if Germany want to pick into that, to tell you the truth. I ain't sure about that, Chief, because Australia did pretty well on that yesterday. But there's not a lot of comfort picks left. They got to pick something from Plan B or even Plan C at this point. But Hard Rock 1, if you want to stick to mechanics, is probably the closest shout. And that's where they're going.
Hard Rock 1. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Going back to roots.
I see what you did there, Danny. I see
Thank
what
you very
did
much.
there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take your bow. Take your bow.
I wrote that one at the beginning. I was like, oh, I'm waiting for this one to come up. I'm waiting for this one. Got it in there. Thank you very much.
Well, certainly brings Krilla back to his hard rock player roots. Certainly brings Germany back to home soil because they do love their hard rock, and their hard rock players have been doing pretty well today. I imagine we'll see Tim Kackner back in. Probably see Flair in as well. Looking at the scores, how did this go yesterday for these two? Germany didn't play this. Australia did. They got nearly 3 million on this, which is an absurd score, by the way. So Australia, if they can recreate that, they're going to have a good chance, I think. But Germany have been doing well on the pure aim today. They stole 2 high-speed aim picks already. This is in that ballpark. They have, I wouldn't say they've owned this skill set today, but they've certainly looked like the stronger high-speed aim team.
Completely agree, but I still just can't shake the feeling that Australia could perform like they did on that Hard Rock 3. We all saw it at the start of the map. Absolutely shut down Germany on the Hard Rock, and it does leave me wondering whether this was their best option. But it's too late now.
Yeah. To be fair, that Hard Rock 2, that precision pick, it's a very different pick to this. That one's more about the control and the precision, and yeah, Emmerich decided to choose violence on that map, really. This one's going to be much more of a team effort, I think. You've got less chance of just dying to huge chain misses on this. It's much more straightforward in that regard, so it's going to be more down to like its consistency and just Hard Rock ability, which these two have in spades, so... I do think it's the best pick for Germany, considering them playing to their strengths, and this is probably the closest thing to their strengths that they have left. The problem is Australia have already done really well on this map. They'll hope to do it again. We'll see if they mind getting themselves in low roll, but Germany are certainly going to have to do well on this to steal it.
Yeah, as we enter those double digits of maps now, you really start to run out of things to kind of bank on as a team, and it does come down to pure team performance at the end of the day. Let's see what Germany have still got in the tank.
Here we are. There's one sign of hope that we have for Germany on a map like this. One, it's their pick, and two, we do not have any statistics on how well Germany have done in match for this. And if there's any skill set that Germany we know are really good on, it's aim and it's Hard Rock. Even if Australia have such a daunting score ahead of them from yesterday, there is always a possibility. This map particularly, very aim intensive, but has a lot of really long chain jumps, which is the main callback to this map, the main thing that makes this unique from the rest. Especially towards the later stages, towards the more difficult parts, you're going to be seeing a very long chain section where there are just non-stop constant jumps. Linears into snaps, snaps into linears. Sudden sparks of difficulty that can hit you immensely hard. Early misses from Flay, a secret box, traded from both sides. It's still 39,000 in favor of Australia and gaining slightly off the recovery from a super box.
Yeah, they're continuing to show early game dominance as they have throughout this matchup.
Here we are. Big section coming up now. The ramp up is intense. This will not stop for a good while. This is the core point of this map. This is the most important part. If anybody can hold on to this, it could be an essential make or break for both sides. It is ramping up slowly. The jumps are increasing. No combos are fallen just yet. Down goes Atkins, traded by Flay. Germany favored here in the trade as a full combo from Australia is taken down.
Wow.
Traded by the recovery. Is there enough here? It's still building. The jumps are still increasing. It's still going up. Germany have not missed their 3 full combos just yet. It's just Atkins, it's just Syntax and Emrek. And everyone is still hitting them. Everyone is still going. Is there enough? Doubles into the slow bit. Spike soon to be. Whitecap falls. And Australia now have a big combo to these, but it is traded by Secret Box. Team Kakner as well. Any trades from Australia? No. Krilla still has the combo going. Syntax and Emrek still hold the fort. And it gets more and more dire for Germany as it's Krilla left on his own. The superstar carry for Germany. Unfortunately, could only do so much.
Down, but not out. Still got to get through this final section. Whitecat going to be the first one to trip up. Looking for Syntax and Emrak maybe to find a trade. It's AKenZX who goes instead, but Krilla has gone.
That is it. Krilla has fallen. And with that, the hopes of Germany to continue this match. Krilla is one of the most legendary players of all time for Germany in 2022. Made ginormous waves, let alone in the last 2 years. And even through leading a Germany that had so much potential, they've reached a limit that I think they can be proud of. Putting up a fight against Australia, taking down the UK, securing themselves top 4 once again, not letting that streak fall ever since 2018. It does not go even now against such incredible competition. Germany may fall, but it is regardless a great performance from them, still keeping the world in terms knowing how strong this team can be. But it doesn't change the fact that Australia still maintain their great form and in turn secure top 3 at the US World Cup and will be facing the United States for an opportunity to face South Korea in the grand finals next weekend.
You want to talk about streaks, by the way? Germany versus Australia. They've played 6 times before. This is their 7th matchup. Germany have won all 6. That ends today. It's Australia's first win against Germany in 7 matches. And what a way to do it. That team score was ridiculous on that. The double FC, Zintex and Emrek. Crazy stuff. The top 3 again, and well deserved.
Absolutely. And commiserations once again to Germany to come so far in the World Cup and just miss out on the grand final stage once again. Oh, it's tragic, but it always has to be someone that couldn't have gone to a nicer team. But that is how it's going to sit. Australia make the final slot into top 3 of the World Cup. Wow, I mean, so much to discuss, but we just don't have the time. Closing thoughts from everybody.
Great fight back there from Australia. From Germany. And they were under the cosh for quite a lot of that. And they found energy to fight back. And that score they did in that last map was pretty good. They just got completely outplayed by a ridiculous score. They kept the fight up until the end. Of course, Germany are always going to do that, though. At this level, they are formidable. And top 4 in this tournament is crazy. It's actually higher than their seeding. So they can't knock that. But nonetheless, Australia, these guys have the skill cap, and in the next pool they have to deal with, they're going to have to use every single ounce of that. I don't think the USA are going to be sleeping too easy knowing that these guys are their opponents next week.
Yeah, you have to fear Australia no matter what. I think this team, you know, we like to consider this team the band of brothers, right? Last year, a new generation coming through for Australia. They managed to really defy a lot of expectations that everyone had for them initially and proving themselves to be a roster capable of really being the next candidate to break the equilibrium that's been the United States and South Korea for a very long time now. And with that, you know, the number 2 seed, but fighting through so many difficult opponents, now have a chance to take down USA in the losers grand finals to face South Korea in the grand finals there. And with the ceiling that Australia have, with the fire that this team has, there is potential there. There really is. So we're going to have to wait and see for what goes down then in the next week. Ladies and gentlemen, some quick announcements to make first and foremost. Before we say, I'm sure some things we have to say quickly, but first and foremost, important note is that the map pool showcase for the grand finals will be at 17 UTC today. So it won't be too long until you guys are going to be able to see what the Michelin star chefs that of the OS World Cup have to offer for you, I can assure you, you will not be disappointed. I've heard enough hype from the guys themselves. They've been really, really proud of this week's Grand Finals pool, especially with the Grand Finals tiebreaker. So I hope you guys will be showing up for that one. On top of that as well, don't forget, I'll remind you once again, 17 UTC for the Grand Finals map pool showcase. And one more thing as well, guys. Eat banners. If you liked what you saw today, if you enjoyed the matchups that you saw, if you are starting to really gain a passion for some of the teams you've seen here at the OS World Cup, you can rep that support in style by going to the OS store and copying yourself an OS World Cup supporters banner. You can either go for a team that is still playing the OS World Cup, i.e. the top 3 that we have now, or even a team that has been knocked out that you still want to show your love to now to this day. Go get your banners, ladies and gentlemen, and who knows, if you do go for one of the top 3 that we have now, if they end up winning it all, you might have a nice shiny banner up until the next World Cup coming up soon. So go get your banners, ladies and gentlemen. It contributes to the prize pool. It contributes to our incredible players and our incredible team here at the OS World Cup. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, is there anything else you need to say? Because I think I'm happy with what I've said so far.
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Sheba. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining me. It's always a pleasure to cast alongside the pair of you. And I'm sure we have many more exciting moments to come. But yes, like you said, 17 UTC, don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few hours to bring you some incredible hype matches to decide which team is going to bring home the World Cup trophy. Thank you so much for joining us, and we shall see you again at 17 UTC for the Map Pool Showcase. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.